Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Okay, I present report number 40 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday 22 November 2021. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 65th Annual Session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, London, from 12 to 14 October 2019. And I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment Enhancing Superannuation Outcomes for Australians and Helping Australian Businesses Invest Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation and taxation and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill implements a number of measures which will improve the flexibility and equity of the superannuation system, assist first-home buyers, reduce costs and complexity for self-managed super funds, and support Australian businesses to invest. Schedule 1 removes the subsection in the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act, which exempts an employer from their obligation to pay superannuation guarantee if their employees' earnings are less than $450 in a calendar month. This exemption was introduced in 1992 to reduce the administrative burden on employers. However, significant technological advancements in recent years have diminished this burden. Importantly, recent super reforms, such as protecting your super package, have also reduced the eroding impact of high fees and insurance premiums on small superannuation balances, paving the way for the removal of the $450 rule. The removal of this threshold will improve equity in the super system and increase the retirement savings of around 300,000 low-income workers employed in casual or part-time roles, around two-thirds of which are women. Mr Speaker, Schedule 2 increases the maximum amount of voluntary contributions that can be released under the First Home Super Saver scheme from $30,000 to $50,000. Other policy settings, including the $15,000 annual limit on eligible contributions, will not, however, be changed. This increase recognises that deposit requirements have increased with house price growth over recent years, and this change, Mr Speaker, will help first-home buyers save a deposit more quickly. Schedule 3 reduces the eligibility age to make downsizer contributions into super from 65 at present to 60 years of age. This will allow more Australians nearing retirement to make a one-off post-tax contribution of up to $300,000 per person when they sell their family home. It will improve flexibility for old Australians to contribute their super savings. contribute to their super savings. This may encourage more older Australians to downside to homes that better meet their needs, ultimately increasing the supply of larger homes for young families. Schedule 4, Mr Speaker, supports the repeal of the work test for non-concessional and salary sacrifice contributions to super, which will be implemented through changes to the Super Industry Supervision Regulations and Retirement Savings Act regulations. To that end, Schedule 4 amends the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997 to preserve the work test for personal deductible contributions made by individuals aged between 67 and 75. It will also make amendments necessary to allow eligible individuals to make non-concessional super contributions under the Bring Forward rule. These changes, Mr Speaker, will improve flexibility for older Australians to make or receive contributions to their super. It will allow retirees who have not had the benefits of a mature super system throughout their working life and may have accumulated saving outside of super to get more out of the super system. The changes build on the government's previous reforms to the age rules on super contributions, further increasing the ability of older Australians to make contributions to their super. Schedule 5 will reduce red tape and costs for SMSFs and small APRA-regulated funds by providing trustees with greater choice in how they calculate exempt current pension income. Trustees will be allowed to use the proportionate method to calculate their exempt current pension income when their fund is fully in the retirement phase for part of, but not the entire income year. This delivers on a 2019-20 budget commitment to simplify reporting for these funds by streamlining administrative requirements for these calculations. And finally, Mr Speaker, Schedule 6 extends the temporary full expensing measure introduced by the government in the 2021 budget by a further 12 months. So rather than ending on 30 June 2022, eligible businesses will now be able to take advantage of the incentive until the 30th of June 2023. This will allow businesses with aggregated annual turnover or total income of less than $5 billion to deduct the full cost of eligible depreciable assets acquired from 7:30 p.m. on the 6th of October 2020 and first used or installed and ready for use by the 30th of June 2023. This will continue to support our economic recovery by encouraging businesses to make further investments, and the time-limited nature of the measure provides a strong incentive to bring forward investment projects before it expires. All other elements of the temporary full expensing measure remain unchanged, including eligibility. And, Mr Speaker, further details of these measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Ballarat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of the debate be made and order for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Corporations Amendment Improving Outcomes for Litigation Funding Participants, Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Treasurer, I present the Corporations Amendment Improving Outcomes for Litigation Funding Participants Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Corporations Act 2001 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Treasurer, Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Corporations Amendment Improving Outcomes for Litigation Funding Participants Bill 2021 will ensure that ordinary Australians who seek justice through the class action system receive a fair and reasonable portion of the proceeds of successful class actions supported by a litigation funder. Australia's class action regime and litigation funding regimes must provide fair and equitable outcomes for all Australians. Yet all too often, the current system does not meet these benchmarks. The recent decision of the Victorian Supreme Court in the Banksia Securities Limited case is a stark reminder of the egregious conduct that can occur when those who work in the legal system lose sight of the best interests of their clients. As the Victorian Supreme Court noted, Such conduct corrupts the proper administration of justice. The government has long been concerned by the returns being made by litigation funders at the expense of class members. In 2019, the Australian Law Reform Commission found when litigation funders were involved in a class action, the median return to plaintiffs was just 51%. Conversely, when a funder was not involved, the median return was 85%. Last year, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services concluded that in many cases, litigation funders appear to be making windfall profits that are disproportionate to the costs incurred and the risks undertaken in the relevant proceedings. These findings are echoed by judgments of the courts. Just this year, in the case of Wittenbury and Vocational Limited, together the lawyers and funders received nearly 50% of the settlement sum. Such a state of affairs runs counter to the compensatory nature of the class action system, which is primarily designed to vindicate the rights of class members. This bill achieves a number of key objectives, therefore. First, the bill requires claimants to agree in writing to be members of a scheme and to be bound by the scheme's constitution. This requirement for active consent will incentivise book building by litigation funders and ensure that claimants who do not want to participate in a class action do not need to actively opt out. Second, the bill requires a court to approve or vary the proposed distribution of claim proceeds to ensure that members of a class action litigation funding scheme receive a fair and reasonable share. In assessing this, the bill will establish a rebuttable presumption that a distribution would not meet this statutory threshold if more than 30% of the claim proceeds in total is to be paid or distributed to non-members of the scheme, such as distributed to the funders or lawyers. It will also require the court to consider a number of factors, including the funder's commercial return compared to the reasonable costs the funder incurred for the proceedings. This provides a clear signal that the community expects that the primary purpose of the class action regime is to vindicate the rights of ordinary Australians. At the same time, the flexibility of the court to do justice in a particular matter will be preserved. Third, to assist courts in navigating the complexities of legal costs and funder commissions, the bill ensures that courts consider the reports of independent experts and the representations of contradictors representing the interests of scheme members when appointed. This bill provides that the costs of these experts are borne by funders unless the court determines otherwise. Fourth, this bill will reduce the use of common fund orders as a way of funders to expand their portion of the settlement by extending their commission rate to all members of a class, including those that have not agreed to sign a funding agreement. The bill does not bar the court from making an order to share the costs of a proceeding amongst all members who benefit from the action, though. The use of common fund orders by courts as a mechanism to amend the funding commission rate has now been superseded by the bill's express power to vary the funding agreement. Jointly, the proposed bill and current court orders provide a solution to the free rider problem, but at the same time preventing those windfall gains to litigation funders. Finally, Mr Speaker, the bill seeks to implement a consistent approach to class actions across all jurisdictions. This will maximise protection for class members throughout Australia. The bill adopts an expansive approach seeking to extend protection to class action litigation funding schemes for class actions in any Australian court. This avoids the risk of forum shopping by funders filing in courts which do not have the same level of protection for class members. This bill and its reforms will ensure that Australia's class action system operates as originally intended, whilst ensuring the viability of litigation funding agreements that provide ordinary Australians with access to justice. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was consulted in relation to the bill, as is a requirement of the Corporations Agreement 2002, and as always, full details of these measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Ballarat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment, Funders of Last Resort and Other Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills, Small and Family Business, I present the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment, Bill 2021, and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill will amend the primary legislation for the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse. The amendments form part of the Government's response to recommendations from the final report, second-year review of the National Redress Scheme undertaken by Ms Robin Cook-Ayero. The amendments increase access to the scheme for survivors of institutional child sexual abuse by expanding funder of last resort arrangements and forms part of the Government's ongoing commitment to improving the scheme. The scheme was established in response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. The Royal Commission. The scheme was established by the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018. The scheme's legislation requires that a review of the operation of the scheme be undertaken following the 2nd and 8th anniversaries of the scheme. The final report, second-year review of the National Redress Scheme, presented by Ms Robin Cook-Ayero, makes 38 recommendations to increase access to redress, including through expanding funder of last resort arrangements and to improve the scheme's operation, making it more trauma-informed, efficient and ultimately more survivor-focused. In undertaking the review, survivor voices were front and centre, and Ms Cook consulted extensively with survivors, advocacy groups, support services, institutions and Commonwealth and state and territory governments. It is essential that the needs of survivors are being met, that the scheme is operating effectively and that the unique and evolving challenges in administering such a measure are being addressed. This year, the Parliament passed 2 separate pieces of legislation to improve the scheme. The first piece of legislation addressed minor and technical issues associated with the administration of the scheme. The second piece of legislation was in direct response to recommendations made as part of the second-year review. This legislation made survivor-focused improvements as an initial tranche of action on review recommendations. The second piece of legislation provided for an advance payment of $10,000 for elderly and terminally ill applicants, changed the indexation arrangements to be fairer for applicants, removed the requirement to provide a statutory declaration when making an application, enabled an extension of time a person has to accept their offer of redress or request a review, and authorised redress to be paid in instalments at an applicant's request. The scheme's establishment is an acknowledgement by the Australian Government and state and territory governments that sexual abuse suffered by children in institutional settings was wrong, a betrayal of trust, and should never have happened. The scheme is an important step towards healing and provides a monetary payment as a tangible means of recognising the wrong survivors have suffered, access to counselling or psychological services and a direct personal response from the institutions responsible where a survivor wants that to occur. Over the past 3 years, the scheme has secured the participation of all states and territories, and as of the 15th of October this year, 526 non-government institutions are participating in the scheme. This means the scheme now covers over 69,000 sites across Australia. In addition, nearly 6,400 payments totalling over $551 million have been paid to survivors to date. Unfortunately, some survivors continue to be unable to access redress through the scheme because their institution is not participating. This may be due to a number of factors, including their refusal to join or that they no longer exist. The government remains committed to encouraging all institutions named in applications to fulfil their moral obligation to join the scheme. For those institutions that choose not to join the scheme, the government has introduced financial consequences in order to encourage them to join. This includes institutions being restricted from accessing future Commonwealth grant funding and possible loss of their charitable status and associated tax concessions. It is important that where an institution can join the scheme, that it does so as a matter of urgency and takes responsibility for past abuse by providing redress to survivors. Some survivors are unable to access redress through the scheme as the institution responsible for their abuse no longer exists, or the institution cannot meet the necessary requirements to participate in the scheme. Currently, applications from these survivors can be progressed, and this is why changes to the scheme's funder of last resort provisions are critical. The Australian Government recognises the views of survivors and other key stakeholders and has listened to the concerns raised. We are prioritising initial action on 25 of the 38 review recommendations in full or in part, and investing over $80 million over 4 years in the 21-22 budget to support implementation of these recommendations. Following the government's interim response to the review, the Parliament passed an initial package of legislative amendments, as I have outlined. The more substantial changes recommended by the review required further negotiations with state and territory governments as scheme partners and consultation with the survivors and their advocates. The bill reflects the next legislative changes in response to the review. It expands funder of last resort arrangements, a significant recommendation made as part of the second-year review and one in which the government has been very public in its support for. The bill also strengthens the legislative basis on which institutions are publicly named as having not joined the scheme. Currently, a person can only access redress under funder of last resort arrangements where a government is equally responsible for the abuse of the person. This bill recognises that regardless of whether a government was involved in the abuse of the person, where the institution responsible for the abuse no longer exists, the affected survivors should have the opportunity to access redress. As such, this bill expands the funder of last resort arrangements to allow state and territory governments to be a funder of last resort in this circumstance. Wherever possible, an overarching institution that is affiliated with the defunct institution will be called on to take responsibility. However, where there is no such parent institution, governments can step in and enable access to redress. Mr. Speaker, the bill also provides that a government can be a funder of last resort for an institution that is unable to meet the legislative requirements to participate in the scheme. Presently, an institution cannot be declared as participating in the scheme unless there are reasonable grounds to expect that they can discharge their liabilities and obligation under the scheme. An institution that does not have the financial capacity to pay its redress liabilities would not meet this requirement. There are currently 21 institutions listed on the scheme's website that fall within this category of not meeting the legislative requirements to participate. This means survivors naming these institutions in their applications cannot currently access redress. Expanding funder of last resort arrangements in these circumstances is the right thing to do for survivors. The bill provides the ability for these institutions to partly participate in the scheme. Although unable to fund their redress liability, partly participating institutions can perform other important functions, including providing a direct personal response to survivors. This recognises that many institutions want to do the right thing by survivors and do what they can to ensure a survivor can access all three parts of redress available through the scheme. The Australian Government will contribute half of the funding for the expanded funder of last resort arrangements under a 50-50 cost-shared model with the relevant state and territory governments. This demonstrates the Australian Government's commitment to ensuring as many survivors as possible can access redress. The expanding funder of last resort arrangements aligns with Recommendation 5.1 of the second-year review that allows governments to become a funder of last resort for survivors that would otherwise be unable to access redress or pursue compensation through the civil legal system. These arrangements will not cover institutions that can join the scheme but choose not to. These institutions should join and provide survivors with the redress that they deserve. Institutions shirking their moral obligations will continue to be encouraged to join the scheme, will be publicly named and will be subject to the financial consequences mentioned earlier. Institutions named in applications to the scheme that have not joined within a reasonable time frame are publicly named on the scheme's website. Publicly naming institutions provide survivors who have applied for redress and those considering applying for redress with information on the institution's participation in the scheme and as a lever to further encourage institutions to join the scheme. Mr Speaker, the bill provides that institutions named in applications to the scheme or institutions the scheme operator has a reasonable belief has a connection with the abuse of the person can be publicly named if they do not join. The measure does not change the existing naming practice. It provides a stronger and more administratively efficient basis to publicly name institutions, as well as making it clear to institutions that they will be publicly named should they be able to join the scheme but choose not to join. This measure supports increased institutional participation in the scheme, which in turn will allow more survivors to access redress. The government has worked extensively with the states and territories on this bill, and in line with the scheme's government's arrangements, all state and territory governments have agreed to the amendments. This bill is a second tranche of legislative amendments to the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018 following the review. The Australian Government is pleased to outline the important measures in this bill and will continue to work with scheme stakeholders to bring forward further improvements in response to the recommendations of the review for the benefit of survivors.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for
Mr
Ballarat.
Speaker, I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I now call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the recommendation of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests report concerning legal action in the Federal Court of Australia and possible issues of parliamentary privilege.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The member for Perth may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House 1. Notes the legal action taken in the Federal Court of Australia by Clubs New South Wales against Mr Troy Stoltz, known as Registered Clubs Association of New South Wales v Stoltz. 2. Notes the report of the Standing Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests on its inquiry into whether the legal action raises issues of parliamentary privilege or contempt, such that the House should formally claim privilege and intervene in the court proceedings to assert the protection of parliamentary privilege. 3. Considers that email communications relating to Clubs New South Wales between the Office of the Member for Clark and Mr Stoltz between 17 December 2019 and 1 December 2020 are likely to fall within the definition of proceedings of Parliament under subsection 16(2) of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987, the Act. 4. Notes the restrictions placed by subsection 16(3) of the Act on the treatment of proceedings in Parliament. 5 acknowledges that interpretation of the Act and therefore determination of the application of parliamentary privilege in court proceedings is a matter for the courts, and 6 authorises the Speaker to take steps to ensure that the interests of the House are represented in this matter before the courts, such that parliamentary proceedings are appropriately protected as provided by the Act.
Is the motion seconded?
I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll call the member for Clark.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I thank the committee for their attention to this matter, and I obviously welcome the outcome that the committee has recommended that the House authorise the Speaker to take steps to ensure that the interests of the House are represented in Registered Clubs Association of New South Wales versus Stoltz, such that parliamentary proceedings are appropriately protected as provided under the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1986. Obviously, I support the motion. I hope it will have the support of all members of the House. Deputy Speaker, I think it would be fair to say that all parliamentarians in Canberra, in fact parliamentarians in parliaments right around the country and indeed even overseas in Commonwealth countries, will be very grateful for the increased clarity that this episode promises to bring to the issue of parliamentary privilege. There are precious few precedents and precious little case law in Commonwealth parliaments around the issue of parliamentary privilege, which possibly helps to explain why we're needing to clear things up right now. Perfectly clear, though, Deputy Speaker, is that the protection of communications between the community and parliamentarians is vitally important, especially when those communications are directly related to the work of the parliamentarian in the parliament. And of course, that's what this is all about. That's the origin of why we're standing in the parliament discussing this motion today. This is all to do with a gentleman from New South Wales called Mr. Troy Stoltz, a brave gentleman, I would hasten to add, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Stoltz is a former Clubs New South Wales employee, and he got in contact with me in late 2019 and was in regular contact with me for some time after that, or with my office, I should say more accurately. During that interaction, Mr. Stoltz provided me with documents obtained in connection with his employment at Clubs New South Wales, and in particular a board paper detailing how the vast majority of registered Clubs in New South Wales were not, or at least were not, complying with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing legislation. And this was contained in a Clubs New South Wales board paper. This was hard evidence, widespread non-compliance in New South Wales registered clubs with very important federal legislation designed to rein in and stamp out money laundering and terrorism financing. Mr. Stoltz came to me with the express intention of trying to get me, or seeking to get me, to ventilate these concerns and to present that hard evidence in the parliament. And that I did. And in fact, in early 2020, I stood in the House and I ventilated this information and I sought to table the board paper that Mr. Stoltz had provided me with. In other words, there is an unambiguous and direct link from his approach to me doing my work in the parliament. Of course, Clubs New South Wales have subsequently taken legal action against Mr. Stoltz, and the federal court has ruled that the communications between Mr. Stoltz and me may be used as evidence in the court case. And this, of course, is what I dispute. This is why I referred the matter to the House, and this is the matter that now is the substance of this motion before the House. Deputy Speaker, there are obviously so many alarming dimensions to this whole issue about Mr. Stoltz and quite frankly, the threat to parliamentary privilege, not just in in the House of Representatives, but to the threat to parliamentary privilege that would come from an adverse precedent here in parliaments right around Australia and right around Commonwealth countries. Let's remember the powers and protections that are in place under the Privileges Act to enable the parliament to carry out its functions properly, including debating matters of importance freely, discussing grievances and discussing investigations effectively without interference from the government, the courts or anyone else. And this is important, Deputy Speaker. This matters, and we must be very careful not to allow any precedent to be established to diminish these very important protections. And if the parliament does not seek to intervene in some way in the current matter of Clubs New South Wales versus Stoltz, then there is a very real risk that parliamentary privilege will be diminished in some way. But even more broadly than what we need to do our job, what the parliament needs to function effectively, the protections afforded by parliamentary privilege are actually needed by the public. I mean, it's not their privilege, but it has the effect of protecting people in the parliament to ventilate important issues when they would otherwise be voiceless. And in particular, whistleblowers like Mr Stoltz. I mean, let's not forget the substantive matter here, Deputy Speaker. The substantive matter is not that Troy Stoltz gave me a board paper from Clubs New South Wales. The substantive matter, and is still, as far as I'm aware, uninvestigated matter by federal authorities, including AUSTRAC, is that almost all registered clubs in New South Wales are, or at least were, not complying with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing legislation, and that the Clubs New South Wales peak body was effectively running a protection racket for them and is still trying to run a protection racket for them right now by trying to silence and destroy Mr Stoltz in the federal court. I mean, this is the substantive matter. That should be what everyone's running around and should be on the front of the newspapers. And the issue of parliamentary privilege should be just taken for granted, and we shouldn't be needing to take this action, but of course we are. And of course this isn't the first time, Deputy Speaker, that I have come into the parliament informed directly by brave whistleblowers and brought to the public's attention issues of great public importance. In cases where the whistleblowers had nowhere else to turn, where in the case of Crown, where whistleblowers had tried to get traction with Victoria Police, with the Victorian Gambling Regulator, with AUSTRAC, with the Federal Police, with Border Force, with anyone else who might have some jurisdiction. But in the end, it was left to them to come to me and for me to stand up in the parliament and to with the absolute privilege that I do enjoy in the parliament, to ventilate those concerns. That's one of the few reasons why Crown Casino is in such strife at the moment. That I had a group of poker machine technicians come to me in 2017 and give me hard evidence of misconduct at Crown, including money laundering, poker machine tampering, domestic violence, gun running, and I was able to table a USB in the parliament with their recorded testimonies. More recently, a brave whistleblower came to me to talk about what was going on at the private terminal at Tullamarine, how aircraft were coming in, with some foreign national for a weekend at Crown Casino in Melbourne with 15 bags, and heavens knows what was in those bags, presumably cash to be launched through Crown Casino. More recently, it was only because of a brave Victorian gambling regulator that I was able to reveal and again attempted to table in the parliament the video footage of an Aldi shopping bag with a couple of $1 million in it being money laundered in the Sun City junket room at Crown Casino. Now, I don't rehash all of this history, Deputy Speaker, to big note myself. I do it to honour the brave whistleblowers who have come to members of parliament with their concerns in the public interest, and those approaches have led directly to the work of parliamentarians in the parliament, an unbroken chain from approach, discussion, handover material, MP stands up and ventilates it in the parliament, in the public interest, protected by the absolute privilege of the Privileges Act. And that's what we're here today, Deputy Speaker, to defend, to hopefully pass this motion, authorise the Speaker to somehow intervene in Clubs New South Wales versus Stolt, to have that the communications with me to be not allowed to be used in that case, and to set a very powerful precedent for all parliaments of the Commonwealth right around not just the country but around the world, that parliamentary privilege is real, it's powerful, it's effective, and it will be used to protect the parliament and to protect the functioning of the parliament. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Denison. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Watson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I won't detain the House long. I know there's important business about to occur. I simply want to thank the Privileges Committee for dealing with this. It shows, as most members are aware, the Privileges Committee has continued to act in a non-partisan way and make sure that it's defending the effective functions of this House. This resolution is really important for this reason. If we're to have free debate in this House, it's essential that people are protected in their communications with us. Anything less than that means we no longer have free debate in this House. Now, for a long time, it's been the case that speakers, if issues arose during a period of sittings, that they would prefer there to be direct authority from the House before they took action with the courts. This resolution provides exactly that authority for the Speaker to be able to make representations on behalf of the House to the courts on the exact issue that the previous member just spoke of. There are times when the House is not sitting, either because we're in a long recess or that we're in caretaker period, where the Speaker should be in no doubt that from this resolution there is a clear request from the House that we want the privileges protected. When parliamentary privilege is asserted, we want to make sure that it's followed through on, and we want to make sure that it is well understood that it's the view of the House that free debate is only protected if people can feel they have confidence in being able to come to members of parliament and provide information that might otherwise have been confidential.
I thank the member for Watson. I just apologise to the member for Clark. I called him by his old seat. Just old habits die hard. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion: that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private members' business orders of the day relating to the Climate Change National Framework and Adaptation and Mitigation Bill 2021 and the Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2021, standing in my name, be called on immediately, debated together and given priority over all other business for final determination of the House.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
The member for Warringah.
I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private members' business orders of the day relating to the Climate Change National Framework and Adaptation for Adaptation and Mitigation Bill 2021 and the Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2021, standing in my name, be called on immediately, debated together and given priority over all other business for final determination of the House. We need to suspend standing orders so that we may debate the Climate Change Bill. We are less than a week out from the Olympics of International Policy, the Conference of the Parties 26 in Glasgow. The UN emissions gap was released today. Current pledges have us on track for 2.7 degrees of warming. The alarm bells are ringing. It's a code red. World leaders need to come together and commit to significant emissions reductions by 2030. It's time to stop playing politics with our future and listen to the science. The report makes clear that cuts of at least 55% by 2030 are needed. The world needs an orderly transition away from fossil fuels. Australia needs a plan for an orderly transition away from fossil fuels, but we don't have one. Yesterday, we were presented with a slideshow of graphs and no new commitment by 2030. No increasement investment in clean technologies, no education or training program to assist workers and communities worried about their future, no process or programs to ensure scientists, experts and communities have a voice and are part of the roadmap to net zero. There are moments in history when leaders have the opportunity to show what they're made of, and this is one of them. This is the time to join nations of high ambition and restore our international standing. I welcome the government's commitment to net zero by 2050, and I thank all those who have campaigned relentlessly and pushed for that minimum commitment. But it's a baby step, and it will be meaningless if it's not backed by actual transition. Technology and business and investment need policy certainty. That is the purpose of Parliament, to ensure that we have a robust debate and pass legislation that addresses the challenges ahead. We need to set Australia up. That's why it's so urgent that we debate and vote on the climate change bills. We must legislate a clear framework to enable a clear, sensible, cost-effective transition, one that is based on expert advice, that listens to the regions and impacted communities. If you believe it, legislate it. Anything less than these is passing the buck on to the next generation. We need to pass the bill, not the buck. The government wants to ignore the proven technologies we have now. They are ready now, and instead wants to focus on hypothetical technologies that have failed to deliver carbon capture and storage and hope that somehow they will offset continuing business as usual. We can't commit to net zero but approve new coal and gas fields. We can't present a 129-page pamphlet to address the biggest security, economic and environmental threat we face. To put things in perspective, the United Kingdom's plan, as required under their Climate Change Act, is 21 documents, some 1,868 pages long. It has heat pump grants, EV incentives, ending gas boiler and fossil fuel-powered vehicle sales. It's Treasury reviewed and the Climate Change Committee approved. It has a pathway for every sector to 2037. What does Australia have? We have a 15-page PowerPoint and a 129-page information brochure that is empty of actual substance. That's why this motion needs to pass so that we can debate the climate change bill. It's very important that we put this behind us. We need to lock net zero into law and a framework that will ensure proper planning, accountability, integrity, transparency and the most efficient pathway possible. That's what these bills deliver. It's worked overseas. It is a proven model. The United Kingdom has had their Climate Change Act since 2008. It has directly contributed to emissions reduction and their transition to low emissions technologies. They are on track for 68% emissions reduction on 2005 levels by 2030. Their framework works, and that's why we need it as well. Our economy is badly exposed to climate impacts. Simultaneously, it's uniquely positioned to thrive in a net zero world. Deloitte Access Economics have forecast that there would be 880,000 fewer jobs by 2070 if we leave climate change unchecked. The Business Council of Australia has commissioned Deloitte to model what would happen if we do act. Remarkably, we can add $890 billion to the economy, almost 200,000 jobs, and households would be $5,000 better off per year. Importantly, if we adopt a stronger 2030 target of at least 50% emission reductions on 2005 levels, we would add $210 billion. These figures are dependent on policy certainty and confidence. We can provide this policy certainty with a vote and a debate on the climate change bills. The economic case is compelling, there's no doubt. That's why every sector of the Australian economy are demanding more action from the government, from the unions to academics to health professionals to business and communities. They all have lent their voice to mine and my colleagues here on the crossbench to call for the bill to be debated in this House and passed. 6,500 submissions to the inquiry into this bill, 99.9% in support. Business, most importantly, they want certainty. They want a pathway out of COVID and towards a new resilient economy. We cannot keep putting obstacles in their path. The Business Council of Australia said the bill will be critical to mapping out a pathway to net zero. The Responsible Investment Association of Australasia said the bill is integral to providing certainty to investors. We need to smooth the way for business, and that can only be done with clear legislation. Today we can debate this important measure. We can put the climate wars to bed. You can actually, your power in this place is to actually debate and pass meaningful legislation. We know that 2 in 3 coal jobs will disappear in the next 2 decades, whether the Nationals like it or not. We have been warned. Change is coming, and we must plan for a fair employment transition for these communities, not sell them fantasies that their industries will be around forever. We must protect people, not old industries. We must be prepared, and that can only be done with clear legislation. So I call on the members of this parliament who tell their communities that they are here for climate action, that they believe in the science. This is your opportunity for your words to be met with action. I urge you to vote in support of this motion. Australian climate policy needs to be taken out of the hands of the National Party and openly debated in Parliament. To get past the blockers, the government can allow debate today and an open vote on the climate change bill, like we did for the same-sex marriage vote. And then members can represent their communities. They can vote in favour of a sensible, proven solution to climate policy impasse. We can stop passing the buck for future generations. I urge members of this place to support the motion. Thank you.
I thank the member for Warringah. Is the motion seconded? The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to second this motion, and I commend the member for Warringah for bringing it to the House. And I do so as a representative of rural and regional Australian electorate. It is time to debate and vote on this bill, a bill which sets out a clear framework through which we can pursue a bright economic agenda in regional Australia in response to climate change. This bill sets out in law a commitment that the vast majority of Australians support, that we will decarbonise our economy by the middle of the century. Now, the government has told us this week that finally it has committed to reach net zero emissions by 2050. What this bill does is require that the government of the day, whether it is this government, the next government or any government that follows, has detailed plans to meet legislated emissions reductions targets. That's why it is so important. It gives our nation confidence that any government, this one or those that follow, will do this. I've worked closely with the member for Warringah to make sure this bill would actually deliver for rural and regional Australians in a transparent way, not in a secret way, not in a fingers crossed and let's hope we make it kind of way. I've inserted a regional economic safeguard mechanism that requires the new Climate Commission to make sure that regional Australia secures an equitable share of the economic benefits of a net zero transition. And we've just heard the member for Warringah lay out so articulately what those possibilities are in terms of economic growth. I've also inserted a Regions First clause that requires the Climate Commission to implement a strategy to maximise the economic benefits for rural and regional Australia in the transition to net zero. And I want rural and regional Australians to listen and think about this, because this gives us the guarantees that the government is not giving us right now. The Business Council of Australia estimates, as the member has just told us, there could be $890 billion on the table for us to be better off with a net zero economy. This bill would ensure that the regions maximise their share of that incredible opportunity before us. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've inserted a regions at the table rule that says the board of the new Climate Commission must have expertise in regional development. This is the bill we should be debating and voting on today. This is the bill that would take us to Glasgow with credibility, but more importantly, it would take us to the future with certainty. Regional Australians have every right to feel completely let down by the coalition government right now. The economic opportunities for regional Australia from the growth of zero-carbon industries are simply enormous, And the government promised a detailed plan to capture that opportunity, but yesterday the Prime Minister gave us no such plan. The Prime Minister seemingly announced nothing at all for the regions. Zero new policies, zero new investments and zero new opportunities for regional Australia. They've had 8 years in power to figure this out. The Parliament could legislate this bill today. Members on all sides could vote today if they wanted to. Australia is lagging at the back of the pack when it comes to climate action, and now we're not even at the starting line when it comes to clarity and certainty. Right now, farmers in Germany own 10% of all renewable energy generation. 10%. The first loads of green steel have already rolled off production lines in the factories of Sweden. Tesla's gigafactory in the USA is already churning out lithium-ion batteries and employing 10,000 people in the process. And this could be happening right here, right now. This really distresses me. If we pass this bill and others like it, like my Australian Local Power Agency bill that's sitting before this parliament too, there could be regional Australian industries, regional Australian jobs, but these opportunities are sailing right by us because this government is incapable of offering up detailed economic plans for our regions. There is no plan to make sure regional Australians see the benefits in the renewable energy plan boom that's coming. There is no plan to help the timber mills of my electorate to transition off gas and onto cheap renewables. There is no plan to guarantee that bushfire-affected communities in my electorate will have community batteries and energy securities. The National Party has struck a secret deal with the Liberals over this issue, and apparently they have nothing to say for regional communities beyond something that I welcome, a Productivity Commission review. But a review? I welcome a review, but it is not a plan nor a blueprint for regional Australia. I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is the motion be disagreed to. The Assistant Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm elated to be able to speak against this bill. And I do so for a very simple reason. I think I must be one of the few speak against this motion because I must have been one of the few people who's actually read it. Many of my constituents, as I know occurs in many other electorates, have had contact from their community talking about the member for Warringah's bill, whether they'd vote in favour of it, and of course now we've got a motion saying they would like to bring it on. So I actually went and read the bill and tried to understand what it was trying to achieve, what its objective was. And it's quite clear what its plan is. It's to establish a new bureaucracy. And if you actually go and look at the detail of the bill, what it talks about is building a bureaucracy so that they can then go on to develop a plan. It isn't a plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions. It isn't a plan to improve the Australian economy. It isn't a plan to take the Australian community with us. But I'll show you what one is, Deputy Speaker. It's the plan that the Prime Minister tabled in the Parliament yesterday, 130 pages that goes through step by step how we are going to work towards delivering a net zero target by 2050 for the Australian community. It's a plan that's comprehensive. In fact, it's the first economy-wide plan to achieve net zero by 2050 that has ever been presented by a government in this country. And that is a critical change from the past. By comparison, the member for Warringah's bill is a focus on how we build a bureaucracy to be empowered over this parliament to make those decisions for us. And make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, I am a Democrat and proudly a Democrat. The foundation of the Morrison government's approach is to make sure that we take positions to the Australian people, we get them endorsed at an election, and then we go on and implement them. The alternative under the member Warringah's bill that she's presented previously is to create a new climate czar and a series of bureaucrats who would literally have veto powers over this parliament. That is not just an attack on this parliament, though it is. It's an attack on the Australian people and their capacity to be able to have a voice, a discussion and be part of the process in consideration of developing policy to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. And to her credit, the member for Warringah just outlined that in this parliament in her speech only moments ago, where she talked explicitly about taking climate policy, quote, out of the hands of democratically elected representatives. Now, frankly, I can't imagine that members of even the Labor Party would agree with such a plan to take out of the hands of democratically elected representatives climate change policy. But this is consistent in her approach, where she has sought to undermine not just our democracy, but of course also the Australian people in being part of this conversation. We want to make sure that Australians are part of this conversation, because it's not just a discussion around improving the environment, though it is. It's not just a discussion, of course, about the future of the Australian economy, though it is, but that we want to take rural and regional communities and those that may have impacts on them disproportionately along the journey, because we want to improve their communities and seize the moment and the opportunity. The other thing we heard from the member for Warringah is that, in comparison to the United Kingdom, they have thousands of pages of legislation in different areas of strategies. Well, the simple reality is, yes, we have a 169-page plan without a giant new bureaucracy established by this parliament, as was tabled by the Prime Minister in question time yesterday. But it builds across the pillars that the government has already built in areas such as our modern manufacturing strategy, our critical mineral strategy, where we will seize the moment and the opportunity to extract minerals to be part of the technologies of the future, particularly renewable technologies, to the integration of environmental standards that go into things like the building code. Now, the member for Warringah then goes on and says, well, why not legislate a target? Well, firstly, we took our target to the people at the last election, and it was endorsed by them. The Labor Party took a different target, and of course they were defeated. But more critically, we actually did an international analysis of the number of countries that have legislated targets. Of about 193 countries or thereabouts that have made international commitments, only 7 have legislated their targets. Western Australia and Queensland, their state Labor governments, have not legislated targets. But the member opposite, member for McMahon, raises the United Kingdom. I'm quite happy to talk about that, because one of the reasons why we don't go down the path of legislating targets is because it empowers people outside this parliament to override it. We know from the member's legislation that she previously presented to this parliament, Deputy Speaker, that she wanted to appoint bureaucrats who could veto this parliament on climate change policy, as despicable as that is. But you just need to look at how, and the member McMahon raised, what happens in the United Kingdom. They legislated their target. Then what activists are doing is using it as a vehicle to then go on and use the courts to shut down democratic decision-making. We just need to look at it here, Deputy Speaker. Campaigners have launched a legal challenge to try to prevent billions of pounds of taxpayers' money being spent on a huge road-building program which they say breaches the UK's legal commitments. I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, I'm a Democrat. I believe that parliamentary sovereignty matters. I think the people who are elected to this parliament should decide the law. And it isn't just new road projects. They're trying to shut down the development of new airports. And it doesn't matter what push the Labor Party has and the independent member for Warringah has, I will stand by the Australian people. And we've seen now the human consequences of the European approach, where in the lead-up to this winter we have a backing by bureaucrats on a small number of technologies and the rising risk of higher energy prices and many people increasingly unable to afford the capacity to heat their homes. That is a despicable approach in terms of public policy. We're going to take an approach which backs the Australian people, that backs households, and of course that backs building the future of the Australian economy so that we can take the community with us. And that's why yesterday we hit such a milestone, a coalition government hitting out a target for net zero by 2050 and then a comprehensive plan, a 130-page plan about how we are going to get there. Let's look at it as a comparison to the Australian Labor Party, of course. We know that they don't have a 2030 target. They have a 2050 target, but literally it would fit on a fortune cookie, the extent of the detail. You compare that to the coalition. We take targets to an election. We get them endorsed by the Australian people. We then go on and develop a plan. And, of course, we then go on and implement said plan. Because the planet doesn't care about good intentions alone. It cares about outcomes. And let's look at the record of outcomes. The average emissions reduction since 2005 for OECD countries is 7%. Australia has already reached 21% emissions reduction since 2005, so times 3. You look at comparable countries where you have the United States, it's only achieved about 10%. Then you look at a country like China that, of course, has seen emissions rise by nearly 70% over the time frame. What we are showing is leadership. Leadership about how we are going to cut our emissions and provide the pathway for so many other countries to follow that leadership, but in an Australian way that focuses on building the foundations of the Australian
The Minister
economy.
will resume his seat. The member for Warringah on a point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Chair. This is a motion as to why we should debate this today.
Yeah, no, there's no point of order. The Assistant Minister to continue.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's irrelevant interjection, because what we're talking about is the substantive issue of how we're delivering a lower carbon future for Australia and building the future of the Australian economy. And one of the critical things about the member for Warringah's bill is that it doesn't rule some things out. And this is important. By staying silent, there's a secret agenda. And what we know from the Labor Party is that they have gone to the elections previously and said, quote, there will be no carbon tax under a government we lead, then go on and implemented it. We know that the member for Warringah wants carbon taxes. Well, this isn't a secret about it, and she won't, if she doesn't, then she can simply rule it out in her bill and say that there shouldn't be carbon taxes, but we know in practice there will be, because what she wants to do is empower bureaucrats to make decisions at the expense of the sovereign people. Our interest is in what we need to do to save the planet. Our interest in what we need to do to cut emissions and continue the trajectory in which we are delivering. But more critically, we want to focus on how we build jobs for the future so that every Australian can realise their ambition. Save the planet and make a buck.
The Assistant Minister's time has expired. The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party is delighted to support the suspension of standing orders so this parliament can do its job. The Assistant Minister just asserted in one of these more bizarre performances in a low bar that it is anti-democratic for a member of parliament to introduce a piece of legislation to be debated in the parliament and voted upon. Now, I don't agree with every single thing in the honourable member for Warringah's bill. That's fine. That's what the parliament's for. If it came on for a vote, we'd have the chance to move amendments, to discuss the situation, to actually pass a law with the support of the parliament. But I make this prediction. The suspension of standing orders today will unfortunately fail because the government will use its numbers to crush debate in the House of Representatives. The government will use its numbers to stop this parliament doing its job. And the government will abide by a recommendation from that well-known modern Liberal, the member for North Sydney, not to bring this bill on for a vote. And the member for Wentworth will vote against bringing this on for a vote. The member for Higgins will vote against bringing this on for a vote. The member for Goldstein has already spoken against bringing this on for a vote. The member for Kooyong will vote against bringing this on for a vote. These modern Liberals, who are lions in their electorate and are mice in Canberra, will stifle this vote. So I predict this bill will not come on for a vote. I predict this bill will not have the chance to be debated in this parliament. The member for Goldstein had arguments against it, pretty weak ones, but he could have made those arguments in a substantive debate before the parliament and explained why this government thinks we shouldn't legislate for net zero and all the other things that are in the legislation.
The time
Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill should be debated and this parliament should do it.
That the motion be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
That's good. I think that's a smart. Don't send out the FAQs. Because there's a couple of clicks after you sign the petition you can find it.
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray, tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler, tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative.
You ready, clerk? The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Territories Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Facilitation Bill 2021.
Yeah. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Consequential Amendment Bill 2021. Call the member for Moncrieff in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I continue telling the story of Indigenous elder Patricia O'Connor, who, along with her sister Isola, Patricia also negotiated for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander servicemen and women to march under their own flags in the Brisbane Anzac Day parade. And Mrs O'Connor was born to Aboriginal parents Stanley Uke and Edith Graham. Stan was a former Aboriginal champion boxer who had graced the ring in Brisbane's Festival Hall in the mid-1920s. And Edith was the youngest daughter of well-known Aboriginal matriarch Jenny Graham, who raised her children with husband Andrew Graham in Southport, in my electorate, from the 1900s onwards. Patricia said the Aboriginal community of the day was close-knit and supportive of each other. She grew up in contact with her extended family, who were the traditional people of Bedesert, Southport and Stradbroke Island. Quote, "I had a lovely childhood," she said. "The family was very close and we always felt very loved. When Patricia was aged 5, the family relocated to Southport to live with Granny Graham and her many relatives on the banks of the Nerang River by the Broadwater. Quote, "I was actually like paradise," Mrs O'Connor said. "Our cousins lived close by and the mangroves and oceans were our playgrounds." She was born in Bedesert Hospital, representing the first generation of her Aboriginal family line not to be born in the bush. The Australian Constitution was just 28 years old, Deputy Speaker, and it didn't recognise Aborigines. Aboriginal people were cut off from the rights enjoyed by Australian citizens, such as land ownership, the basic wage and access to public facilities, such as swimming pools, theatres and hotels. Removal policies meant children could be taken from families without notice or explanation, resulting in the stolen generations. This is what these bills are about, Deputy Speaker, making sure those affected by separation from their families have access to redress for the pain and the suffering they endured. As a respected elder in her community, Mrs O'Connor appears to not dwell on the injustices of the past, and instead she points to the work that needs to be done to create better opportunities for Mobo Jajam, tomorrow's children. She said, "I think people need to know their own history. They need to know the truth of what happened in their neighbourhood and around Australia. Then they need to get to work to make it a better place. Don't be afraid of hard work and know your own story." Wiser words were never spoken, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mrs O'Connor's sentiments. Can I acknowledge Judith Kerr from the Quest newspapers for this story, Mr Deputy Speaker? It seems on the surface an inspirational and a good story to share from Queensland, but Australians know that Aboriginal Australians have been marginalised in our country for generations, and it's simply not okay. A national apology has been made, and now, as outlined by Patricia O'Connor, we continue our work to assist the Indigenous peoples of our great country to improve their lives. As a government, we continue to work to close the gap between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and non-Indigenous Australians. And I congratulate the Minister here in the House on the work that he continues to do for all Indigenous Australians. He knows more than most the effects of the stolen generations. As members of his own family, we're just that, as outlined and respected by the member for Barton. On the 5th of August 2021, the Prime Minister announced the Australian Government's commitment to a $378.6 million financial and wellbeing scheme for stolen generation survivors who were removed as children from their families in the Northern Territory or the Australian Capital Territory prior to their respective self-government, or the Jervis Bay Territory, collectively known as the Territories. This package is known as the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme and will be administered by the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the NIAA. The scheme will operate from 1 March 22 to 30 June 26 and will be open for applications between 1 March 22 and 28 February 26. The redress scheme will recognise the harm caused by forced removal from family for stolen generation survivors. It will assist with the healing of this trauma for stolen generation survivors who were forcibly removed in the Territories. It will help survivors gain access to counselling and support services, so important, a direct face-to-face or written apology and a financial payment. Redress provided through the scheme will enable eligible applicants to access a one-off payment of $75,000 in recognition of the harm caused by that forced removal, and the one-off healing assistance payment of $7,000 in recognition that the action to facilitate healing is specific to each and every individual. It will provide the opportunity for each survivor to confidentially tell their story about the impact of their removal to a senior official within government, have their story acknowledged and receive a face-to-face or written direct personal response. This is truth-telling, Mr Deputy Speaker. They can tell their true stories of the appalling events that happened to them, and it's the beginning of their healing process. The Stolen Generations Redress Scheme represents an important practical step forward to healing in this country and reflects our government's commitment to reconciliation. The redress scheme supports intergenerational healing and will positively impact the health and well-being of stolen generation survivors, their families and their communities. These bills will facilitate the operation of certain aspects of the redress scheme for stolen generation survivors who were removed as children from their families in the Northern Territory or the ACT Territory or the Jervis Bay Territory. They will ensure that a participant in the scheme will not be adversely affected by receiving a redress payment. This is achieved by providing that receipt of a redress payment does not affect a participant's access to or eligibility for any future payments or services provided by the Commonwealth or require the repayment of an amount to the Commonwealth. The Healing Foundation's work to address trauma passed from generation to generation will indeed continue to inform the government's redress scheme for stolen generation survivors. The bills will make some general rules on how redress payments are to be protected and will make minor changes to the Bankruptcy Act of 1966, the Social Security Act of 1991, the Veterans Entitlements Act of 1986 and Income Tax Assessment Act 1997 to ensure that a participant in the scheme will not be adversely affected by receiving a redress payment. The Consequential Amendments Bill also facilitates cross-checking of identity information provided by applicants with information held by the Department of Social Services and Services Australia through change to the Social Security Administration Act 1994. It's important for anyone listening to outline that their eligibility criteria, which I'll quickly do. You must be an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person under the age of 18 years at the time you were removed from your family by government bodies, including the police, churches, mission and or welfare bodies, and in circumstances where your indigeneity was a factor in your removal and removed whilst living in the Northern Territory, ACT and Jervis Bay Territory as outlined previously. Further details will be announced closer to the applications opening next year, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I encourage those who qualify for this redress scheme to apply for it because it will be the beginning of your healing journey and it will advance our nation and bring Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander and First Nations people and the rest of Australia closer together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all those members who've contributed to the debate. It's a pleasure to stand here today to support the bill that will facilitate the operation of certain aspects of this redress scheme. The objective of the bill is to ensure that receipt of a redress payment does not affect a person's access to or eligibility for any pensions, payments, benefits or services, however described, provided by the Commonwealth, or require the repayment of an amount to the Commonwealth, and to ensure that the redress payment is absolutely inalienable. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to facilitate the operation of the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the bill to be read, for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the bill now be read a third time.
Question is this bill be now read a third time. All those in opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to facilitate the operation of the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Consequential Amendments Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McMahon. Oh, it's the next one. Question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential matters in connection with the establishment of the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for third reading to be moved immediately? Member Fenner.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Member Fenner. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the bill now be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to deal with consequential matters in connection with the establishment of the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party strongly supports this bill. We strongly support it because we've called for it. We've pointed out over many months that this bill was urgent, and this bill is way overdue. And as is so often the case with the Morrison government, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, the government comes very, very late to the party, but we welcome them to the party as late as they are. Offshore wind has huge potential for Australia. Just as we have huge potential in solar, being a country which has the best solar potential in the world, we have self-evidently a very long coastline. Every school student knows we are an island nation. It goes without much thought to reach the conclusion that we have very big offshore wind potential. But we have been one of the very few countries in the world where it is unlawful for a proponent of offshore wind to pursue that and install offshore wind, which is a complete failure of logic and must be urgently remedied, as the Labor Party has been saying for many, many months. We have some of the best wind resources in the world, particularly off our southern coast. And this is a resource which must be harnessed for the good of the country. We have more offshore wind resource than we could use ourselves, Mr Deputy Speaker, and indeed it provides export opportunities for Australia. We are a country which has exported energy for many years, and we will be a country which exports energy for many years to come, but of course that energy mix will change. And that is the case only if we embrace the proper policy framework to manage that change and continue to be a country which exports, creating jobs. Other countries are getting on with it. A Prime Minister recently said in 10 years' time offshore wind will be powering every home in the country. It was the Prime Minister of Great Britain. At his speech to the Conservative Party conference this time last year, he outlined a plan, a good plan for offshore wind for the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom already has the largest offshore wind generation capacity, and in October 2020 the United Kingdom government announced a target of 40 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030, which was a significant increase. Energy providers are already getting on with it, and there are something like 15 proposals all around the country at varying degrees of readiness, but all well developed, but all waiting for this important piece of legislation. The one that is most advanced is Star of the South off Gippsland. And I've visited Morwell, I've looked at the plans, I've spoken to the proponents, and I use Star of the South as an example, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it tells a very good story about the capacity of offshore wind. Offshore wind, if the proposal for the Star of the South was operating today, it would provide 20% of Victoria's energy needs as we speak. One offshore wind installation would provide 20% of Victoria's energy needs because it is windier off the coast, because the turbines are tall. Offshore wind has a capacity to provide a lot of energy. One turn of one offshore wind turbine provides as much energy as an average rooftop solar installation does all day. One turn of one turbine. And these turbines turn 15 times a minute. And then you multiply the number of turbines in each installation. It gives you an idea of the scale. But the other story of offshore wind, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the jobs created. It is labour intensive. Because the turbines move quickly, they require a lot of maintenance. And because the turbines are offshore, the maintenance workers have to be taken to the turbines, which creates maritime jobs and ports jobs. And I say this is a good thing. I say it's good that a lot of jobs are created. And there's a third reason to support offshore wind. It's not just that the jobs are created, it's that the jobs are created in areas which are going through economic change. The jobs are created in the same areas which have powered Australia for so long, because the offshore wind farms tend to want to feed into our grid, in the case of most of Australia, the National Energy Market grid, where the grid is strongest, where the connectors are, and that is where energy has long been generated. Areas like Gippsland and Latrobe, like Newcastle and the Hunter Valley, like the Illawarra, Gladstone and Central Queensland. These are the areas, in many cases, where offshore wind proposals are existing. So there will be jobs created in areas where we need to diversify the economy, because we want to see on this side of the House the world's climate emergency be the jobs opportunity of regional Australia, and it can be and will be with the right policy settings. These are the areas which have powered Australia for so long, who have access to the grid, to the ports for exports, and importantly, access to a wonderful skills base of the workers who have generated power for so long. That skills base is readily transferable to more renewable energy, including offshore wind. For example, I've spoken already about the United Kingdom's offshore wind industry. It's a good example. Again, in terms of jobs created, 26,000 people already work in the offshore wind industry in the United Kingdom, with another 70,000 people forecast to be working there by 2026, which is not that far away. And as I said, there are many varying proposals around the country. OceanX, with whom I've met, is looking at spending $31 billion to build 7.5 gigawatts worth of offshore wind and significantly upgrade ports. Our green energy partners have projects that they are proposing off the Illawarra and off Newcastle. They want to use Port Kembla as a construction hub, creating jobs in the Illawarra where they are so desperately needed. So this is an industry, I think, which has huge potential for Australia and must be embraced. And we must move fast. This legislation is important, but it is not the be-all and end-all. It provides significant power to the minister to declare areas, for example. I have no problem with that. But it's a power which he should exercise appropriately, prudently and carefully, but expeditiously, to ensure that this industry, which has waited so long for government action, can now get on with it. Now, that is not to say that this bill is perfect, Mr Deputy Speaker, as strongly as we support it. There are improvements we would have liked to have seen made. And the Senate committee, which is a bipartisan committee, agrees, and they've made recommendations to the government, and I'm surprised and disappointed, or perhaps disappointed, but with this minister not so surprised, that the government has ignored the bipartisan recommendations to improve the bill. Government senators who led the committee made some suggestions, and they're suggestions that I take on board as the Shadow Minister, amending the Objects Clause to better incorporate electricity transmission and exports. We can be, as I said before, an energy exporting nation. There's infrastructure required to do so, whether it be submarine cables or hydrogen facilities to export our renewable energy, but it can and should be done, and the objects of the bill should reflect that. There should be an amendment on consultation requirements for declared areas. Now, we have a long coastline. Not every part of our coastline is suitable for offshore wind, hence the opportunity for the minister to declare areas. There will be some instances where that is controversial. Communities should have ownership and a voice in doing so, and there should be consultation requirements on the minister for consultation in relation to declaration. And the government should consider amendments to the changes in control provisions as well. There has been a minor technical amendment suggested to allow for a different change in control thresholds for individual licences to be considered transparently during the licence application process, while still maintaining the government's intended outcomes, which seems a sensible suggestion to me, but the government has indicated they will not be taking on the advice of their own members as well as the opposition. There are also concerns held on this side of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the occupational health and safety elements of this bill. The Senate inquiry heard two additional concerns, and that are not reflected in the final report, but which are reflected in concerns held by the opposition. In particular, the bill's work health and safety framework is confusing and disappointing. The committee heard substantial evidence that the government has not adopted the national harmonised WHS law in the bill. The committee heard that the government has amended those laws into an unrecognisable state. I am perplexed by that. I do not understand why the government would do that. Without harmonisation of these WHS frameworks, we may end up with a situation where a worker would be subject to one regime onshore, a second regime while transiting to the offshore wind establishment, and a third regime while actually working on the offshore wind establishment. Now, this poses considerable risk of confusion for both workers and employers. It's a complicated situation for employers who, in the vast majority of circumstances, want to comply with the law. I do not understand why the government wants to create so much red tape and make the law so complicated. To be fair, there is disagreement on these points, including between the department and the regulated stakeholders representing both employers and workers, but that again underlines the importance of getting it right and getting it clearer. Now, given this significant difference of opinion, I do urge the government to urgently undertake further consultation on both the content of the WHS provisions and their coverage. And if the government chooses not to do that, if there is a change of government at the next election, we will undertake that consultation. We believe that we should improve and harmonise the WHS regulatory frameworks covering workers in offshore clean energy. That's reflected in the Labor Party's national platform already, and it will be reflected in our approach in office. This is good for workers and good for employers if we fix this and get this right, and we regard it as being crucial. There is time. With the best will in the world, if this legislation passes both houses expeditiously, there's still some way to go, for the government's regulatory regime. And then, of course, proponents have a good deal of work ahead of them. So it is not the case that offshore wind will be being built in coming weeks or months. So the government has time to do this, and indeed an incoming Labor government would have time to do this should we win the next election. Now, our second concern is the bill does not require local benefits to be included in the merit criteria for licences. Now, I think many communities would welcome offshore wind because of the jobs created and the economic activity created for young people, for workers who might be displaced in other energy generation. But I accept that there will be controversies. I'm aware of some offshore wind proposals which are controversial, particularly in Tasmania. Not every proposal will meet with community support, but every proposal needs community ownership and support to be truly successful. And partly it will depend on the consultation process undertaken by the proponents. Again, I do not mind saying in the House that the Star of the South proposal has undertaken excellent community consultation, and as I understand it, has strong support in the Gippsland community. But not every proponent will always be as assiduous in engaging in community consultation. So it should be the case that local benefits should be required in the merit criteria for licences. When the Minister of the Day is considering whether to grant an offshore electricity licence, he or she should be required to consider the benefits for local workers, for businesses, for communities, and importantly, traditional owners and First Nations people. I think this is important that this is reflected either in the legislation, ideally, or in the detailed regulations, and I would urge the government to again consider amending the legislation to make this clear. This is an issue not just for offshore wind, but for renewable energy installations more broadly, for transmission lines particularly. I've met at the request of the member for Ballarat with people concerned about the impacts of transmission lines through that community. They have excellent ideas about how community support and ownership can be improved. This is a massive undertaking across the country to massively upgrade renewable energy generation and upgrade the transmission grid to get that renewable energy to where it will be consumed. It is going to require a lot of community support, and we make it harder for ourselves as a country if we don't have the proper mechanisms in place to get that community support going for the big expansions of renewable energy and the transmission lines to get them to where they are needed. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to summarise, we do very much welcome the bills. We called for them. I've written articles explaining why offshore wind has such potential for Australia. The government had promised them many months ago, and they have been delayed. But we do very much welcome the fact that they are being introduced today, or being debated in the House today, and we would welcome their expeditious passage through the other place as well. But we do call for improvements, and if this government does not improve the bill, an incoming Labor government, should we be elected, would certainly seek to improve the legislation. That sentiment is reflected in the second reading amendment which has been circulated in my name and which I now formally move. And I do commend the bill to the House, and I commend the second reading amendment to the House as well.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Fenner. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for McMahon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill of 2021 and the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill of 2021. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed, and I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm really thrilled and delighted to be able to speak in support of this legislation before the House today, because this legislation has the capacity, the exciting capacity, to contribute so much to our transition to a net zero economy. And of course, legislation is very timely because it comes in a week that has been so significant for Australia's efforts to reduce our climate change emissions. And I do see this bill as part of the government's plans to make sure that we do meet that target that we've so recently formally adopted of making sure that Australia achieves net zero emissions by 2050. Because it is timely, because it is legislation like this and all that will flow from it that is going to allow that technological revolution to continue, which is already having such a significant impact. You know, the bill focuses on a couple of areas, but chief amongst them is the creation of opportunities for offshore renewable wind energy. And it's interesting to think about the technological transformation that has occurred during the course of our history. Wind energy is in fact one of the oldest. When you think about how many civilisations, how many nations, how many communities were powered in a maritime context by wind over so many thousands of years. And yet now we are seeing that technology which was supplanted by fossil fuels during the 19th and 20th centuries now reach a new forte in a different context, and this bill is all about allowing that to occur. And it is that type of technological transformation that we're seeing in so many areas of our economy and our society that really is going to be the vanguard of ensuring that not just Australia but the world achieves its goals to contain emissions and to reach net zero. And that's why this legislation in particular is so important. It is legislation that is actually delivering real and practical and meaningful opportunities for us to reach our targets. It's exactly the type of legislation that should have priority in this parliament today. And it does reflect the fact that the transformation of our electricity sector, which this will support, is well underway. Because this bill will allow the development of offshore renewable electricity sectors in Commonwealth waters. And we do have, as a nation, as an island continent, some of the largest marine territories in the world. Offshore renewable energy infrastructure has the potential to not only help meet our environmental objectives of reducing emissions, but also of creating such significant investment and job opportunities across our country. It will add to our technological prowess and skills. However, it's extraordinary to believe that, in fact, things like offshore wind farms are effectively not permitted under current Australian law. Without the regulatory framework proposed by this bill, there is no clear pathway for investors to pursue large-scale offshore renewable energy projects. This legislation will provide industry and the community with the certainty it needs to invest in offshore electricity infrastructure projects, because the bill establishes a regulatory framework to enable construction, installation, commissioning, maintenance and decommissioning and the operation of those offshore electricity assets. It is a comprehensive regime that is outlined in this bill and does provide that framework that I know that industry has been so keen to see established. It will permit the Minister to declare specified areas suitable for offshore renewable energy infrastructure activities and establish an appropriate licensing regime. It will permit, for the first time, offshore wind farms, and also, importantly, provide a framework for projects like Marinus Link and Sun Cable, which I'll talk a little bit about further. The government estimates that just with the three most advanced projects, those two I've mentioned, Marinus Link and Sun Cable, and also the Star of the South Wind Farm proposal, that they could deliver investment worth $10 billion and create over 10,000 jobs during their construction. And they all will provide ongoing jobs to support their operations. The legislation will contribute to the transformation underway in electricity and support the development of clean energy just when we need it most. And it's worth reflecting on the fact that already almost a quarter of electricity being generated in the NEM is coming from renewable sources, and solar and wind is now accounting for 99% of new electricity generation capacity in Australia. And of course we know from the projections that were confirmed in the plans released yesterday by the Prime Minister that our renewable energy capacity is expected to exceed 50% by 2030. and it will go on and on and on, and by 2050 it will be a major contributor in us reaching our net zero target. And of course, what our task is in that context is to ensure that renewable energy can be accommodated within our transmission systems, within our electricity and energy systems at higher and higher levels. And this bill will contribute to that goal. The bill builds on what I do think is the government's strong record of supporting renewable energy projects and critical grid infrastructure. And I see it in the context of the work that we're doing to support that massive expansion of the Snowy Hydro scheme, which is going to be the largest energy storage project in the Southern Hemisphere, the work that we're doing to support the deployment of new renewable capacity, particularly solar, which is now happening faster than almost any other economy in the world. We in fact now have the most solar per person of any country in the world, and more solar and wind than any country outside of the European Union. And through agencies like ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, we have invested already something like $11.2 billion into over 800 clean energy projects, with a total value that now exceeds $39 billion when you include the leverage that they've given to spark private sector investment. And we've established a $250 million program to support the construction of critical new transmission lines, including projects like Energy Connects, VNI West and, of course, Marinus Link, which I will talk a bit more. I am particularly excited about the potential of offshore wind farms, because it is an area where we are seeing such technological advancement. Like so many areas of the clean energy transformation, we are seeing costs come down. We're seeing turbines get better. We're seeing technology improve, which will particularly benefit Australia in the deployment of wind farms in deeper waters. And this is why organisations like the International Energy Agency says offshore wind is going to be one of the big three in future energy development. It in fact predicts that wind will provide a third of global electricity demand by 2050, when we're aiming to reach our net zero target. Offshore wind can in fact operate at a capacity which is equivalent to coal and gas in some regions and double the capacity of traditional solar panels. Offshore wind has larger capacity because it deploys bigger turbines than their terrestrial cousins, and therefore provides more constant and is the beneficiary of more constant and reliable wind, which is found in the maritime environment. And of course, when there has been some controversy about the placement of some wind farms on land, because of their location, it obviously has the benefit of having less visual impact than we see in traditional wind sources. There is also the potential to locate offshore wind farms offshore, but also close to existing industry, ports and transmission services. Globally, by 2030, wind farms could be generating 200 gigawatts of power. Now, to date, the big players in the offshore wind sector have been the United Kingdom, most famously perhaps through its work in the North Sea. I was going to say the North Shore, not quite there yet, in the North Sea, China and Germany, which account for 70% of offshore wind farm generation. But we're seeing a rapid scaling up of offshore wind generation in other parts of the world, across Europe. Netherlands comes forth, for example. We're seeing expansion in the UK, with Prime Minister Boris Johnson flagging his intentions for an even greater role for offshore wind farms. And we're also seeing an expansion in our own region, in the Asia-Pacific. And in the United States, a nation which perhaps surprisingly has done relatively poorly in relation to offshore wind generation, the Biden administration has announced its support for a rapid expansion of the sector. I think I read that at the moment the United States only generates something like 42 megawatts of electricity from offshore wind. The President's goal is to see that expand to 30 gigawatts over the course of this decade. Our goal as a nation should be to join them, and Australian waters, our maritime territories, are well suited to this task. As Geosciences Australia has noted, we have some of the best wind resources in the world, and it stands to reason that that is the case. Many of these opportunities have been outlined in an excellent report I recently read by the Blue Economy CRC, which was released in July of this year. It found that Australia has abundant offshore wind resources in a range of locations, with perhaps not surprisingly the strongest resources occurring in southern latitudes. These do include areas like the south of Tasmania, in Bass Strait, off the southwest and southeast coasts of the continent, off other parts of Western Australia, Queensland and my own state of New South Wales. In fact, Australian offshore wind resources are comparable, if not greater, to those areas that have been the centre of a lot of activity in the North Sea off Britain and Europe. Due to the depth of our waters and the nature of the continental shelf, one of the challenges that Australia has experienced is, of course, the capacity to deploy offshore wind in the traditional technology of being able to effectively anchor those to the seabed. Obviously, that becomes more challenging the deeper your oceans and your waters are. But this is again where technology is providing the solutions that we will need. And we're now at the point where we're seeing the commercial development and deployment of floating offshore wind technologies which overcome those barriers of ocean depth. Of course, it is reflected in the fact that so far most offshore wind farms have been fixed technology with foundations on the seabed. However, floating wind technology does provide extraordinary potential for our own nation. Now, there are many projects that are under development that will support offshore wind. In fact, I think there are something like 10 that are under development today. And I wanted to highlight one of these, and the Star of the South project off Gippsland, because it is probably the most advanced. And it highlights what potential we have. If developed to its full potential, Star of the South would generate up to 2.2 gigawatts of new capacity, which would power the equivalent of 1.2 million homes across Victoria. Some have said that it will provide as much energy as currently 20% of Victoria's energy needs. The offshore wind farm, the Star of the South, is proposed to be located between 7 and 25 kilometres off the south coast of Gippsland, near towns such as Port Albert, McLaughlin's Beach and Woodside Beach. The project includes a transmission network of cables and substations to connect to the offshore wind farm, which will connect it to the Latrobe Valley. The project will use underground cables for most of the transmission line unless it's not technically feasible or where overhead lines would have lower impacts. 3 potential route options have been investigated, with one taken through to detailed planning. We are likely to see, with this legislation and with all of the approvals that will follow, the investment start delivering power by the end of this decade. Projects like Star of the South do more than just provide cheaper and cleaner energy. There are huge economic benefits that will come from this project. It would create 2,000 direct jobs in Victoria over its lifetime, including 760 Gippsland jobs during construction and 200 on an ongoing basis. And it would mean an investment of something like $8.7 billion in the Victorian economy over its lifetime. And as a New South Welshman, I'm delighted to see Victoria benefit in that way. But this is just a sample of what the future can hold for us. And I just also want to briefly mention the fact that this bill is not just about offshore wind potential. It envisages technologies which are still a twinkle in a scientist's eye at the moment, but it will also better support the deployment of undersea cables to allow within Australia the better connection of renewable energy resources. And I particularly think about the Battery of the Nation project in Tasmania, which has such extraordinary potential, and the fact that this bill will allow Marinus Link to occur in a more orderly fashion, but also our export potential as a nation. And what has excited me are those proposals for Sun Cable connecting Singapore to northern Australia, and our capacity through solar power to generate an energy source and a new energy export to Singapore. And again, this legislation will support Sun Cable in proceeding as that cable winds its way across the sea to link in a new way Australia with one of its closest friends, the Singapore nation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do strongly support this legislation. It is about providing the future for our energy sources that is going to help us meet our goal of net zero emissions by 2050, and I commend the legislation to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of these bills and the amendment moved by my colleague, the member for McMahon. The bills establish a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth offshore area beyond 3 nautical miles. This framework will finally allow the construction, installation, operation and maintenance of offshore wind and other electricity infrastructure. These bills allow the Energy Minister to declare suitable areas for offshore electricity infrastructure, and they establish a licensing system for offshore electricity activities and put in place various regulatory measures around the management and compliance of these activities. Deputy Speaker, we will be supporting these bills because despite the Deputy Prime Minister saying we shouldn't be making laws about climate change, and despite the Prime Minister saying laws aren't what's needed to drive clean energy, and despite the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reductions saying, well, not quite sure what he says, but here we have the perfect example of why we need laws to encourage investment and to allow investment that will drive clean energy. That side of the House doesn't seem to grasp this. Either they want clean energy or they don't. Either they want laws to drive clean energy future or they don't. Because I hate to tell them, but right now, debating these bills, we are actually making laws that will enable a clean future. That's what governments do. And isn't it about time these bills are before the House? We've been calling for these bills for years now. It seems now that the COP is just around the corner. The Morrison government has realised their homework is due and they're rushing to get it in on time. These regulations are vital to unlocking Australia's potential as a renewables superpower. Offshore wind will play an important role in Australia meeting our climate obligations and getting to net zero by 2050. Australia is uniquely placed in this regard. Our potential for offshore wind is huge. We have the environmental advantage, the skilled workforce, the resources, and business and industry keen to take advantage of it right now. In fact, they've been calling for these regulations for some time. There are projects lined up which have been sitting on desks collecting dust for years, and these aren't small projects. The Star of the South, for example, a project proposed off the coast of Victoria, is huge. It will create around 2,000 direct jobs for workers from along the Victorian eastern coastline, workers from communities that have been involved in traditional energy industries whose economies are changing with the closure of coal-fired power. Workers whose skills are able to be deployed into the offshore electricity industry, and they should take up the opportunity because they will enter secure, well-paying jobs in an industry providing massive amounts of clean energy to the state of Victoria. The clean energy output figures projected for these sites are enormous. The Star of the South is predicted to be able to produce up to 20% of the energy needed to power Victoria. When the minister stands up and says we need more power, we need cheaper power, we need reliable power, this is it. The Star of the South project will invest around $8.7 billion into Victoria over its lifetime, including an estimated $6.4 billion directly into the Gippsland economy. The good people of the Latrobe Valley have been screaming for this kind of economic diversification, and those on that side of the chamber might be surprised to know the Latrobe Valley is actually regional. It is a rural community, and they love this project. And it's about renewables. Go figure. These sorts of projects, renewable projects that we know will work and they need to be unlocked now, and for years the minister has sat on his hands, refusing to bring this legislation forward. Maybe he didn't know that laws actually work and are needed to make these things happen. Well, may we say, well done, Angus. Because the fact is, I wrote to the minister in October 2019 requesting that he actually moves and gets this legislation on board, gets it going, these laws. Did we get a response? Did I get a response? Nope, not a word. Yep. But here we are with a net zero credibility government, a net zero credibility minister rushing around like chooks without heads trying to do something credible. So well done, Minister. On listening at least to the calls of industry and of those of us on this side of the House, finally the legislation is coming forward. He certainly hasn't heard the cries of workers in the Latrobe Valley. He certainly hasn't heeded the calls of small businesses in Gippsland, all desperate for this massive project to get going years ago. But at least and at last, industry can get on with the job of delivering clean energy for Australia, because the Star of the South will power around 1.2 million homes. It will be cleaner, it will be cheaper. Who'd have thunk it? All because we are here today making laws. Though I will note the Senate inquiry into these bills did raise a number of concerns regarding its drafting. I mean, really, can they get anything right? The first is around inadequate requirements for consultation with the Minister for Environment, their own minister, consultation with state and territory governments and energy authorities. We know the government has a shoddy track record when it comes to environmental consultation, particularly in the area of energy and particularly when the energy is offshore. So it's important that proper consultation and approval frameworks are built into these regulations. The second area is in relation to transmission and export of energy generated offshore. We know that with the natural advantages Australia has for offshore wind and with industry and a workforce ready to go, opportunities will arise for Australia to export the energy we're producing offshore. The legislation, as it is proposed, inadequately addresses exports. It's critical that we get this right if we're going to take true advantage of these opportunities. And the final issue I'd like to draw attention to is regarding workplace health and safety provisions in this legislation. There's nothing more important than making workplace safety a top priority. We know that this will be dangerous work, some aspects of it, that this work requires a highly skilled workforce who understands the risks and who have conditions and protections which reduce the risks and keeps them safe. I know the unions for these workforces, predominantly the Maritime Union of Australia, the Electrical Trades Union and the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, are doing all they can in preparation for these offshore wind projects to make sure standards are up to scratch and they are ready to protect their members. But you know, it's really important that this House does its part too in legislating proper workplace health and safety standards and making sure they're consistent with existing standards in the industry. I understand that currently consultation on the standards included in this bill have not reached their conclusion and agreement hasn't yet been found. In fact, it's the understanding of the unions that the provisions currently in the bill will lead to differences in the provisions for onshore and offshore workplaces. As my colleague, the member for McMahon, rightly pointed out, a worker could be subject to one regulatory regime onshore and another while in a transit vessel and another again when they reach the offshore renewable platform. This, I know as a former union official, will undoubtedly lead to confusion and mistakes. And all it takes is one mistake for things to go horribly wrong, particularly in high-risk industries. So we call on the government to continue their consultation in this area, to listen to the concerns of workers and their unions and get this right. And if this isn't resolved properly before an election, an Albanese Labor government will resolve this upon taking office, because an Albanese Labor government won't risk the lives of workers. The job opportunities that flow from these projects will make a big difference for workers in traditional energy industries and for their communities, because these jobs are overwhelmingly union jobs. They have decent wages, decent conditions. They are secure jobs. They're jobs in an industry which is booming and has a bright future, one which, if we get this right, if we get the legislation right in this place and fast, can turn into a lucrative export industry for decades to come. Australia can and should be a renewables superpower. There's no reason, other than the government's consistent and persistent reluctance to act, that Australia should not be at the forefront of renewable energy technologies, harnessing the natural advantages and exporting clean, cheap energy to the world. That, as my colleague for the member for McMahon put so well, is the opportunity for Australia in the world's climate emergency. We've seen some crazy rhetoric from the government, particularly over the last fortnight when it comes to climate change. We heard the Minister for Resources claim that solar panels don't work in the dark. We've heard the Nats say that they are moving forward to somewhere, with one of their own actively campaigning against that moving forward, presumably to move backwards to somewhere else. Oh, and we have the Prime Minister's plan, a plan of graphs and gloss and glitzy slogans. Very little substance at all. Oh, and yesterday on Sky News, I was personally mentioned by the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction as wanting to rip gas barbecues out of people's homes. Really, where does this absurdity end? In fact, Deputy Speaker, you might be pleased to know that I'll be having a barbecue this Friday with my family for my birthday. I'll be 58 on Friday. And I'll be sure to send the Minister a snap. Thank you. I'll be sure to send the Minister a snap because there will be plenty of burnt sausages in a low-emissions technology, I promise him. Deputy Speaker, Australia should be at the forefront of clean energy technologies. We in the Labor Party want Australia to lead the world in the expertise, the technology and the experts for clean energy. In doing so, we will see jobs that we know come with climate action. And there's no good reason why we haven't already seen these jobs. As I've said throughout this speech, we are uniquely placed to become a superpower. We know, and it's been playing out front and centre over the last fortnight, that the government has climate deniers right throughout their ranks. Climate deniers now in the cabinet room. We know that, contrary to the claims of the Prime Minister in this place, that this is a government bitterly divided when it comes to climate action. That the division, the infighting we've seen play out over the last fortnight has culminated in an empty plan, a plan in name only. Little policy, little ambition, no real action. And no wonder, after all, this is a government frozen by their division. We saw that the Prime Minister had the trade-off he had to make in order to get a deal with the Nationals, if you can call it that, on net zero. The Minister for Resources is back in Cabinet. And this just shows so plainly what we all know to be true. They don't really care about regional Australia or about jobs for anyone else. They care about a pay rise for themselves. And all the while, they sell regional Australia and the rest of us down the river. We've heard the media constantly calling for the cost of the governance plan. Well, I've got an exclusive on that. I can tell you the cost of their plan, their hollow policy-free plan, is jobs. Jobs will be lost. That is the cost. Jobs in rural and regional Australia, in mining communities, in our export industries. But they don't care. They've got a minister in the cabinet room with a pay rise. Well done. They've played out their pantomime of consultation, and the Deputy Prime Minister has been able to trot out to the media all week to pretend he's acting in his constituency's best interests. Now, it's not a coincidence that it's taken until days before the Prime Minister flies out to COP that we've seen anything resembling climate action from the government. They've been dragged kicking and screaming to this position for things that we've been calling action on for many years now. It's not just us on this side of the House, and it's not just the many climate activists. And I want to give a big shout out to all of the wonderful activists, particularly in my seat of Cooper, who have never given up on good policy on climate change. But our closest trading partners too have been screaming for this, and our captains of industry and businesses, small and medium. It is, Deputy Speaker, embarrassing. It's embarrassing to see our government scramble now to dress up glossy brochures with meaningless graphs and slogans. It's embarrassing, but unlike this government, Labor has a plan. We have a plan to get to net zero, to make Australia a renewables superpower. We have a plan to invest $20 billion to rewire the grid, enabling a massive uptake of renewable energy and creating thousands of jobs. We'll make electric vehicles cheaper, cutting taxes and incentivising the uptake of EVs across the country. We'll support 10,000 new apprenticeships in the energy trades of the future, skilling up Australian workers to work in renewable jobs. We will have 400 community batteries constructed that will power 100,000 households with cheaper renewable energy, and we'll make sure regions are at the centre of Australia's shift to becoming a renewable superpower. We'll invest $15 billion in a national reconstruction fund, creating jobs, 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 and will cut emissions
Order.
in the process.
The honourable member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bills 2021. If one thing was made clear yesterday by our announcement, the Morrison government fully supports renewable energy production as well as regional jobs and jobs for Australians. The bill before us today allows for both of those things to flourish by establishing a regulatory framework on offshore electricity infrastructure. Mr Deputy Speaker, our great country has numerous important renewable energy infrastructure projects on the horizon, and for their success to be guaranteed, this framework must be employed. Projects including the Marinus Link, Star of the South and Sun Cable will be enabled by this legislation, with ensuring all Australians have access to affordable and reliable power sources. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bills 2021 is crucial to ensuring Australians have a strong regulatory framework around which a successful renewables energy sector can continue to be developed. Importantly, this bill will protect existing maritime stakeholders by ensuring that areas will be made unavailable for infrastructure projects if their impacts cannot be appropriately controlled. This Act guarantees the protection of our environment by placing an onus on developers to be conscious of their wider impact as they plan and proceed with their works. Moreover, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill requires developers to provide financial security covering the decommissioning of their projects prior to any construction occurring. This ensures that taxpayers' funds won't be wasted by the government on decommissioning these infrastructure projects. This legislation, Mr Deputy Speaker, stands to reaffirm the Morrison government's vision for a renewable future by accelerating the development of crucial infrastructure at the same time as protecting existing maritime entities. This bill not only prohibits unauthorised offshore electricity infrastructure in Commonwealth waters, but ensures that existing maritime businesses, including navigation and fishing, are protected from interference by development impacts. The Offshore Infrastructure Regulator will be authorised to take actions against such businesses whose developmental actions adversely affect other businesses. This is a key commitment as it acknowledges and holds to account large businesses by carefully regulating the way in which they proceed with infrastructure development. Moreover, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill stands to empower the Minister to declare areas as suitable for electricity infrastructure, as well as granting licences on businesses to proceed with development. This ensures a strong system of regulation that protects existing industry while encouraging renewable energy production offshore. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it speaks to a number of projects that are in development and on the horizon, and three of those are what I'd like to talk about now. Firstly, the Marinus Link. Now, returning to this bill's framework, it comprehensively covers all aspects of energy generation and transmission, supporting our commitment to an affordable and reliable power. The Marinus Link will be regulated under this legislation, connecting Victoria and Tasmania with a 1,500 megawatt capacity undersea electrical and telecommunications pathway. This project will link the two states as well as strengthen Australia's electricity grid. Mr Deputy Speaker, many don't know that Tasmania's high level of hydropower makes it already a net energy producer. By linking Tasmania and Victoria, this will enable it to become Australia's battery of the nation. And in addition to this, excess renewable energy produced in Victoria will be able to be transferred to pumped hydroelectric storage facilities in Tasmania for future use, increasing the efficiency of Australia's energy sector. The national significance of the Marinus Link cannot be understated, as it crucially supports the energy market as it transitions to being more renewable, not to mention the estimated $1.5 billion of value added to the Victorian economy and the 1,400 jobs created. With a strong regulatory framework this bill provides, the Marinus Link will be accelerated to support Australian industry and, in particular, Tasmania's ability to become the battery of the nation. Now, a second project that will be supported by this legislation, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the Sun Cable. The Sun Cable project, particularly the Asia-Australia Power Link. Under this proposal, the world's largest solar farm and battery storage facility will be installed in the Northern Territory, and then energy transmitted to Singapore via high-voltage direct current transmission network. These are amazing projects, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the future for Australia. This project is an important one for the green energy evolution and will work towards helping decarbonise the energy sector. Not only considering the environmental benefits, the Australia-Asia Power Link will create thousands of operation and construction jobs, especially stimulating local regional communities and suppliers with the $23 billion project. Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, the legislation before us today enables projects like this, empowering industry and ensuring a commitment to a renewable energy-led future. The third project, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the Star of the South off the coast of Victoria, which will be enabled by this legislation. Currently, Victoria generates enough electricity through wind energy to meet roughly 9% of the nation's total electricity demand. The Star of the South project, yet again enabled by the bill before us today, will see this figure rise to 20%. This endeavour can power 1.2 million households across Victoria by connecting into the grid through the national energy market, strategically making use of existing infrastructure to promote efficiency and ensuring energy prices are kept low for all Australians. The Star of the Sea will invest and unlock $8.7 billion of funding into the region and $1.4 billion into the Latrobe Valley in particular. Mr Deputy Speaker, these projects are not only important as standalone projects, but need to be considered as part of Australia's national effort towards moving to a renewable future. And that is what I'd like to talk about today. The framework under this bill will be administered. Before I get to that, I'd like to talk about, as I said in my first speech, climate change is real and affects us all. I stressed at that time both the environmental and economic imperative to act then, and I stress it again today. It's not just an environmental imperative to act, it's an economic imperative. And in fact, it's not just an economic imperative, we now know it's an economic inevitability. And yesterday was a momentous point in our country's history. Yesterday, Australia has committed to net zero emissions by 2050. This target is important because it puts out there where we are heading. And we have said very clearly what our principles are for the plan that underpins it. We don't believe in a target without a plan. We believe in a plan that supports a target. And there's been months and months and years of work to this point to be able to say what those factors are that will contribute to our future. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a medical researcher, I understand the principles of innovation. I understand that to unleash innovation, you need to develop commercial, scalable solutions. And that's why the Morrison government is taking a partnership approach with business. It's not a top-down bureaucratic approach. Our approach has the market principles at heart. It's about providing choice for consumers, partnerships with businesses, building jobs for the future, allowing the market to take us there, but by investing in the market in order to unleash our technological capabilities. This is not a bureaucratic approach which suffocates innovation. We will see a range of new and innovative technologies reach cost competitiveness, help drive down costs across industries while building strong Australian businesses. That is the Liberal way. That is the way that has been effective and efficient over and over again. Our scientists and our engineers will be front and centre of this new green tech evolution. Now, there's a lot of talk about what this plan will be, and obviously the plan has only been released in the last day. So there's a lot more talk to come, but more importantly, there's a lot more delivery to come. And we need to look at the details of that delivery as we move forward, and that has been, and we know that that is coming. But before we get to that point, I just wanted to talk about the generalities, because the government has put very clearly on its roadmap what it intends to do. Firstly, continuing our strong record of emissions reduction, with more than 20%, our emissions being 20% lower than on 2005 levels. Secondly, our technology investment roadmap will use technology targets to reduce emissions by a further 40%. We also understand there are global technology trends, with shifts in our demand for our exports and developments in global technology, and this will reduce emissions by a further 15%. As an example, Mr Deputy Speaker, lithium, nickel and copper are likely to be the critical minerals of the future. We know that. And for instance, I understand that at the moment our lithium exports are at around 90,000 tonnes a year, 90,000 tonnes in 2021. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, each electric vehicle needs about 9 kilograms of lithium. It also needs about 40 kilograms of nickel. So that's a lot of kilograms of critical minerals that the world will need as we increase our electric vehicle capacity. And we know that that is coming at speed. Now, if 90,000 tonnes being shipped out this year is an export market with $14,000 a tonne, I think that's about right. I spoke to someone who works in the lithium sector, and he said that they're anticipating that the lithium export market will grow from 90,000 tonnes a year to 2 million tonnes by 2030. And you can see right there, that is one of the future exports that we will see our country develop and grow, and encourage that we look to doing better with refining our critical minerals and making sure we do more value add so that we can extract the highest amount of value before we export them overseas. But these new global technology trends, which includes uses of electric vehicles and hydrogen trucks, all of these sorts of technologies need critical minerals, and our government has had that very firmly in our focus. We also believe that high-integrity offsets will be important for our future, with storing carbon in soils and vegetation and working with our Indo-Pacific neighbours to reduce emissions by a further 10%. Now, everyone knows there's millions and millions of hectares in Australia that we can better utilise through farming methods, through storing carbon in our soils and vegetation that will enable us to provide high-integrity offsets, not just for ourselves but for our neighbours. And we also know that future technology breakthroughs will be incredibly important. We understand that investing in future new and emerging technologies will also be important for the last 15% of emissions reductions. Now, these are not just made-up ideas. These are numbers that are backed by scientific integrity, they're backed by scientific investment, and we will continue to do that as we work with and partner with business to make sure that the R&D that's developed here in Australia and around the world gets to commercialisable, scalable outcomes that will fuel our superpower outcomes for Australia. Now, I've talked a lot in the past in this place about our low emissions technology strategy, and that's because I've believed in them from the very start. And I really back them in, and it's pleasing to hear that they are being talked about by the media more frequently now. But Joe Biden supported the 5 low emissions technology stretch targets, and added a 6th one, actually. But those 5 stretch targets in our plan have now been also increased to 6 stretch targets, as Joe Biden, the President of the United States, did earlier this year, except we have a different 6th stretch target. But our stretch targets include clean hydrogen under $2 a kilogram, ultra-low-cost solar under $15 per megawatt hour, energy storage, which is batteries, under $100 per megawatt hour, low-emission steel and aluminium steel production under $700 per tonne, and aluminium under $2,200 per tonne. And I note that the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction in Industry, Angus Taylor, has also said that he believes a stretch target of green cement will also be very important, and I back that statement in. Carbon capture and storage under $20 per tonne of CO2, and soil carbon measurement under $3 per hectare per year. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are incredibly important aspects of understanding the commercialisable aspects of getting to a clean tech future. And this morning I was out at a hydrogen pilot program, which is in the ACT, which is being funded by Woodside, and it's a partnership program. The federal government is investing billions of dollars, I think $1.2 billion in hydrogen development, and it's also partnering with states and territories, which is a very good outcome. And at this Woodside pilot program, I saw for the first time electrolysers in use, where they are using green energy from the ACT grid to electrolyse water, produce hydrogen, compress the hydrogen, and then take it to a pump. So it's all there on site at this hydrogen hub, and we actually put hydrogen into a car. A hydrogen car drove around the corner. It's fantastic to see. It's like an electric vehicle, but instead of it being plugged into a power point, it's plugged into a hydrogen pump. It's very cold hydrogen. You have to actually take the temperature right down. So instead of putting petrol into your Bowser, you're putting hydrogen into the Bowser. This is the future as we speak, and it is now coming at speed. And as we know, when you start to commercialise things, the costs come down, and we know that as we move into the future, more and more of these projects will become our reality. So we have a plan It's about technology, not taxes. It's about partnering with business, and I'm very pleased to say that the bill that we're discussing today is a very important one to underpin this progress, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Deputy Speaker, well, offshore wind is booming globally. And as an island nation, Australia has a coastline of more than 60,000 kilometres with very high wind resources indeed. And with that comes so much potential now for offshore wind. Already there are over 10 offshore wind proposals in Australia just waiting for legislation now to be passed by this parliament in order for their projects to be given the green light. One of them being off the coast of my home city of Newcastle. These projects promise enormous generation capacity, tens of thousands of jobs in the construction phase, thousands of good ongoing jobs and billions in investment. And importantly, most of these proposals that have been waiting for this government to act for some time now, most of these proposals are sitting alongside our traditional energy regions, where we already have very strong infrastructure in place because of the electricity grids we have in our regions. It's regions indeed like Newcastle and the Hunter who have the most to gain from a thriving offshore wind industry. One single turn of an offshore wind turbine can provide as much energy as a whole day's worth of rooftop solar. And these turbines can turn 15 times per minute. Around the world, more than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity are already in operation, with expected increases up to 80 gigawatts by 2030 and 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. Currently, Australia's entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts. So that is the enormous potential that awaits us all. We have more offshore wind resources than we could ever possibly use ourselves, and that means that there is a lot of potential for exporting globally. Exporting potential that regions like Newcastle and the Hunter could benefit from. It is deeply regrettable that all of those benefits have been on delay for so long because of the inaction of this government. Credible offshore wind projects have been waiting now for more than 5 years for this legislation. This is a government that has been in power for 8 long years, and they have spent those years fighting each other to figure out how they get onto a pathway to net zero. 8 years in government, and all they can deliver for regional Australia is a $31,000 promotion for one of their mates who doesn't believe the wind blows at night. This government is more interested in their own self-interest than what is in the national interest, and as a result, cities like Newcastle have missed out on job opportunities because this government has dragged its feet to bring critical legislation like this before the House. Now that this government is trying to play catch-up so that communities like mine don't miss out, hopefully, on some of the great opportunities for jobs and industry in our lifetimes, opportunities for new traineeships and apprenticeships, for our local manufacturing and supply chains, for our seafarers and the blue economy workers, and for those currently working in the traditional resources industries. Newcastle can be a renewable energy powerhouse. Not only do we have the capacity to manufacture the parts needed for those wind turbines, we also have the deep water port to export wind turbines. You cannot find many places in the world where you have the rail infrastructure, the manufacturing capacity, and the Deepwater Port to produce and export offshore electricity. Investors have been waiting and waiting for this government to get its act together to legislate for offshore electricity. It's seriously ironic, given the Morrison government's obsession with technology, not taxes. Now that the legislation has been introduced, it's time for us to move fast. We don't have a moment to waste. Several of the submissions from the business community to the Senate committee have already made clear that the government must move quickly to declare zones, so our wind zones, and to award licences so that investors and industry can get on with the job. But let's not kid ourselves. There are some issues with this legislation before the House today that we on this side of the chamber do not feel have been adequately addressed. In particular, Labor has concerns over the bill's work health and safety arrangements. The committee heard substantial evidence that the government has not adopted the harmonised national workplace and health and safety laws in these bills. Instead, the government has opted to amend those laws to the point that they are actually no longer recognisable. Without harmonisation of the WHS frameworks, we may end up with a situation where a worker could be subject to one regulatory regime onshore and a second while in transit on a vessel and a third while working on an offshore renewable project. That poses confusion and risks for both workers and employers. To be fair, there is disagreement on these points, including between the department, the regulator, and stakeholders representing both employers and workers in the industry. Given this significant difference of opinion, Labor urges the government to urgently undertake further consultation on both the content of the WHS provisions and their coverage. Australia has some years to get this right, during the feasibility period before construction begins, and it is crucial that we do that. The committee also heard consistent evidence that the merit criteria for licences should ensure benefits for local workers, businesses, communities and First Nations people. The committee heard that it was important for this requirement to be reflected broadly in legislation in order to allow and ensure that they are reflected in detailed regulations. Labor encourages the government to consider a legislative amendment to ensure benefits for local communities where these new energy industries will be situated. Already we have seen countries across the world include local procurement targets for offshore electricity within their local supply chain, development strategies and their procurement policies. For example, in March 2021, the US Biden administration announced 3 coordinated steps to support rapid offshore wind deployment and job creation. The first was advancing ambitious offshore wind energy projects to create good-paying jobs. The second, investing in infrastructure to strengthen the domestic supply chain and deploy offshore wind energy. And thirdly, supporting critical research and development and data sharing. Offshore wind can develop into a single significant source of employment in the maritime blue economy. Australia's share of manufacturing and supply chain activity in most renewable energy sectors is low, but it does not have to be that way. And workers in Newcastle and the Hunter region have seen what this government has done already to our manufacturing industry. In the last 10 years, we have lost 8,500 manufacturing jobs in Newcastle and another 5,000 in the Hunter. That's over 10,000 families who have lost opportunities in the good jobs that manufacturing provides. After years of manufacturing decline, imagine the jobs we can create locally by creating new energy sources like offshore wind, adding those to our current mix. Offshore wind also offers immense opportunity for the green hydrogen production for export. Hydrogen produced by offshore wind directly or through the supply of electrolysis located in port facilities could be a real game changer. And if we produced hydrogen from renewable energy, then Australia could forge a multi-billion-dollar green industry with tens of thousands of new, well-paid jobs. Newcastle in particular has the energy smarts, the industrial experience, the infrastructure needed to be a key player. But first, the policy settings have to be right. There are opportunities now that can begin investment, create jobs and build confidence in the future of our regions, but only with the right leadership. If we do not start that work today, I am very worried that we will be playing catch-up and be left increasingly vulnerable on the world stage because this Prime Minister and this government have left Australia and carbon-intensive regions like Newcastle and the Hunter just left us hanging out to dry. We have the Glasgow Climate Summit in less than 2 weeks away. Only now are we trying to, is the government trying to cobble together a strong enough statement to say they're going to commit to net zero emissions by 2050. Well, Newcastle and the Hunter have got a lot at stake in any kind of energy transition in this nation, which is why we should be leading those discussions, ensuring that no one is left behind as we take full advantage of every new energy opportunity ahead. There are important, very important renewable energy opportunities that are ripe for the picking. But what we've seen from the Morrison government's announcement just yesterday was just all slides and slogans. They only have one plan for the region, and that's a big scam. They have offered zero modelling, zero legislation, and zero new policy. The Prime Minister has just removed the word preferably from in front of the words to 2050, but has announced no new policy to get there, nor shown the public any modelling. It's a question that the Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, has put consistently to government. We saw in question time yesterday, begging the Prime Minister to share that modelling with the Australian people. Bring the Australian people into your confidence. If you believe in the trajectory that you're about to set us on is the best one possible, share that information with the people. But no, that modelling has not been forthcoming. And those deals that have been done with the Nationals, we know there are deals done, but they're being kept secret and hidden as well. Although we do know that one regional job has been secured, the promotion of the climate-denying Minister for Federal Minister for Resources has now come back into Cabinet, I understand. So his job is secure. But what I want to see is a plan that's going to make the jobs of tens of thousands of families in Newcastle and the Hunter secure. No more hiding your head in the sand, pretending that everyone can just go along as same and that this is the way it's going to be forevermore. Nobody believes that anymore. Everybody sees the lack of authenticity when the Prime Minister, indeed most of his government members, stand up and try and say that we can just continue as is. No one's wearing that. They know that, their radar can detect that sort of blatant, shameless lying that goes on amongst some government members.
Order. I'll ask the honourable member to withdraw that comment about lying. It's unparliamentary language.
I will withdraw the word lying and suggest then that I have had visits from government members in my regions who have not spoken the truth. They have not spoken the truth. They like to rub a little bit of coal on their face, pretend they're at one with the mining community, but they do not tell them the truth. So I think a change in rhetoric might be all that the Deputy Prime Minister allowed the current Prime Minister to get away with. But it's not enough for the investors, not enough to bring energy prices down, it's not enough to create new jobs and new industries in my region.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I did want to acknowledge the important opportunity here to speak on this legislation, the offshore electricity infrastructure bills and associated legislation. Now, why are these bills important? Well, for two reasons, as I see them, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, Australia has the potential to be a global offshore wind superpower. We have one of the largest coastlines in the world. Our offshore wind resources are comparable to those of the North Sea between Britain and Europe, where the United Kingdom generates almost 10% of its electricity from the offshore North Sea wind resources. And even in Australia, if all the current offshore wind generation proposals were built, the energy capacity from those would be greater than all of our current coal-fired power stations. So this is an immense potential resource, but to date we have not had the regulatory or the legal framework to allow these things to proceed. And what these bills do is provide this framework. The other important element of these bills will be to allow the grid stabilisation function. Now, we know that as more renewables come into our electricity generating supply, we need to find a way to stabilise them, because renewables, by their very nature, are intermittent in their generation. The sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. And you can either stabilise those over time by having electricity or energy storage facilities, things like pumped hydro schemes, things like large-scale batteries, or you can stabilise them by distributing the power over distance. And what this bill will allow us to do is do things like build the Marinus Link, build various interconnector projects, which will allow us to connect, in the Marinus Link case, with the mainland with the offshore pumped hydro storage capabilities of Tasmania, and allow that to act as a stabilising force for our grid and allow greater renewable penetration into the grid. So what these bills do is they provide the regulatory framework to allow offshore electricity infrastructure projects, as well as including transmission and generation projects in Commonwealth waters, and both of those will be important. The generation side, because of our offshore wind capabilities, but also the transmission side, which will allow us stabilisation grids. Some of the projects that could be enabled by this legislation include what I mentioned before, the Marinus Link, which will support Tasmania's hydro capability acting as the battery of the nation, but also important offshore wind projects in their own right, like the Star of the South project, which is a proposed offshore wind farm off the coast of Gippsland in Victoria, which has the potential to provide almost 25% of Victoria's electricity consumption. Also, though, the Sun Cable, which is an important export opportunity for Australia, a proposed international transmission infrastructure line that would allow us to export solar power through a direct current cable, a DC cable, from Darwin to Singapore and beyond there into the region. So what this bill does is it establishes a licensing scheme for offshore electricity infrastructure projects. It empowers the minister, in this case the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, to declare areas that are suitable for offshore electricity infrastructure. This is a regime that requires public notice and consultation prior to any final declarations, which will mean that potentially affected stakeholders, including existing maritime users, fishermen and the like, are able to make submissions and have their views known, and it allows the minister to grant these licences, which will allow project proponents to undertake offshore infrastructure activities in these specified areas. The legislation also establishes the statutory authorities to administer and regulate this framework. So NOPTA and NOPSEMA, which are already the existing regulatory bodies involved in the granting of offshore oil and gas prospecting and exploration licences, will now take on, under this legislation, the administration and regulation functions of these activities, and they've already got significant experience in regulating offshore activities through their existing capabilities. Now, I think when we talk about this, Deputy Speaker, we need to bear in mind what Australia's record is on renewable energy generation and indeed emissions reduction for that matter. And too often, I think, in this debate, people who argue for more ambition seek to denigrate what we've already achieved or diminish or discount what we've already achieved. And I don't think you can have the basis for a factually sound and reasoned and rational debate unless you acknowledge what's gone before and the journey we've made to date before you talk about some of the challenges of the future. And despite what you might hear and despite what some people would have you believe, Australia has a very good record on both renewable energy generation, installation of renewable energy capacity and emissions reduction. Our latest emission reductions figures show that our emissions have reduced by 20.8% since 2005. Over the same period, our economy is 45% larger, our population's about 20% larger, and a large part of that emissions reduction is actually, or more of it, has come from our domestic economy. If you view Australia as a domestic economy alone, our emissions reductions have been 35%. That's because a lot of our emissions are actually in export-related industries, some 40% of them. Now, when you look at what are the figures elsewhere around the world, because we recognise that climate change is a global problem and that emissions reduction is a global challenge, well, over the commensurate period from 2005 until now, Canada has reduced its emissions by 1%, New Zealand by 4%. The OECD average, this is the modern advanced economies, the average reduction in emissions is 7%. Japan has reduced its emissions by 10%. The United States by 13%. Australia, as I said, by 20.8%. And the only group within the OECD that has bettered that is the EU, which has reduced their emissions by 23%, in large part because they've outsourced or offshored a whole lot of their industrial and manufacturing capability. In terms of renewable energy generation, well, Australia is installing renewable energy generation at a record pace. We installed 7 gigawatts of renewable energy last year, which is about 8 times the global average of renewable energy generation. 1 in 4 Australian homes now have rooftop solar, and in fact last year in 2020 we had 378,451 rooftop solar installations installed in Australia, which is a world record. Renewable energy in Australia is now some 27.7% of our electricity generation. That's the 2020 figure. About 63 gigawatt hours it produces. That figure in 2020 was up 3.7% from the previous year. And even in the last year, we've seen of the 7 gigawatts of renewable energy installed last year, we had 3 gigawatts in small-scale solar, 2 gigawatts in large-scale solar, and others in wind. So in 2020, you can see we've already made quite a transition in terms of our energy mix. Coal is about 62% still on average of our electricity generation, renewables about 28%, and gas, often peaking gas, is around 10%. So what this bill will do is allow more renewable energy to go into the grid, because it will provide access to new resources, offshore wind, but it will also enable the stabilising infrastructure, and particularly the Marinus Link and other interconnectors to go ahead, which will allow us to stabilise that. And I think this is an important point that we've been debating in the House just over the last few days, legislation. Now, I know some people think we should be legislating a net zero by 2050 target. To me, that confuses the purpose of legislation. It confuses ends with means. To start with, our emissions reduction target is an international commitment. It's a treaty-level commitment. It's one we make on things all the time, but the way you make a commitment internationally is you deposit an instrument or you deposit an instrument of ratification, or you deposit a new commitment with the treaty body repository. So for Australia, that will mean net zero by 2050 will be contained in what's called a nationally determined contribution, and it will be deposited with the custodian of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. That's how you make an international commitment. A legislation is to enable to allow the means to allow those commitments to take effect. So this piece of legislation, for instance, the offshore electricity infrastructure bills, will provide us one of the tools that we need within our toolkit in order for that goal to be met. Just as the recapitalisation of ARENA and new regulations for the Australian Renewable Energy Agency will provide another tool to allow this goal to be met. To me, Deputy Speaker, it would be like if we wanted to legislate to limit inflation to 2%, or end childhood poverty, or enforce reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples. You don't legislate for those things. Those are policy goals, and you put in place legislative bills and tools to allow you to meet those goals. For inflation, it might be the independence of the Reserve Bank that you legislate for. For childhood poverty, it might be childhood assistance or childcare programs. For Indigenous reconciliation, it might be you legislate for The Voice, a voice to Parliament. But this is what legislation, the purpose of legislation is for, and I think it's important in this debate that we don't confuse ends with means. Legislation here is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. You don't affect social policy change. You don't affect economic policy change with a bill. You do it with the assistance of legislation, but you do it with the executive arms of government. That takes me to my next point, which is the issue we've been discussing this week, which is net zero and our long-term emissions reduction plan. Now, I think this is a very important announcement the government has made this week, which is committing Australia to a firm target of net zero emissions by 2050. It has a number of important elements which I think work with the grain of consumer behaviour, capital market behaviour, the economy as we've got it, and technology as well. And what our long-term emissions reduction plan lays out, which has been released with accompanying the target, is how we plan to get to net zero. Now, the lowest hanging fruit here is actually in electricity generation. That's where we've made the most gains to date. This is what this bill will allow us to make further gains in, and that's where the easiest and the cheapest emissions reductions are likely to come from, by putting more renewables in our electricity grid. The next gains are likely to be from electrification of the transport sector, and that's why we're doing things like investing large amounts in electric vehicle charging stations and transmission infrastructure, but also things like hydrogen hubs to conduct the research and the development and seek the commercialisation of hydrogen as a liquid fuel. The harder to make abatements or mitigations, if you like, are going to be in sectors like agriculture and some industrial processes and fugitive emissions from things like mining. And as the long-term emissions reduction plan lays out, these abatements, if you like, will either need to be, or these sources of emissions will either need to be abated with new technology or offset in some way, and that is going to be a challenge for the future. But I think on technology that we currently have available and that is commercially available, we can do a large part of our emissions reduction goal and get a long way to net zero without disrupting our economy, without destroying jobs or industries, without impacting on our way of life, without changing our diet, without doing any number of other things. We can do that with technology as it is. What we also lay out in our long-term emissions reduction plan is the technology targets we need to hit in order to move down that pathway. Some of those are important to recognise. One is clean hydrogen at less than $2 a kilo. At that price point, hydrogen becomes commercially competitive as a source of energy for transport and other uses. Low-cost solar at less than $15 per megawatt hour. That's significantly lower than the wholesale cost now, but it will allow large penetration into the network. Energy storage, an important component of stabilising the intermittency of renewable energy sources. We need energy storage at less than $100 per megawatt hour. Green steel, to be commercially competitive, we need it under $700 a tonne. That's directly reduced steel using things like hydrogen rather than coking coal to reduce the iron ore to steel. Green aluminium at less than $2,200 a tonne. Carbon capture and storage, we need at less than $20 a tonne, because there will need to be carbon capture and storage in a net zero economy. And finally, soil carbon. We need to be able to measure soil carbon at less than $3 per hectare. Now, all of those technologies, if we get to that price point, will get us at least another 40% of our way towards net zero. Bear in mind we're already 20%. This will get us another 40%. New technologies will take us a further 15%, and then abatements and offsets will need to take us the remainder of the way. But I think it's important to recognise here, Deputy Speaker, that This economic transition is not something to be feared. It's not something that's unprecedented. It's not something that Australia has not gone through before. It's true we are a highly emissions-intensive economy at the moment, and that partly reflects our export mix and partly reflects our industry mix. But if you think back through Australia's economic history, for most of our history since Federation, our largest export was wool. Even as recently as 1970, at least half of Australian exports were wool and wheat, and resources have only really come on as major exports since the 1970s. They will remain important exports into the future, but what our commitment to net zero and a long-term emissions reduction plan allows us to do is to generate new sources of exports and new sources of prosperity, which will remain essential to ensuring jobs and industries in our regions well into the future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Jaga Jaga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill really reflects so much of the Morrison government's approach to climate policy. It's very late. And while this government has been dithering and playing political games, coming up with slogans, Australia has been missing out on the potential offshore wind energy that offers us in contributing to our energy needs, in reducing our emissions and in creating jobs. So it's good that this bill is finally here, albeit late, but the regulatory framework for Australia's offshore wind industry has been so delayed that vital projects and jobs remain mired. And Labor has long called for legislation to unlock the benefits of offshore renewables and particularly offshore wind generation, because we know that we have enormous capacity here in Australia for offshore wind generation. As well as that generation capacity, offshore wind offers us thousands of jobs and billions in investment for regional communities, including and especially those who are most impacted by changes in global energy markets. So it is shameful that these benefits have been delayed by this government. Those opposite had promised that the legislative settings and framework for this would aim to be in place and operational by mid-2021. Instead, we are belatedly getting the introduction of these bills, and we know that for them to be implemented is most likely to take well into next year. And Deputy Speaker, I said that this reflects so much of the slowness around this government's climate policy and its attitude towards tackling climate change. And I did hope, like so much of our country hoped, that this week would be different. We thought that this was the end of the more than a decade-long climate war, the end of 8 years of inaction from this government, the end of slogan and spin, a result after all the bluster and noise that was coming out of the Nationals. Well, we were wrong. Let's be very clear about what we got out of the Prime Minister's big climate reveal yesterday. It was not a plan. It had no ambition. We got a pamphlet and we got some slides, not a plan. No legislated target, none of the increased ambition we need to avoid catastrophic warming. I do admit there was one new part in yesterday's climate reveal. We did get some new slogans, and we do know that this is a Prime Minister who loves a good slogan. And in fact, that's all this Prime Minister thinks it takes. He has no interest in grabbing hold of the jobs and the industries and the potential of the future, of grabbing hold of the action that we need to take and making sure that our entire country benefits from it. He has no genuine commitment to net zero and the action we need to take to avoid catastrophic warming. And in fact, how can he have any sort of genuine commitment? When you look around him, when you look at the balance he's trying to bring, the coalition he's trying to stitch together, his own Deputy Prime Minister has said he doesn't believe in net zero. That's the Deputy Prime Minister who is going to be in charge when the Prime Minister takes off for Glasgow tomorrow. And in fact, we've just heard in estimates questioning that this government has not had Treasury do any modelling on the economic costs or benefits of net zero by 2050, or indeed any modelling of climate change-related impacts on the Australian economy. None at all. Now, that says everything you need to know about the Prime Minister's commitment, about his government's commitment to genuine action on climate change. They are just not serious, but this is serious. It has been too long. It has been a political game to this Prime Minister and his government for far too long. This is not a political game. Under this government, this country has wasted so much time, and we are now out of time to waste. Australia should be a renewable energy powerhouse, and of course wind, including offshore wind, should be a big part of that. Just like solar, we should be a wind superpower. We do have one of the longest coastlines in the world. We have some of the best wind resources in the world. Anyone who's visited any of the coastlines down in Victoria, where I'm from, would know that we do have some very windy coastlines in our state. And across the country, we have more offshore wind resource than we could actually use to supply our domestic market. Recent research by Blue Economy indicates feasible wind resources of 2,223 gigawatts of capacity off Australia's coast. And in fact, our entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts. So there's room for this offshore wind energy capacity, not just to help Australia, not just to help us with our energy needs, with our transition to renewable energy, but also to be an export for our country and for us to be able to help other countries as well as grow industries. Of course, because we're so late, the rest of the world has already moved on this. And in fact, it was UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson who said, in 10 years' time, offshore wind energy will be powering every home in the country. So in the UK, they already have the world's largest offshore wind generation capacity. And in October 2020, the UK government announced a target of 40 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030, up from its original 30 gigawatts by 2030 target. So the rest of the world is ahead of this government. Energy providers here in Australia are ahead of this government. They know the capacity that's there in our wind, offshore wind. They've just been waiting for this government to catch up and bring some legislation that allows them to harness that. There are more than 10 projects that have been waiting on the government to bring on this legislation so that they can get on with the job. And these projects have massive capability. Again, in my home state of Victoria, Star of the South, which will be off Gippsland, will produce enough energy to cover 20% of our state's current energy needs. That is huge. A single turn of an offshore wind turbine can provide as much energy as a whole day's worth of rooftop solar. And some of the best wind resources are located just off the coast of the regions that have powered our country and that have built the industry that's powered our country for generations now. So Gippsland in my home state, Newcastle, which the member for Newcastle has just spoken about, the Hunter Valley, the Illawarra, Gladstone and Central Queensland. And these regions have all the things that support this offshore wind generation. They have the strong electricity grid infrastructure. They have the ports, the railways, and they have the populations for new energy and new industry. And it is striking that the proposals for offshore wind that we're seeing come forward in this country, the proposal that is just ready there to be unlocked once this government gets its act into gear, are in our traditional energy regions because of this strong connection they have to the electricity grid, because of the infrastructure they already have in place. So it's these communities and these workers that have the most to gain from a thriving offshore wind energy industry. They will create the energy that will benefit all of Australia, but they will create the jobs that will benefit the regions and all of Australia as well. You know, it's not just putting in place offshore wind infrastructure. It's the turbines that need maintenance. It's the network of ships and the ports that are required for that maintenance. And so from a government that likes to talk up technology, not taxes, it's really disappointing to think that we've had to wait so long for this legislation that allows us to unlock all of that potential. So Labor does support this legislation and its aims. The bill establishes a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth offshore area. It allows the construction, installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance and decommissioning of offshore wind and other electricity infrastructure. It allows the Energy Minister to declare a certain area as suitable for offshore electricity infrastructure, and it establishes licence schemes for offshore electricity activities. As I said, Labor supports these aims. We are concerned that they've been too slow in coming, and again, that they are not as comprehensive as they should be, and that's why we do think, and that's why I support the amendments that have been moved by the member for McMahon, and make it clear once again that we must move quickly on this. Industry is ready. The rest of the world is moving. It is time for Australia to catch up. This is long overdue. Like most of the government's climate efforts, let's not make offshore wind energy the other part of the puzzle that slips this country by, because we've got a government that is focused on slogans, that's focused on a political game, and not actually focused on what will create the jobs of the future, of what will make sure that our country transitions to net zero 2050 with a credible, actual plan to get us there. Deputy Speaker, it did sound like the end, but I've got a little bit more. Deputy Speaker, the IPC report makes it very clear that the window to act on climate change is closing. If we don't take significant action now, we miss that window, and the consequences for all of us are dire. We will not limit warming to the level that we need for us all to have a future. That is a real consequence for all of us. And of course, there are immediate economic consequences as we get locked out of the jobs and industries of the future. The jobs and the industries of the future that we should have right now in this country, but we don't, because we get slogans rather than plans and commitments. In my community, the #1 issue people raise with me is the need for genuine action on climate change, and they are not going to be bought off with a slogan. They are very clear that this country needs to transition. It needs to transition with jobs, with industries of the future, and it needs to transition so that we keep warming within acceptable levels for us all to have a future. We still haven't seen the plan, the commitment from this Prime Minister and this government that allows my community and the rest of Australia to be assured that that's where we're heading. In contrast, of course, Labor is very clear that we are committed to net zero by 2050. No quibblers on our side. No one who accepts a party room decision but actually tells the media they don't back it. We have plans in place. We have a new energy apprenticeship program to train 10,000 young people for the energy jobs of the future. We want to make electric vehicles cheaper by cutting import and fringe benefit taxes and develop Australia's first national electric vehicle strategy. We want to invest in community batteries. We want to fix and modernise the electricity grid with $20 billion to rewire the country. We know that you don't just do this work with a pamphlet. You do this work with commitment, with thoroughness, with the policies that back it up. And we continually fail to get those policies, to get that commitment from those on the other side. We don't have more time for political posturing, for political games, for slogans. It is time for action, and I say to my community that I continue to hear your voices on this. I know you're not satisfied with what's come out of this government this week. I will keep fighting for our country to do more, to do what we have to do to tackle climate change and get us all the future we deserve.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's probably fair to say that the contributions from those opposite on this debate have been, as always, disappointing. They cannot help themselves. Here we go.
Order. The member for Lingiari will withdraw.
Draw.
I thank the member for Lingiari.
So while the member for Lingiari is, insulting people personally when he doesn't disagree, when he doesn't agree with their ideas, when they won't bow to his thuggery, let me explain to him why the contribution from his side has been so disappointing. Because apparently, to listen to their speeches, they're all in favour of this piece of legislation. In fact, they tell us that their only complaint is that we didn't do it sooner, ignoring the fact that, of course, when they were in government, the greatest moral challenge of our times got swept under the carpet because it became too difficult for them. So instead of congratulating the government yesterday for doing something that they could never achieve when they were in power, they come here and they whinge and they whine and they complain that we just didn't act soon enough. So now we're acting. But of course, once again, in this most extraordinary of situations, they find themselves moving yet another piece of meaningless second speech amendment. And you'd have to ask yourself, why does the Labor Party continue to move these second reading speech amendments? Could it have anything to do with this mysterious website called theyvoteforus.com.au? Let me guess, the state of the House.
Order. I call the honourable member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum present. Ring the bells.
Quite mean. Very good.
There is a secret coup going on. That was for you, was it?
Sorry?
That was for you.
Quorum present. I call the honourable member for Mackellar.
So the Labor Party keeps calling quorums because they don't want to talk about they vote for us. And the reason they don't want to talk about these left-wing front groups is because it exposes their hypocrisy over and over again on these debates and so many other debates. They move these second reading speech amendments because they've got, backed by their big tech billionaires, litigation lawyers and industry super. You may note one group missing in all of that, organised labour, because they're no longer the party of organised labour. They're no longer the party of the working men and women of this country, because most of them haven't met one in their entire lives. Too stuck in the boardrooms of the Australian Super and Collins Street, where they get to look over all that they've taken over. And that's why they don't care. They don't care if electricity prices go through the roof. They can come in here and they can quote to us as often as they want Boris Johnson and what Boris Johnson thinks of offshore energy. But what they won't stand up and say is, how about all those pensioners this winter in the United Kingdom who will not be able to afford heating because of the sorts of policies that they would happily inflict on the Australian people from this place. But don't worry, Deputy Speaker, they vote for us, the big tech billionaires who've got their hands in their pockets for them, who are fronting up all these left-wing front groups for them to make it appear. Talk about astroturfing. Astroturfing, thy name is the Labor Party and the crossbench support that they rely on. The absurdity of their position over and over again. So even on a bill that they claim they support, they still have to move second reading speech amendments. They still have to quote Boris Johnson, who this year, the pensioners of the United Kingdom will find themselves either not heating themselves, not being able to feed themselves because gas prices, because his over-reliance, the UK's over-reliance on offshore wind, under-reliance on nuclear energy and on gas. And they don't want to talk about that. They want us to go headlong into magic bean solutions for the climate and for the energy market, because that's what their backers, that's what their funders, that's what their donors want them to do. And the working men and women of this country that you used to represent, that you used to stand up for, can go to hell as far as you guys are concerned. And people. Sorry, I don't mean to be gender specific about that. So, Deputy Speaker, what this shows is that we on this side are relying on technology. What we are doing on this side is actually creating the environment and the frameworks that allow other Australians, innovative Australians, to go out there and build the future, to go out there and build the electricity grid of the future. This piece of legislation is not about banning, is not about mandating, is not about telling people what they can buy and how they can live. This is about creating an environment that enables investors to make decisions that will allow Australians to live in a net zero world sooner rather than later. It does this by encouraging them to do that. It does it by enabling them to do it. It does it by creating a positive vision about what this nation can be. But most of all, it does it by getting government out of the way of people who have the solutions to this problem. I mean, we keep hearing that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy anywhere in the world. Well, if government is not in the way, then investors will start providing that energy. And you only have to look at the New South Wales government and their renewable energy zones to see the billions of dollars that is just waiting on the sidelines to invest in this sort of technology. Yes, we don't have all the solutions yet. Anyone who says they do is talking through their hat. But what we do know through the IPCC report, and those opposite should read past the executive summary. They should read chapters 2, 3 and 8 that talk about the importance of nuclear energy, that talk about the importance of firming and dispatchable power, that talk about the importance of carbon capture and storage to humanity getting to a net zero world. And yes, it also talks about the importance of renewable energy, and it talks about the importance of offshore energy. And those on this side, like the member for Higgins, like the member for North Sydney, like the member for Wentworth, have pointed to all those things that sit before us right now. It only takes our capacity to reach out and grasp them. And that's what this bill does. This bill is a package of 3 bills. It includes the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies, and it also includes the bill for the regulatory levies in 2021, all of which were introduced to the House on the 2nd of September. These bills will establish that regulatory framework that will allow that investment, that will allow those things to occur, that will allow that positive vision to come to life. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill, the main bill, establishes that framework to enable the development of offshore electricity infrastructure. The proposed framework covers all phases of development, from construction through to decommissioning of generation and transmission projects, Projects that could be enabled by this legislation include the Marianas Link project over the long term and support Tasmania's Battery of the Nation vision that would see dispatchable power coming into the grids of Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales and Queensland, that will allow more renewable energy to be used as part of our grid, because that dispatchable power will be sitting there. The Star of the South, which many members have mentioned, which will allow 2.2 gigawatts of energy to come into the grid in Victoria that could, at different times of the day, represent 20% of their electricity needs. We also have Sun Cable, which is backed, of course, by Twiggy Forrest and Mike Cannon-Brookes, and they are proposing to send electrons from the Northern Territory to Singapore. This is something that has had the backing of the Northern Territory government and, of course, the federal government and, of course, those private sector investors. And they are taking on the risk of innovating for that project. I think if the government was directly involved in that, two things would probably happen. It would be over budget and would never quite work the way we wanted to. Because of this innovation, because of this private sector involvement, we are seeing where Australia is or will be sometime in the near future, exporting renewable energy to Singapore. This will, I am told, this framework will see 10 projects that are already at proof of concept come into the marketplace and investment can commence. And why wouldn't it? Australia represents some of the best, has some of the best areas for offshore wind and also onshore wind. That is what Geospace Australia says. Globally speaking, we have some of the largest areas of territorial waters that we are responsible for. Innovations in floating offshore wind is allowing the deployment of those stations further and further out to sea, all within the bodies of water that Australia has control over. That will represent massive opportunities for us to electrify our grid. Now, as Rewiring Australia has pointed out, the clearest path, not just for Australia but for the entire world, as Bill Gates argued quite succinctly in his book, that the best and clearest path towards net zero globally is to electrify everything we can. To do that, we will need to produce in Australia somewhere between 5 to 6 times as much electricity as we currently do, globally 8 times what we do. The task in doing that should not be underestimated by anyone in this chamber or anyone in the media who sort of thinks that, well, now we've declared it, we can all go home. No, this will be an incredibly difficult task for us to fulfil. It is important to also note that these bills are not just about offshore wind. They will also enable undersea cabling, which is also incredibly important for enabling us to get power, for, in the most obvious case being from Tasmania to the mainland. If we can achieve these things, if we can make this work, then Australia can indeed not only set up a future where we have very cheap energy, very clean energy, but we can also start to attract to our nation those manufacturing jobs that we lost under the carbon tax, as people realise that this is the best place to make green steel, clean aluminium, because the major cost of that is energy, and that energy that will be produced in Australia will be produced in such abundance that there will only be one logical place in the world to produce those materials and those goods, and that is here. So I call on the Labor Party to stop playing games for the benefit of their big tech billionaires and to get with the program.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lilley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In January 2020, the Morrison government promised Australians that our offshore renewable industry would be open for business by mid-2021. Yet, here we are, with 2.5 months left until the end of the year, debating the bill. This bill will establish regulatory framework to allow for the construction, installation, commissioning operation, maintenance and decommissioning of offshore electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth areas. Labor has been campaigning for a legislative framework to unlock the benefits of offshore renewables for some time. There is growing commercial interest in an Australian offshore electricity sector, with a dozen offshore wind prospects currently in the early planning stages around the country. These offshore renewable energy projects tick all of the boxes when you think of bang-for-buck economic investment. Offshore renewable energy has the potential to create a reliable and affordable electricity network that guarantees Australia's future energy security. It will see billions of dollars invested in Australia, creating tens of thousands of jobs while delivering social and economic benefits in our regional communities. It will maximise import and export trade opportunities which leverage our renewable energy resources. Offshore renewable energy also has the potential to expand our local manufacturing capacity and expand scalable supply chain benefits for small and medium enterprise in Australia, with the Blue Economy Cooperative Research Centre estimating that manufacturing components for offshore winds creates 8 times more jobs than the construction of projects. This level of investment in the manufacturing sector would be a game-changer for my electorate of Lilley, which has a proud manufacturing history that has struggled under 8 years of an LNP government. But in the absence of a regulatory framework, the economic and environmental benefits offshore wind and other offshore renewables have been delayed by the Morrison government. There are 3 key areas where this bill could be improved to make it fit for purpose, and these issues were raised by key industry stakeholders during the Senate Environment and Communications Legislative Committee inquiry. First and foremost, the bill fails to reflect serious concerns that were raised in the Senate inquiry about the Work Health and Safety Framework. The inquiry heard substantial evidence that the work health and safety provisions of the bill should be fully harmonised with the national work health system, in turn providing consistent and robust protections for workers. Instead of heeding this advice, the Morrison government has amended the work health and safety provisions beyond recognition. As the bill stands, a worker would be subject to 1 regulatory regime onshore, a second while in transit on a vehicle, and a third while working on an offshore renewable project. This patchwork of health and safety regulation poses significant risk and confusion for workers and employers alike. Secondly, this bill fails to create a provision which allows government electricity planning agencies, developers or state governments to request that the minister commences the process of declaring an offshore electricity area. It also fails to provide a timeline for when that process will be complete and doesn't provide transparency and certainty as to the matters the minister shall consider in making their declaration. Finally, the bill fails to address evidence received by the Senate inquiry on the importance of legislated merit criteria on socio-economic benefits for local workers, for business communities and for First Nations people when issuing a feasibility licence, commercial licence or transmission licence. The minister should also be required to consider the potential impacts of offshore renewable energy infrastructure on our precious marine environment, of which my electorate is a beneficiary. The merit-based and environmental criterion must be reflected in this legislation to ensure they are reflected in detail in subsequent regulations. These 3 improvements will provide greater certainty to a future offshore wind industry and ensure that the economic benefits of local supply chains are maximised while providing the highest possible standards of workplace health and safety. COVID highlighted the fragility of our economy against the impact of disaster. It pulled into focus the value of scientific knowledge in anticipating, preparing for and managing the impact of natural shocks. Most importantly, it weakened the domestic and global standing of political leaders that refused to take science seriously. As our global allies and domestic peak bodies commit to net zero by 2050 to tackle climate change, the Morrison government remains conspicuously outside the tent, refusing to offer real solutions to tackle climate change and protect our environment. And it's quite a big tent. Every state and territory in Australia has signed up to net zero. The Business Council has signed up. The National Farmers Federation has signed up. The Minerals Council has signed up. The Australian Petroleum Production and Exploration Association has signed up. Yet somehow, after 8 years in government, the Morrison government is still divided on the basic science of climate change and have come up with a PowerPoint plan that would fail as a grade 7 science project to reach net zero by 2050. Blindly led out by an outdated ethos and held hostage by climate deniers, science doubters and conspiracy theorists, the Morrison government isn't just embarrassing us on a global stage, they're actively hurting our economic success and undermining the environmental and social well-being of our great nation. They have no timetable for action, they have no set destination. They're fixated with short-term political tactics over long-term vision. Above all, the Morrison government continues to misjudge the timeframes in which we must act before irreparable damage is done. Until net emissions fall to zero, the global average temperatures will keep increasing. Even if greenhouse emissions fall but remain positive, temperatures increase will be slowed, but they will not stop. And while we are the ones who are making the decisions today, it is the future generations who will pay the price. The time for action is now. Decarbonising our economy and investing in renewable energy isn't the death knell for the Aussie blue-collar worker, as the Morrison government would have us believe. It will not end the Aussie weekend. It will not take away your lawnmower or your ute. Tackling the climate emergency by investing in renewable energy actually presents Australia with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for significant economic growth in our post-pandemic recovery. From a domestic viewpoint, public and private investment in solar and wind generation, energy storage and transmission to link resources to expanding industrial centres has the potential to quickly create new jobs, lift our employment rate and sustainably increase wages. From a global stance, embracing the opportunities of low-carbon world economy would change the structure of the Australian industry for the better by reducing emissions while also lowering costs and increasing global competitiveness. Decarbonising our electricity and embracing renewable energy will also ensure our Aussie manufacturing sector is equipped for the future. Aluminium is currently the most electricity-intensive product entering the world trade in large volumes, and Australian competitiveness in coal-based aluminium smelting has been challenged by rising electricity costs. And in the current environment, no mainland Australian smelter is guaranteed long-term survival in the absence of fundamental changes in electricity supply. This will have serious consequences for companies like G. James in my electorate of Lilley, which is a successful family-owned business employing over 1,000 local workers to manufacture glass and aluminium. While the Morrison government sits on its hands, Australian industry is stepping up and leading the way in pursuing net zero emissions by 2050. The Australian Renewables Energy Agency has identified the sector as a key target in its strategy to support industry in reducing emissions and has partnered with Rio Tinto to conduct a feasibility study at the Yarwun refinery in Gladstone to find a way to partially decarbonise refining by using renewable hydrogen in calcination. I know that best prospects for Australia in a post-pandemic economic recovery is an accelerated transition to low-cost renewables, because I have seen the blueprint for success in my own electorate of Lilley. Gem Energy is a solar power and battery company in Pinkenba, near the Brisbane airport. I had the pleasure of meeting with the CEO of Gem Energy, Jack Hooper, and his dogs and his team last week to gain some more insight into the future of the energy landscape in Australia, including our renewable targets, and how we can ensure grid stability and cheaper energy prices for all Australians. The growth of the renewable energy industry has enabled Gem Energy to expand from a small operation in regional Emerald to a company which employs over 50 full-time staff and has delivered over $160 million worth of solar and battery projects. The story of Gem Energy proves that there is a bright future for Australian workers in renewable energy. And I've also seen the opposite side of this story, where the Liberal-led Brisbane City Council decided to outsource the manufacturing of electric buses to a company in China, instead of manufacturing them at Volgren in Eagle Farm, risking the jobs of dozens of local workers. I am glad to report that Volgren is progressing in spite of Mayor Schrinner and his Liberal mates, and has recently announced that it will be doubling its workforce over the next year to prepare itself for the opportunity that manufacturing electric buses will bring. As the federal member for Lilley, I have a simple, effective and common-sense plan to boost our local economy. 1. Northside infrastructure projects. 2. Built by Northside workers. 3. Using equipment and materials manufactured in Australia. In line with this plan, there is no comparable opportunity for nation-building public and private investment on the same scale as renewable energy. And as elected representatives tasked with securing Australia's future, we must grab this opportunity with both hands. We cannot stand by and allow our economy and our workers to be unprepared for the global shift in energy supply. Australia has the opportunity to emerge as a winner in a low-pollution global economy, but only under the right leadership. We need a just transition and investment in the renewable energy sector, and we need an Albanese Labor government to do it. An Albanese Labor government will harness the power of renewables to power our manufacturing, develop our hydrogen industry and create a generation of secure, well-paid jobs. We will unleash the power of our solar, hydro and wind power stations by rewiring the nation, building a new transmission line to connect renewables to industry. We will give power back to the people by building community batteries for household solar. And with our electric car discount, we will cut taxes on electric vehicles, making them cheaper for families to buy. We will join with the rest of the world and adopt a net zero target of net zero emissions by 2050, creating jobs, cutting electricity bills, lowering pollution. We will invest $100 million to support 10,000 new energy apprenticeships and $10 million in a new energy skills program. We will support the Australian Renewable Energy Agency and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which Labor set up when last in government, and which the Coalition has spent 7 years undermining. There is a real need for industry policy to ensure that the offshore renewable energy industry achieves its potential. Offshore wind is not one of the technologies prioritised by the government's low-emissions technology roadmap, another missed opportunity to harness the power of renewable energy from the Morrison government. An Albanese Labor government will prioritise offshore wind regulation to unlock the billions of dollars and thousands of jobs for Australia's regions that the Prime Minister is stalling on. I thank the House.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise to support this bill, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill of 2021. This bill is part, of course, of a package of 3 bills, including the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021 and the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill of 2021, which were introduced in the House on the 2nd of September. Together, these bills establish a regulatory framework to enable offshore electricity infrastructure projects, principally offshore wind, including transmission and generation projects, in Commonwealth waters. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill, the main bill, establishes a regulatory framework to enable the development of offshore electricity infrastructure. The proposed framework covers all phases of development, from construction through to decommissioning of generation and transmission projects. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an important bill because, as speakers have indicated, the offshore wind industry is sweeping the world, and it's only right and indeed necessary that we see offshore wind projects off Australia's coastline. Some 60,000 kilometres of coastline, blessed with windy conditions, and a portion of that coastline, Mr Deputy Speaker, is in my electorate of Barker. And so it wasn't a surprise to me that I received a phone call in mid-August of this year from representatives on behalf of Australis Energy. Now, Australis Energy is the wholly owned subsidiary of Australis Energy, which is registered in England and Wales, who are currently looking at an offshore wind project off the coast of Kingston, southeast. So that is Kingston in the southeast, not Kingston in the Murray, both of which, of course, are in the electorate of Barker. Now, this particular project, it is understood, will generate or have the generation capacity of 600 megawatts, or enough to power 400,000 South Australian homes and create up to 100 permanent high-quality jobs across its lifespan, all of which, Mr Deputy Speaker, sounds excellent. 100 jobs, powering 400 South Australian homes. But of course what this legislation does is say to proponents of projects like this one that we are, as a nation, going to establish a regulatory framework to ensure that A, the application, the proposal, the project takes place in a way that meets the necessary environmental and other approvals. B, in the event ultimately that the project requires decommissioning at end of life, that it is undertaken again in a way that's environmentally sensitive and in accordance with important regulations, and of course, it provides a framework in the event that the proponents, either during the construction phase, during the operation stage, or even at the point of decommissioning, are not in a financial position to meet the commitments associated with decommissioning or making good that project. And so, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's why I regard this legislation as particularly important. We don't want a situation where we have a host of stranded assets which are subject to seasonal conditions out at sea, which we all know to be particularly caustic, without there being, if you like, the kind of backup required in the event of insolvency or other maladventure. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've sought to engage the local community. I've spoken to the Mayor of Kingston District Council, Kay Rashid. She is yet to be provided with a detailed brief in relation to this project. It was announced on the 24th of August of this year. We're now running up past 2 months since that date, and the local community hasn't been actively engaged. I've just been off the call to the Executive Officer of the South East Professional Fishermen's Association, and for the benefit of the House, Kingston is where you'll find the big lobster, so it might not be a surprise to those in the House to know that there is a significant southern rock lobster fishery at Kingston. And the comment I received was that it would be nice to be engaged. So I take it from that Australis Energy hasn't reached out to the local Professional Fishermen's Association at this stage. And I say all of this from the perspective that both myself, Her Worship the Mayor, representatives on behalf of the local rock lobster fishing industry sound supportive of this project, and no doubt are. But I encourage Australis Energy to reach out to community leaders and provide further detail in relation to this project. Even the information I've been given is perhaps best, outside of what I can obtain publicly on their website, can be best described as brief. Now, it's important that the community is engaged because the community needs to be involved. I understand the application has been made to the South Australian Government, and all of that is fine and dandy. But local communities need to be part of these decisions, and I encourage Australis Energy to engage the local community, to engage the local rock lobster fishermen and take them on this journey with you. Because my experience in this place over 8 years dealing with projects like this, not least of which the Beach Energy project in the southeast of South Australia that sought permission to hydraulically fracture and mine for gas in the southeast, was met with significant opposition for many reasons, but one of them may well have been because of the failure to positively engage the local community. And as a result, there was a deal of information and misinformation and counter-information, and none of which was constructive. Mr Deputy Speaker, the other point I want to make is I hope very much that this project, the project proposed for Kingston, the 600 megawatt project by Australis Energy at Kingston, will be captured by this Commonwealth regulatory regime. Why? Because it is important for the reasons I indicated earlier. It's important that this development take place in authorised zones. It's important that existing uses, like those of the southern rock lobster fishermen at Kingston, are protected. It's important that they be licensed federally. It's important that established statutory authorities like NOPTA and NOPSEMA will take over the administration of these projects. What I don't want to see, Mr Deputy Speaker, and something I'll be very concerned about, is if there is a plan or an attempt to circumvent these regulations, which from the sense I'm getting in the House will be met with bipartisan support. I'll be very concerned if there's an attempt by Australis Energy to circumvent that legislation. How? By putting this proposed development in state waters and not Commonwealth waters. Now, of course, the offshore electricity infrastructure package of bills can only relate to Commonwealth waters. And for those in the House, I'm not a yachty, but I know that Commonwealth waters span a distance from 3 nautical miles from the coast through to 200 nautical miles. So that is a fairly fat zone within which these projects to be located. Inside that, this regulatory regime, this architecture that the federal government will put in place to protect the Australian taxpayer and the Australian environment, won't operate. And that gives me great cause for concern if, as I say, and I'm not sure that this is the approach, and I hope very much it's not the approach, but if there is an attempt in any way to circumvent that legislation. Now, 3 nautical miles, how far is that? Just a touch over 5 kilometres, as I understand it, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, if this particular project were to take place in South Australian waters as opposed to Commonwealth waters off the coast of Kingston, I'm no expert, but I'd like to think they would be easily observable from the fabulous Kingston foreshore, which may be an issue for local residents in Kingston. It may not be. It's ultimately a matter for them, which is why I think it important that the proponent engage immediately, fulsomely and in detail with the local community. I very much want to see this project meet the Commonwealth regulatory environment, comply with that architecture, because, as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, this architecture is about ensuring the Australian environment and ensuring the Australian taxpayer does not end up ultimately with the clean-up bill. Now, whether that's because of misadventure or insolvency or anything that you could imagine could go wrong. So with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear. Projects like this, which are undertaken appropriately, that meet environmental requirements and deliver the positive outcomes that are set out in Australis Energy's news release of the 24th of August, namely 100 long-term jobs powering 400,000 South Australian homes, is a good outcome. But as I said, I want to make sure that the regulatory architecture established specifically to deal with projects of this nature in this country will apply to this particular project. And in that regard, I encourage Australis Energy to reach out to me and confirm, A, that this project will take place in Commonwealth waters and therefore will be subject to the regulations that I'm certain will meet with approval of this House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fenner.
Deputy Speaker, no advanced country is more affected by dangerous climate change than Australia. Extreme weather events, including floods and bushfires, have afflicted Australian agriculture and households. Australia has the highest emissions per person in the advanced world, and yet we're doing the least to combat climate action. According to this year's Sustainable Development Report, Australia ranked last of 193 countries for action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What little reduction there has been under the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments have occurred despite them, not because of them. Labor's renewable energy target and state government land clearing policies have accounted for the lion's share of the emissions reductions, which nonetheless are significantly smaller than we saw under the 6 years of the Rudd and Gillard governments. We have in this country a range of organisations committed to fighting against climate action. Among them are the Institute of Public Affairs, whose Executive Director, John Roscombe, once told the Sydney Morning Herald, quote, "Of all the serious sceptics in Australia, we've helped and supported just about all of them." And whether that's Ian Plimmer, whether that is Jennifer Morosi, whether it's Peter Ridd, you've seen the Institute of Public Affairs backing climate misinformation, working hard against climate action. So it may come as a little surprise to the House, and the name for the Institute of Public Affairs newsletter is The Australian Way. How appropriate that this package, brought down by the Morrison government, bears the very same name as the #1 denialist think tank in Australia. The fact is that what we saw from the Prime Minister yesterday was sideshows and slideshows, as the member for McMahon has noted. We didn't see any commitment to serious climate action. As the leader of the Labor Party has said, yesterday we saw from the Prime Minister net zero modelling, net zero legislation, net zero unity. This should be called the Joyce Morrison government, for the way in which the Nationals' tail is wagging the Liberal dog. And when the Prime Minister gets on a plane to go off to Glasgow, the country will be left in charge of the member for New England, who himself opposes net zero by 2050. But net zero by 2050 isn't the goal of the Glasgow talks. It's a bare minimum pledge which most advanced countries signed up to years ago. The debate at Glasgow is going to be over what countries will do by 2030. And the Prime Minister will turn up to that debate with the same 2030 targets as Tony Abbott, the climate change denier who once called climate change, quote, absolute crap, and mistakenly referred to carbon dioxide as a colourless, weightless gas, leading to a terrific riposte by Malcolm Turnbull, who noted you should try and make that argument to anyone who's ever dropped a block of dry ice in their foot. But the fact is that this government is running from serious climate action. It has worked for the past 8 years in cahoots with climate denialists. Under the Morrison, Turnbull and Abbott governments, we have seen renewable energy jobs gutted. We have seen a failure of leadership. And as Warwick McKibben, who's not always a cheerleader for this side of the House, has noted, technology and not taxes is actually a marketing device rather than a policy. It is actually, quote, inefficiently costly policy and not low-cost efficient policy. The question is, how many sneaky income taxes are ultimately going to pay for the government's net zero strategy?
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I've recently met with concerned members of the Bangladesh Australia community in my electorate. These Australians are family in Bangladesh, where there has been, in recent weeks, rising sectarian violence against the Hindu community. This has included the burning and smashing of Hindu temples, Hindu homes, and the murder of Hindu people, including priests. Many Hindu women are afraid to leave their home, and given that Hindu women have been abused and assaulted, it is no wonder that they are scared. The official death toll is 7 people killed. However, the real number is expected to be much higher. At least 300 temples and houses have been burnt down, but again, this is likely to be an understatement. The Bangladeshi government says that they are investigating mob-related crimes by Muslim extremists, but the Hindu community fears that this is a continuance of a decades-long campaign to force Hindu Bangladeshis from their home to seek refuge in India. Indeed, there have been at least 3,600 attacks on Hindus since 2013. Deputy Speaker, I call on the federal government to urge the Bangladeshi government to ensure that human rights, including the freedom of religion, are upheld and protected in their country. The victims must be supported and the perpetrators must be brought to justice. Thanks very much, Deputy
Call the member
Speaker.
for Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to congratulate the Glen Rehabilitation Centre for being awarded Outstanding Community Organisation of the Year at the 2021 Central Coast Regional Business Awards. The Glen is the only male-specific drug and alcohol rehabilitation centre in our region, and it was recognised for their incredible community spirit and the extraordinary work that they do in giving people a second chance. CEO Alex Lee said the Central Coast community has been very supportive of the centre, with many businesses donating food during the COVID-19 pandemic and offering clients job opportunities to help them to rebuild their lives. Alex said the award has been a real boost to our clients and staff, and they're all extremely proud. We're really proud of you as well. The federal government has also committed $9 million towards a new Glen Centre for Women, and construction is on track. A local company, North Construction, is working on the build, and I'm advised that the Glen will start advertising for jobs soon and expect to have staff on site from March next year. Executive Director of the centre, Joe Coyte, has said that the build includes space for 20 beds, a multi-purpose room, recreation spaces and a group room. Joe said he hopes the new building will be a home for many women where they feel comfortable to rebuild their lives. Programs are being designed and will include a lot of activities that promote physical, cultural and artistic forms of healing. The whole community is excited for the facility open, and I can't wait to see it myself. Congratulations to all at the Glen.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. After a hiatus for COVID in 2020, the Kelmscott Show was back this month. I was down there on Friday night and Saturday with my family, Team Keogh and thousands of others. We had a fantastic couple of days on rides, checking out displays, sheep shearing and local community stalls, as well as having lots of chats. The Kelmscott Show is an institution. Kicking off in 1897, it's even older than the Perth Royal Show. I've been to nearly every show every year of my life, and it's always a family affair. This year was no different, with 3 generations of Keoghs joining in the festivities. My son having to share this show, and my parents, with his new baby brother and cousin for the first time. I also want to say a very special congratulations to my mum, who won the Best Marmalade in Show. To all the volunteers, especially the Kelmscott Agricultural Society members who made the show as fantastic as ever, well done, and thank you for all of your hard work. I want to take this opportunity, though, to acknowledge a giant of the Western Australian media landscape, ABC Perth's Russell Wolfe, who tragically passed away on Monday night. I was fortunate enough to have met Rusty, and he was very gracious with my young son's curiosity with his beard. Russell Wolfe regaled us from regional WA, Perth, and even entering our living rooms with crosses from Minneapolis. He was a generous, entertaining and eminently lovable. Our prayers go out to his family, friends and ABC colleagues. Vale Russell.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to commend the Prime Minister and Minister for Energy and Emissions on yesterday's announcement of our long-term emissions reduction plan, which sets out how Australia will achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This plan has been agreed on after extensive consultations and robust debate, as is proper, and I'm confident this plan will not create any adverse economic impacts on regional and rural communities like mine in O'Connor. Using technology, not taxes, with no new costs imposed on O'Connor households and businesses. Using consumer choice, not legislated mandates, like incentivising the uptake of ultra-low-cost solar, blue and green hydrogen and other energy-efficient technologies, without enterprise stifling restrictions on O'Connor's mining, manufacturing and agricultural exports. Farmers will benefit as techniques are developed and improved to accurately measure soil carbon to a depth of 1 metre, opening up a massive market for offsets across millions of arable hectares. Deputy Speaker, the hard-working miners and farmers across O'Connor produce around $20 billion of exports for our nation, and the future viability of these industries is my primary concern, which is why I welcome the PM's announcement that the Productivity Commission will be conducting 5-year audits into the economic health of our regions. Finally, Deputy Speaker, to the 3,000 workers at the Collie coal mines, power stations and Worsley Alumina Refinery that can look forward to their future with confidence. Under this government's plan, there will be no forced closures of mines, power stations and energy-intensive processing industries.
I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak of the tragic death last week of Hui Tran, a long-term member of the Cabramatta branch of the Labor Party. Hui was one of the first Vietnamese people I met, welcoming me to the community when I became the member for Fowler. Just 45 years of age, Hui's unexpected death was a surprise to all of us, and such a tragic loss to his family and friends. Hui was a good friend to me, a political colleague, totally committed to the values of Labor. He was a corporal in the Australian Army Reserves and also highly regarded by his colleagues at the Western Sydney University. Hui was always active and a strong contributor to my election campaigns, and as a long-term resident of Carramar, he was an impressive advocate for the needs of the community and never afraid to raise matters of local importance. Hui was also spoke regularly with me about issues of human rights in Vietnam, and clearly he was a champion of diversity and multiculturalism in our community. Above all, Hui was a proud family man. His joy was his wife Mai Lee, his 2 children Vi and Nam. Hui will be deeply missed by his parents, his family, his friends, as well as our diverse community of Western Sydney, and particularly those of us in the Labor Party. May he rest in peace.
I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Recently, I was invited to the St Columban's College campus in Caboolture for a tour of its biggest project to date. Since February, 18 students have worked with mentors from Flight Youth Engineering to build a certified two-seat VANS RV-12 training aircraft from the ground up. That's right, 18 high school students are building an actual plane that will really fly. St Columban's is the first school in Australia to implement this program. Once completed, the aircraft is sold with the funds enabling another build. It is expected that by the third aircraft, the program will be financially self-sufficient. The primary outcome of this project is threefold. It's to improving educational and employment outcomes for youth, to contribute to meeting industry skills shortages in STEM, and provide access to aircraft for rural communities. This initiative engages our youth directly with industry, developing work-ready skills and greater employment outcomes for participants. There is predicted to be high demand for both aviation engineering and piloting jobs, with many in the industry due to retire shortly, and this initiative will contribute to meeting this demand. St Columban's plans to share its experience from this program with other schools across Australia, so more schools can deliver this much-needed program. The school has raised $50,000 for the program and is seeking further financial support from the business community to purchase the engine and electronics. I'd like to thank Flight Engineering, St Columban's College Principal Mike Connolly and the college for supporting these students on their journey.
I call the member for McEwen.
Deputy Speaker, today I rise to condemn this government for its continual and abysmal treatment of veterans. A government that has fought tooth and nail against a Royal Commission to support veterans is now making veterans wait over 500 days to have their claims heard. It is an absolute national disgrace. These veterans have fought hard for our country, given their service and deserve the right thing. The MRCA is legislated to be answered within 90 days for veterans to get that support. But the government has stretched it out over 120 days with COVID. All right, you accept that. But Jesus, 500 days not to get an answer, not to actually get support, and the minister refuses to answer any questions that are asked of him. In fact, he refuses to even answer our questions. And we need to know why the government thinks so lowly of veterans that it decides that 2 years is okay. Unless it's life-threatening or you're homeless, they've said, bad luck, wait your turn. We've seen the way that this government disgracefully treated Julianne Finney and the work that she did to get a Royal Commission going, but this minister is unbelievably lazy and doing nothing. The first thing he should do, get off his backside and respond to veterans. The RSL is at wit's end trying to get support, and you can't get an answer out of this government. I was happily turfed out of here last week for asking this question, but it'd be nice if the minister actually responded once. Like his predecessor used to do, he would talk to us and actually help veterans. This bloke is doing absolutely nothing, and it's outrageous.
I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At this time of year, many residents in my electorate will be joining almost 1 billion people around the world of Hindu, Sikh and Jain faith in celebrating Diwali. Diwali is one of the most important festivals for those faiths and is a time of renewal, light and colour. It is referred to as the Festival of Light and represents the victory of good over evil and light over darkness. And while we may have witnessed some darkness during the last 18 months from the pandemic, we are certainly seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I know that with the resumption of overseas travel, there will be many in our Indian community celebrating Diwali, knowing that they will be able to visit their families and friends again. I'm very proud of the contribution those of Indian, Nepalese origins and from other Hindu, Sikh and Jain backgrounds are making to my part of Sydney. Sadly, this year and last, COVID has meant that many of the celebrations in my community have not been able to occur. But I want to acknowledge the work of local community organisations like my friends at the Lane Cove Indian Community Association, who have found new ways to mark important festivals like this online. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the celebrations of Diwali back in the streets of my community in the years ahead. So to all of those celebrating Diwali across Australia, in my electorate and indeed around the world, I want to say Shubh Deepavali, and I hope the festival brings enormous joy and happiness to your families.
I call the member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, the announcement has been made that there will be net zero emissions by 2050. It is not humanly possible for us to meet that time frame without closing down the Australian coal industry. Now, either the government and the ALP are lying through their teeth, or alternatively, the coal industry closes down. If the coal industry closes down, half of the nation's entire income comes from iron ore and coal, and half of that is coal. Iron ore, zinc, aluminium, copper comprise almost all of our exports, and of course all of the metals are mined as ore. To turn the ore into metals requires smelting. Smelting requires coal. So again, unless we are on a monumental piece of lying hypocrisy, then all of Australia's income, real income, vanishes. I'm not talking about round-robin industries. Vanishes.
The member's
the
time
complete
has expired,
structure of
and I
Queensland
call the
economy.
member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In great news for the country and the planet, Australia has now a target to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Our Prime Minister will be able to go to Glasgow confident that we're doing our part to tackle one of the biggest challenges facing humanity today. With this commitment and this plan, we know we can achieve what we set out to do. As with everything else, there is a lot of interest on this in Bennelong. I've met with multiple times with local groups, including Bennelong Climate Action Group, Bennelong Christians Together for Climate and Citizens Climate Bennelong. I trust they will all welcome this announcement, this commitment. We will get there sooner. All across Bennelong, more and more homes are going solar. Electric cars are on the rise. Hyundai, who are headquartered in Bennelong, are world leaders in hybrid, electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles, and businesses across Bennelong are cashing in on the opportunities offered by this new direction. I have faith in our ability to develop green technologies to increase the speed of our decarbonisation. Ever since the CSIRO developed more efficient solar panels at a site just down the road from my office, Australia has been at the cutting edge. I know of successful testing of new wave swell technology that has just been proven in Bass Strait, and I am sure there is more exciting breakthroughs to come through. The future is green and the future is exciting.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've never felt more ashamed to be Australian. Yesterday, the Prime Minister presented his so-called plan for Australia to reach net zero emissions by 2050. But this plan includes nothing new. It's just another glossy brochure without modelling and with no real commitment to reducing emissions in the medium term. It's a plan based on technologies that don't even exist. It's just a hollow announcement that is not underpinned by legislation. Instead, it's driven by a desperate government driven by political gain, not what is right for our future and the future of our planet. What we have seen are dodgy secret deals with the Nationals and a promotion for the member for Hinkler. The boldest thing that the Prime Minister's plan has done is a font. Even Australian farmers want stronger action because they fear the financial penalties for being high carbon emitters. This pathetic plan represents 9 years of woeful inaction. The Morrison-Joyce government is just continuing to run away from its national and global responsibilities on real climate action. And it's our children and our environment that will suffer. Global warming is an immediate threat to our planet. Our future lifestyles, opportunities and prosperity are at stake, along with the devastating loss of biodiversity. This is not a plan to get to net zero anytime soon. It is not a plan. It is just another scam by the Morrison government.
I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's well known that I love Gippsland, but I also love country pubs. So this year I've initiated the Great Gippsland Pub Challenge. Now, obviously during this COVID year, the hospitality industry has been severely impacted with restrictions and lockdowns. So this local initiative, Deputy Speaker, was actually my New Year's resolution. And my resolution was to try and have a meal at every pub in Gippsland during 2021. So this is about putting locals first. It's about visiting more than 50 pubs across my electorate during the course of the year. It's about shopping locally, eating locally, supporting local jobs. And I said there was a challenge, Deputy Speaker. The challenge is to the people of Gippsland. If they join me and they visit 11 pubs across Gippsland, they get a free T-shirt. 11 pubs, free T-shirt. Now, As politicians, we are renowned for making up excuses for a whole range of things, but if you get any trouble at home, any arguments at home about your Great Gippsland Pub Challenge, you're not just going to the pub. You are a one-person economic stimulus package for Gippsland. So keep that in mind. It's amazing what people do, Deputy Speaker, for a Gippsland T-shirt. It's amazing what they'll do. So wherever you live, support your local hospitality sector, support your local pubs, and of course, eat and drink responsibly.
I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. A new public hospital will open in my electorate of Paterson next year, the new Maitland Hospital, thanks to our brilliant community who stood shoulder to shoulder with Jenny Aitchison, the state member for Maitland, and I, as we ensured that it was a state-owned and public hospital that we got. And it is going to be equipped with a brand new state-of-the-art MRI scanner, which is fantastic news. But that scanner does not have a full Medicare licence. That means for people who are not inpatients at the hospital, MRI scans will be expensive, very expensive. MRI technology is amazing, and health professionals are using MRIs more and more to detect, to diagnose and to treat cancers, heart disease and serious injury. MRIs provide a wealth of medical information that other scans can't without the added concern of exposure to radiation. But they cost between $500 and $1,500, and many people are going without groceries for the week or the fortnight just to afford an MRI in my electorate. And people who need them can be out of pocket hundreds of dollars if the MRI they go to does not have a full Medicare licence. Speaker, only Mr Hunt, the Health Minister, can provide this licence. And I say to him, open up the licence and give us one for the new Maitland Hospital.
I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I take this opportunity to remind community groups in my electorate of Menzies that nominations are now open for the 2022 Menzies Community Australia Day Awards. For the past 30 years, I've had the privilege to recognise individuals and organisations that have contributed to our local community with an Australia Day Award. Indeed, more than 1,200 people have been honoured. These include volunteers with the likes of the Dong Care Opportunity Shops. People have worked serving others in that capacity, sometimes for 25, 30 years, leaders of veterans organisations, workers for social, cultural, ethnic, sporting, charitable and civic groups within the electorate, and many others over that period of time. Mr Speaker, these are people who don't seek recognition for all their voluntary activities, but they're the very people who deserve it. And so it's been a privilege to honour dozens of them each year on Australia Day. Nomination forms are available from my electorate office. I encourage all the civic and community groups to obtain a nomination form and to make nominations for the Australia Day Awards next year. Nominations close on December 3, and I look forward to being able to gather with so many of the local volunteers on Australia Day to present the awards.
I call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, step up to the not-so-greatest show on earth. It may not be great, but it is a circus, complete with a ringmaster and definitely with clowns. Oh, send in the clowns. The Minister for Energy and Reducing Emissions thinks he does a good job. He said so himself. He quotes stats showing emissions are down, but nearly all the reductions happen despite him, thanks to the states, to industry, to COVID restrictions and, oh, to the Labor Party, who oversaw the vast majority of the reductions that he claims. And the newly minted Cabinet member, the Minister for Resources, roll up to solar panels that don't work in the dark. You'll be amazed. And see the Deputy Prime Minister pulling tricks out of his hat with an agreement to go forward to somewhere magical, who knows where. And the Senator in Queensland, a climate denier who doesn't believe in polls, showing the vast majority of people in Australia want climate action, but he does believe in polling showing the LNP is lagging behind. He wants to campaign against the Deputy Prime Minister's plan going forward to somewhere by presumably going backwards to nowhere. It's going to be great. And the poor member for Mallee let slip a slip of the tongue through about wind turbines not working in the dark. A mistake for sure, but she joined the circus and she can't escape the show. And hear the Prime Minister ringmasters cry, "The plan, the plan, the plan." Oh, it will not amaze you at all.
I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I'm honoured to pay tribute to Tasmanian Aboriginal elder, mentor, poet, author and advocate, Auntie Phyllis Pitchford, who passed away last week. Auntie Phyllis, an identical twin, was born in Launceston in 1937, spending some of her childhood on Cape Barren Island before attending school at Launceston's Charles Street Primary and Brooks High School. Auntie Phyllis married and moved to Flinders Island, where she raised 5 children before moving to northwest Tasmania. For more than 4 decades, Auntie Phyllis was a passionate and proud advocate for Aboriginal people, their identity, culture and traditions, with her poetry and writing exploring these themes. Some of her published works include Our Tally, If Only, Sad Memories, The First Christmas I Remember and We're Here, which was on exhibition at the National Museum of Australia. Auntie Phyllis's commitment to her community was recognised with several accolades, including a NAIDOC Award in 1992, induction into the Tasmanian Honour Roll of Women in 2008, and in 2013 she received an award recognising elders and leaders in higher education. She was an advocate for Aboriginal and women's rights into her 80s and was hopeful of improved relations between First Nations and non-Indigenous people. She said, "We're gradually making progress, and I think that is wonderful. Vale, Auntie Phyllis, you have left a lasting legacy for all Tasmanians."
The member for Chifley.
Why the New South Wales Liberals ran such a classist political lockdown. Just look at some of the people that were calling the shots in their government, like former New South Wales Minister Prue Goward, who sneeringly wrote last week of the underclass of our region, quote, "They are damaged, lacking in trust and discipline and highly self-interested." The gold standard of contempt propped up by the Financial Review, showing what the Liberals really think of Western Sydney. I'm proud of the spirit and the grit of our people, brimming with the stuff that this mob say that they admire, aspiration. And if one creed defines our region, it's this: being there for your mates when the times are tough. And guess what? The New South Wales Liberals and these Liberals here were never around when we needed it most. We wanted a strong public health response, vaccines boosted into the regions. Instead, we got a divided city. We got police helicopters over our roofs and the federal Liberals sent in the troops. And when I asked the Prime Minister if he would send in the ADF to help set up and run vax clinics in Mount Druitt, he turned his back on us, flicked the answer to the Health Minister, the queue fronter, who told us we were at the front of the queue for vaccines but didn't know how to distribute them to us. 60% of the deaths of the lockdown were in Western and south-western Sydney, and many were preventable. So I wonder if the minister is going to call a Royal Commission into that great failure of public administration, the national vaccine rollout.
The member for Moncrieff.
Last month, I visited the Australian International Islamic College in Carrara, where I addressed Grade 7 and Grade 8 students. I was asked by the teacher, Shintaro Koido, the head of campus, Merima Chela-Medovic, to outline my role in the Australian Parliament and my views on multiculturalism in this country. And after my introduction by Shedi Shami, the students were keen to engage, and they asked questions about vaccinations, about closing the gap, and most importantly, the things that are most important to our government. My response was to fight COVID and deliver our free and voluntary vaccine rollout to safeguard them, their community and our country, to strengthen our economy and create more jobs for our recovery, to guarantee health, education and aged care services for them, for their parents and for their grandparents, to protect them and their families from those in other countries who would seek to undermine our democracy and freedoms, and to care for our country and their future with a plan to net zero by 2050. I promised the children they could see our proud democracy in action when they watched their member stand in Parliament and freely talk about their school, Mr Speaker, and their religion. Before I left, I was presented with a gift from Janari Menhich and the students, and I thank them for their kindness. To all the students and teachers at the Australian Islamic College, Shalom Alaikum.
And I call the member for Whitlam.
Well, in a few days' time, the Prime Minister is going to head to the Climate Change Conference in Scotland. And when he gets there, there'll be nothing under his kilt, because after 8 years of stoking the politics of climate change denial, it suddenly dawned on him that the world is racing ahead of us and that there is economic price to be paid in lost jobs, in lost income and in lost trade from their 8 years of inaction. 8 years of coalition infighting have led to 20 separate energy policies, none of which have been implemented because their own MPs blew them up before they got out the gate. We had great expectations that something would be announced yesterday, but we got nothing. Instead, we got a PowerPoint presentation that specifically states they have no new ideas. He calls it the Australian way. Well, I've got a tip for the Prime Minister. If you call a press conference to make a big announcement and don't make one, most Australians will call you a drongo. Everything you need to know about their announcement can be explained by this. They're putting all of their energy into telling you what they won't do and nothing into telling you what they will do.
The member's time has concluded. The member for Leichhardt has the call.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. I recently travelled to Lakeland Downs, located a few hundred kilometres northwest of Cairns, for the official opening of the new sporting oval and facilities. It wasn't just another sporting field, though, or simply another opening. This sporting field was named in honour of Cape York legend Alan Wilson. The Alan Wilson Oval is a fitting legacy to the person who has dedicated his life to serving his community in many different capacities. Alan, who now lives in the Tablelands, has had many careers, including being a Northern Territory police officer. He was, in fact, my cattle station manager at Olivale in Cape York.
It being
he was a
2 p.m, the time for members' statements has concluded in accordance with Standing Order 43. Questions without notice. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the Morrison-Joyce government's so-called plan for net zero comes with net zero modelling, net zero costs beyond 2030 and net zero legislation?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can confirm that our plan for achieving net zero emissions by 2050, Mr Speaker, the extensive plan that we've released, Mr Speaker, will achieve that, and we'll achieve that, Mr Speaker, by backing the decisions that Australians are making, particularly across our corporate sector, across, Mr Speaker, our scientific community, that understands the technological changes that will take place and that we will fund and support through the low emissions technology roadmap, Mr Speaker, and the many other initiatives that we've outlined as a government. That is what gets us to net zero by 2050. What doesn't get us there, Mr Speaker, is taxes and mandates and laws telling people what to do and what they can't do, Mr Speaker, on their farms, in their businesses, in their factories, in their homes, Mr Speaker. That's not what our plan does. The reason Labor doesn't like our plan, Mr Speaker, is because there's no taxes in it. They don't like our plan, Mr Speaker, because there's no mandates telling people what to do and regulations trying to control their lives. That's why Labor doesn't like our plan, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our commitment was set out at the last election. We said we would have a 26 to 28% reduction by 2030. The Labor Party said 45% was the emissions reduction that should occur by 2030. The Australian people rejected that, Mr Speaker, but we note today, on the same logic that those opposite often put on those on this side of the House, today the Labor Party supported the member for Ringa for a 60% reduction.
No, just say
a 60% reduction, Mr Speaker.
If the Leader of the Opposition can resume his seat, I was about to intervene. As I've made clear on numerous occasions, the Prime Minister needs to be relevant to the question. He wasn't asked about alternative policies. I've been lenient in terms of comparing and contrasting, but just to be very clear, it's not an opportunity to talk about what was voted on earlier today in terms of alternative policies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So, The building blocks of the plan, which we outlined yesterday, Mr Speaker, the Emissions Reduction Fund, some $2.5 billion, the top-up of that fund by a further $2 billion, the delivery of Snowy 2.0 at $1.4 billion, Marinus Link, Mr Speaker, the energy efficiency improvements, the Grid Reliability Fund, some $1 billion on energy generation, storage, transmission and grid transitions, the Hydrogen Industry Development Plan of $1.2 billion, the carbon capture and storage hubs, which we believe, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House, Labor is voting against carbon capture and storage, Mr Speaker, in this parliament, the ARENA funding of $1.4 billion, continued funding and an expanded mandate, the gas-fired recovery projects, the King Review safeguard mechanism, Mr Speaker, the international technology partnerships, some $565 million, with India being added to those, Mr Speaker, with Japan, the United Kingdom and others, Mr Speaker, Germany. So these are the initiatives the government is undertaking to get to net zero by 2050. We still don't know what their 2030 target is, and they don't have a plan for any of it.
The member for Barker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. South Australians, like those in communities across Barker, will soon look forward to their borders reopening so families can reunite, businesses can ramp up and more people can get back to work. Will the Prime Minister please update the House on how this news demonstrates the Morrison government's national plan is working so we can safely live with the virus and build a stronger Australia?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Barker for his question. As a proud South Australian, he'll be proud of his state today, because today South Australia exceeded 80% on first-dose vaccinations. Australia has now passed the United Kingdom on first-dose vaccinations across whole of population. Mr Speaker, we have had one of the lowest fatality rates of COVID-19 in the world. We have had one of the strongest, particularly amongst advanced economies, going through COVID in the world, and we're on track, Mr Speaker, to have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. And today, Mr Speaker, we know that the TGA has approved the go forward on the booster program, Mr Speaker, for our vaccinations. And I was talking to Jane Malashak today. You may remember Jane out of the Marion. She joined me for that first dose of the vaccine, Mr Speaker, and we spoke about getting together again for that booster shot, which we'll be able to have, Mr Speaker, as the plan is rolled out by the Minister for Health together with Professor Murphy, Mr Speaker, and we will continue that program. She was particularly pleased to hear that within about a week and a half, Mr Speaker, that Australia is likely to hit 80% double-dose vaccination around the country, which is in line, Mr Speaker, with what the Minister for Health and others were saying at the beginning of this year. So, Mr Speaker, that program means that we're able to open up. We're able to open up under the national plan, as the member for Barker was asking about, Mr Speaker, and South Australia has joined so many other states now in outlining their timetable to open up their state under the national plan, which is being achieved by those vaccination rates continuing to rise all around the country, and we want to see those rates rise, particularly in Queensland, Western Australia, Mr Speaker, and we'll continue to work with those states to achieve those outcomes. On Monday, Mr Speaker, Australians will be taking off again. Australians will be taking off as the international restrictions on travel by vaccinated Australian residents and citizens is lifted, and there's more than 500,000 Australians who have already downloaded their international vaccination certificate, Mr Speaker, which will enable them to do that. We'll be concluding very, very shortly our arrangements with Singapore, which we'll see next month, particularly students, Mr Speaker, and business travellers being the first to come to Australia out of Singapore who are double vaccinated, and we welcome the announcements made today in Singapore about Australians being able to travel there from the 8th of November. And by the end of the year, Mr Speaker, I fully anticipate that we'll be able to achieve seeing international visitors, including backpackers, Mr Speaker, who are double vaccinated, being able to come back to Australia, and I know that'll be great news to the Minister for Agriculture in particular, and the many others around the country who rely on them. The national plan, Mr Speaker, is working. Australia's taking off on Monday, Mr Speaker. Australia has passed the UK in single-dose vaccinations. We are moving forward strongly under the national plan.
The member for McMahon.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. This morning, Treasury told Senate estimates it had not modelled the impact of the government's net zero policy. Why didn't the Prime Minister ask Treasury to model the impact? Why won't the Prime Minister release the modelling he claims to have?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Modelling will be released in the next couple of weeks, Mr Speaker. The Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources is the department that does the modelling on this work, Mr Speaker, and was supported by that work by Treasury, and I'll ask the Treasury to update further.
Member for Kingston Smith and others. The Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Treasury did provide advice to DISA, who undertook the modelling. In fact, they seconded Treasury officials to DISA for the purposes of assisting with that modelling, and my department stayed in close contact with DISA throughout that modelling process. With respect to the advice that Treasury provided to DISA, was about the risk premium of not joining the global consensus around net zero by 2050, and it was also about some of those long-run assumptions like population growth that was taken into account with respect to the DISA modelling. But the point I want to make, Mr Speaker, is that the Coalition, in the announcement of our plan to reach net zero by 2050, has put in place a practical and a responsible approach, joining a global consensus to take action, recognising we need a global solution to what is a global problem. And we have been able to reduce emissions by more than 20% since 2005, and at the same time strengthen our economy, grow our economy by around 45% in that time, and seen an additional 3 million people in work, Mr Speaker. So our commitment is what we have delivered in the past and we will deliver again in the future, which is lowering emissions and strengthening our economy and creating more jobs.
The member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government is delivering both significant national infrastructure and local projects supporting our communities and regional economies? How will this benefit my home state of Victoria? And is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative policies?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Nichols for his question, and note the heritage of the area of Nichols, which is the home of Black Jack McEwen. And back in 1934, he actually entered Parliament and had a long and distinguished career, like the member for Nichols, at both a state and a federal level, has had a long and distinguished career. And I know, and we all hope, that delivery that he's achieved for the people of Nichols continues on. Mr Speaker, it's continued on in a range of ways. He's been absolutely instrumental within the Nationals in driving for the Inland Rail, which was going through the member for Nichols seat, and incredibly important for places such as the stone fruit producers in the member for Nichols seat, or the dairy producers in the member for Nichols seat, or the industry and the benefits it got from further construction in the member for Nichols seat. When it's concluded, it will ease congestion, removing 200,000 truck movements each year. It will reduce carbon emissions by 750,000 tonnes each year. One inland rail train carries the equivalent of 110 B-double trucks. And this is the sort of thing, this is the sort of inspiration, this is the sort of development which is so important in achieving a task that we are smart enough to put the investments into the things that achieve a task and also advance the lives of regional people. Now, the member for Nichols has not only been a great champion for the big projects, he's also been a great champion for the smaller projects. And the Shepparton City Council Maud Street Mall redevelopment, part of the social infrastructure, he was absolutely at the forefront of that, working with Mayor Kim O'Keefe. He also was instrumental, especially in the Echuca-Moama Bridge. That was a massive project, and with the member for Riverina, they drove forward on that massive project. It was $320 million is that project. That's not the sort of development you get if you're relying on people who are basically, when you take away Lingiari, only represent about 150,000 square kilometres of this nation, while we represent about over 5 million square kilometres of this nation. But, Mr Speaker, he talks about alternate policies, and very important, because one of his greatest concerns, I imagine, especially around the stone fruit growers and the dairy farmers, is if legislation came in which were further laws that restricted their capacity, that imposed on their lives, that restricted their freedoms and their capacity to grow. And there's only one side of the chamber that's talking about bringing in legislation. In fact, the only thing we know they're bringing in, we don't know about anything else, is the Labor Party they're going to bring in the legislation. The legislation because they just don't believe in the ingenuity and they don't believe in the freedoms of the individual. They believe that what resides with the member of Grayndler is the capacity to look after the people in Shepparton with legislation, laws and penalties.
The Deputy Prime Minister's time has concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I ask simply, will the Prime Minister now table the modelling for his so-called net zero plan?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The modelling will be released in the next few weeks, Mr Speaker. I've made that very clear. Very clear when we're releasing the modelling, Mr Speaker. I look forward to the modelling being
Members
released.
on my left.
When those opposite ever come up with a plan, Mr Speaker, they won't even tell us what their 2030 target is before Glasgow. I don't know what they're waiting for, Mr Speaker. I know what our target is. Our target that we're taking, Mr Speaker, is 26 to 28%. Talking about our policies.
Yes, it's okay, and I know what the question was too, which was very specific, and it was very short, and it doesn't take me long to remember it.
26 to 28%, Mr Speaker, is what our target is. That's what we took to the last election, and we're going to beat that target. And that's what I'll be telling people in Glasgow under our nationally determined contributions, that we expect for that to fall by 35%, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. It was a very, very specific question, and the Prime Minister is not being relevant.
No, I just asked
it goes to the modelling.
Yeah,
will he table it?
I do just say there's an opportunity to briefly refer to the plan, but there's not an opportunity. I mean, the question was, would the Prime Minister table the modelling for his net zero plan? The Prime Minister's absolutely answered that question in saying it'll be released publicly in a few weeks' time, and he's had the opportunity to reflect briefly on the policy, but it's not an opportunity for the next 2 minutes to simply talk about the policy when he's only asked one question. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So yes, Australia has already achieved a 20% reduction in our emissions since 2005, which has seen also our economy grow by 45% over that same period of time. And, Mr Speaker, we are forecasting, projecting in our nationally determined contribution at Glasgow that we will beat that 26 to 28% target, and our emissions reduction by 2030 will be 35%. That's what we anticipate that to be, based on the work that has been done under the transparent process which the government has been long engaged in. And we know that under our plan, Mr Speaker, by the end of that
Prime
forecast
Minister,
period,
yeah,
I'm talking about the modelling.
No, actually that wasn't clear. I
was about to make that point.
Okay, but if you're talking about the modelling, you need to make that clear.
And that shows, Mr Speaker, that under our plan, GDP's up 1.59%. Under our plan, it's about $2,000 per person better off a year, Mr Speaker. Under our plan, Mr Speaker, we are seeing a 5.6% increase in investment. That's what our plan's doing, Mr Speaker. We've looked at that. We've wrestled with these issues. We've worked through these issues, and we want to be assured. We want to be assured, Mr Speaker, that these outcomes can be achieved, particularly for rural and regional Australia. We've done the work to satisfy ourselves on that. We've done the work to satisfy ourselves that we can reach net zero by 2050 and grow our economy and support rural and regional economies, Mr Speaker. We're confident about that. That's why we're taking it forward. The Labor Party's not confident about anything.
No,
they don't even have a target for 2030.
This is not an opportunity to talk about alternative policies. The member for Kennedy.
Treasurer, in 30 years, per capita net national income has risen only 130%, yet housing and motor vehicle prices have risen over 600% and food over 230%. Affordable living now being beyond many Australians. Wouldn't the deregulation of building codes and land subdivisions, along with the capping down to 100% the current unconscionable farm gate to family markup of 300% on food, wouldn't these measures stop 30% of our families collapsing into poverty?
The Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Kennedy for his question, and I understand he's talking about cost of living, and it is true that a lot of Australians are doing it tough right now, particularly as a consequence of the largest economic shock since the Great Depression. But I can inform the member, and indeed the House, that household disposable income is up 5.8% since the start of the pandemic, Mr Speaker. And this is because we as a government have put around $300 billion of support into the economy, direct economic support for families and for businesses. And in the budget this year, I announced a number of other measures that go to the heart of cost of living. Indeed, since the pandemic, we have cut taxes by about $24 billion for Australians, Mr Speaker. But in the budget, we had $9.7 billion in childcare support. We, in the budget, had $9 billion for an additional support for JobSeeker, with the single largest increase since 1986, Mr Speaker. We had about $9 billion for homelessness and for housing, programs like Home Builder, but also Commonwealth Rent Assistance, which is so important. And so these programs are supporting the economy and supporting households who, as the member points out, are doing it very tough. But we can only invest in these measures when we have a strong economy. And I can tell the House that Australia is one of only 9 countries in the world to have a AAA credit rating from the 3 leading credit rating agencies. And we know that when we came to government, unemployment was at 5.7%. Today it's 4.6%, with unemployment gone below 5% for the first time in a decade. So I say to the honourable member, we as a government are committed to driving down taxes, to put more money into people's pockets, and to try to ease the cost of living with the investments that we're making in the energy sector, which has seen energy prices come down by around 10% from their peak. So whether it's childcare, whether it's housing, whether it's JobSeeker support for those who are out of work, whether it's our energy investments, we are focused on driving down the cost of living for all Australians.
Yeah. The member for Herbert has the call.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Morrison government's proven record of delivering tax cuts for businesses and families, strengthening our economic recovery and helping to drive unemployment to its lowest level in a decade? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, I thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Herbert, and I thank him for his service to Australia in the Australian Defence Force, Mr Speaker. Somebody who was injured in Afghanistan, someone who's worn the uniform with pride, and someone who represents Australia's largest garrison city in Townsville, Mr Speaker, and supports our veterans. So we say thank you to the member for Herbert, and I thank you for this question. And he recognises that this side of the House, the Coalition, Liberals and Nationals, are committed to creating more jobs and driving down taxes, Mr Speaker. Now, when we came to government, unemployment was 5.7%. Today it's 4.6%, and 1.4 million additional jobs have been created since we came to government. And when it comes to lower taxes, we have legislated through the parliament around $300 billion of income tax cuts. That means if you're a teacher in Townsville on $60,000, you are paying $6,480 less tax under our government as a result of the measures that we have passed on this side of the House. And if you're a small business with a turnover less than $50 million, you've seen your tax come down to 25% from 30%. And immediate expensing and the loss carry-back measures have seen an increase in investment across the country. In terms of machinery and equipment investment, we've seen about a 20% increase as a result of the business investment incentives that we have supported on this side of the House. So we're delivering lower taxes and we're delivering more jobs. And on top of that, we're investing in infrastructure, programs like Snowy 2.0, which are going to support around 5,000 jobs, and programs like the Western Sydney Airport, which will support around 11,000 jobs, and other programs like Inland Rail, Mr Speaker, which will support more than 20,000 jobs, and some very important infrastructure projects which are creating jobs and driving up productivity. Now, I'm asked, are there any alternative policies to our approach to create more jobs and to lower taxes? Well, we know that those opposite support higher taxes, because they went to the last election with $387 billion of higher taxes, and the member for McMahon told Australians, if you don't like our policies, don't vote for them. And they took him literally, Mr Speaker. They took him literally. But now we know the member for Rankin is cooking up a family tax. Mr Speaker, on family businesses, 300,000 of them, a $27 billion tax on family businesses, Mr Speaker, that will leave businesses worse off as a result of Labor's addiction to high taxes. So we on this side of the House, are committed to creating more jobs and lowering taxes for all Australians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What is the reason why he says he's releasing the modelling in a few weeks rather than now? Don't Australians deserve the right to see it?
The Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr Speaker, we'll be fully transparent about the policies as we have been, Mr Speaker, and we will release that modelling in the next few weeks. That's exactly what we'll do.
The member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on Australia's vaccine program, including how booster vaccines will continue to protect Australian lives and livelihoods?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Moncrieff. I had the privilege of visiting with her the TRICARE aged care facility at Mermaid Beach, and not that long before they had a positive case amongst one of their groundskeepers. All of the staff were doing their best, and all of the residents had been offered and given double vaccination for everyone who was willing to receive it. And that provided very important protection at a very important time. And that threat, which we've seen around the world, continues. Again, over 400,000 cases in the last 24 hours worldwide of COVID-19, and sadly 8,500 lives lost. And we are closing, very sadly, on more than 5 million lives lost worldwide officially, with the real rate likely to be far higher than that. Against that background, one of the things that we've sought to do is to ensure that we have as many Australians vaccinated as possible. And what we're seeing now is that across the country we are on the cusp of an 87.5% first dose and a 75% second dose rate. That second dose rate is climbing, and the first dose rate is continuing to increase around the country. South Australia, as the Prime Minister has said, has passed the 80% first dose rate today. Other states are closing on it, and already we have the ACT, New South Wales and Victoria with more than 90% of first doses around the country. In particular, we're now at 34.8 million doses around Australia, and what that means is that there is just over 1 million Australians to come forward to have their second doses to achieve that 80% national mark. And so we're on track and we're achieving that. And as General Fruin said on Sunday, there's enough vaccine in the country to ensure that every person who seeks to be vaccinated, whether first or second, has that opportunity. And today the TGA has approved a booster shot, a third dose for those once they've reached 6 months or more, and that's available, and it will be available to all those who seek it. That vaccine is ready, and what that means is that we will have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the most recently vaccinated populations, and one of the earliest countries in the world to have a whole-of-population booster program subject to the final advice by ATAGI. All of these things are coming together to provide protection for Australians, to give us some of the highest protection in the world, but also to allow that roadmap. And that roadmap takes form with, on the 1st of November, Australians being able to regain their freedoms and leave the country.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answers on net zero in this House. Can the Deputy Prime Minister confirm he signed up to net zero without seeing any Treasury modelling on the impact on regional Australia?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Just while I've been sitting back there in regards to this plan, I'm very encouraged by some of it, because for the long-term prospects for Australia's coal and gas sectors will depend on preferences from customers. I understand that. And the DISA modelling, which is on the next page, I just want to go through it. Coal metallurgical global ranking #1, coal thermal global ranking #2, LNG global ranking #2, iron ore #1, uranium #1, lithium #1, zinc #2, and copper #3. This is great, and I just had a look at it for the honourable member. The source, DISA Resources and Energy Quarterly, September 21. It's modelling. I'm very happy. I believe the people at DISA are probably proficient enough, probably a little bit better than me in determining those incredible rankings. I'm happy we've got them. I'm very encouraged by making sure that in working with my National Party colleagues that we talk about that we will remain one of the world's biggest producers and exporters of liquefied natural gas, and this is a great outcome. It talks about the ongoing use of coal. In fact, it talks about I think merely a 6% decline over the near future, but that belies the fact that currently we're exporting more coal at a higher price than we ever have before. The modelling seems pretty good. The modelling seems pretty good.
The member for Groom.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the Minister outline to the House how our plan for net zero by 2050 will ensure that we strengthen our industries and create jobs as we bring down our emissions? And is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, I thank the member for Groom for his question. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and for his continued support for a technology-led approach to reducing emissions. As the member for the area in and around Toowoomba, he represents one of the great energy and agricultural hubs of the world, Mr Speaker, and he, like so many of his constituents, understands that technology-led approaches to reducing emissions using technologies like hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, regenerating our soils is the key to maintaining a strong economy, strengthening our economy and bringing down emissions at the same time. And that's our plan, Mr Speaker. We've laid it out. Few countries in the world have, and those opposites certainly haven't, Mr Speaker. It's a plan that focuses on doing things the Australian way, Mr Speaker, the Australian way. It builds on the policies and initiatives that we've been announcing over a long period of time, including in recent months, Mr Speaker, and as a result of those policies and initiatives, emissions are more than 20% down since 2005. That's at a time where the economy has grown by 45%. And get this, Mr Speaker, exports during that time, when emissions have come down by 20.8%, exports have grown by more, product exports by more than 200%, Mr Speaker. That's success. That's what works, and our plan is about using what works. It respects the choices of Australians, households and businesses, and this is so crucial, Mr Speaker. Their right to choose, their right to choose, the right of farmers to choose how they want to farm, the right of Australians to choose the vehicles they want to drive, the food they want to eat, Mr Speaker. It's a plan for prosperity and for the regions to excel, Mr Speaker. But I am asked about alternatives, and the alternative is those opposite. Seven times they've voted against the technology-led approach. The Leader of the Opposition describes it as absurd, but worse, Mr Speaker, time after time they have refused to tell Australians what their 2030 target is. But today they came into the place. Today they came into this place and they voted for a 60% emissions reduction target, Mr Speaker. Voted for a 60% emissions reduction target. Now, it's true the Leader of the Opposition described the member for Maribyrnong's target of 45% as a mistake. What no one realised is he was in favour of a 60% target, Mr Speaker. A 60% target. And he needs to explain which industries will be destroyed, which cattle are going to go, which mines are going to be closed, which industry is going to disappear, Mr Speaker, which regions are going to be destroyed. They need to explain all of this, Mr Speaker. Well, we've laid out our plan as technology-led. It's for the prosperity of Australia and Australians, Mr Speaker, and it respects the choice of all Australians.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to, again, the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answer. Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware that the document that he was quoting from is not the modelling document? I ask again, can the Deputy Prime Minister confirm that he signed up to net zero without seeing the Treasury modelling on the impact on regional Australia?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member once again for his question. And throughout the document, it's talking about the DISA modelling, and I imagine DISA know what they're doing. I suspect they might know more than the honourable member himself, as, I don't know, maybe he's an expert in linear regression analysis, and maybe he can give us a little speech on the Rapson-Newton theory and go through a whole range of his acumen in this area. But I'm suspecting, I'm going way out on a limb here, that DISA knows more than he does. So I'm very encouraged. And of course we went through it. We diligently went through a full process of making sure that we went into bat for regional Australia, because the one thing we were looking for was to making sure that there was no legislation like you're going to bring forward and legislate out the workers in the Hunter Valley and legislate out the workers in central Queensland and legislate out the jobs from Newcastle and legislate out the towns of Muswellbrook and Singleton. It was very important that we made... Now, I knew that would get under your skin. I knew that.
Well, I hadn't even asked him to resume his seat, but anyway, have you finished? No.
And I didn't want to say good day to him, so I just took a break for a second. But what is really
maybe
important,
you can do that outside the House, eh?
What's really... I'll take your advice, Mr Speaker. And I was looking at this. This is great. Australian lithium exports could grow from $1 billion in 2020 to $10 billion by 2050. $34 billion a year further refined. Now, that's a good idea. And the Prime Minister and myself, are you coming up this time
no,
to
the
say
Deputy Prime Minister can resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, on direct relevance. The question goes to the modelling document. It's in two parts. Both refer to the modelling document, and the Deputy Prime Minister is not referring to it at any point.
The Deputy Prime Minister was asked about his previous answer about that document and a separate modelling document that the Prime Minister said will be released in the next couple of weeks. I've allowed him to talk about the modelling he's seen, but he needs to really either come back to the question or wrap up his answer.
Mr Speaker, it is not exceptional that you trust competent modelling agencies. It's not exceptional that you would think that DISA was competent at their job, that McKinsey was competent at their job, that the departmental officials didn't walk in off the street, and so even unless you've got the expert knowledge, which I presume the member for Watson doesn't have, then it would be better to rely on the people who are expert on it, and that's people such as DISA.
The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government is investing in technology we need to reduce emissions both here and around the world? And is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin for a question. As a former Vice-Chancellor and researcher, she knows the power of technology to solve hard problems in Australia and around the world, Mr Speaker, and she knows that a technology-led approach is the right way to get to net zero by 2050 in a way that reconciles a strong economy, job creation, investment, Mr Speaker, with bringing down emissions. And she trusts the Australian people that when low emissions technologies come to cost competitiveness, they deploy them. And they're doing exactly that in her electorate, Mr Speaker. They are doing exactly that in her electorate, where there are 15,000 households with solar cells on the roofs, Mr Speaker. Solar cells, I should say, where 90% of the cells around the world have Australian technology in them. We've shaped that technology, Mr Speaker, and we've played an extraordinary role in bringing down emissions, not just here in Australia, but around the world. Now, we as Australians, trust our colleagues, our fellow Australians, to make the choices that are right for them about the vehicles they drive, the food they eat, Mr Speaker, the electricity they buy. And we know that low emissions technologies, when they make sense, when they're cost competitive, they'll adopt them. And that's why we're focused on reducing the cost of those technologies to bring them to the point where Australians deploy them because it's in their interest. Now, that includes technologies like carbon capture and storage, Mr Speaker, and we've developed an emissions reduction fund methodology we've announced in recent months so that we can credit abatement from new carbon capture and storage projects. We've committed $250 million to carbon capture and storage hubs. We know that will provide up to 1,500 jobs, Mr Speaker, nearly all of which will be in regional areas. But it's not just us, Mr Speaker. It's not just us. Joe Biden, the US President, of course, has said that the US will double down on carbon capture and storage. The IPCC and the IEA have said this is a critical technology for the world to meet net zero goals, Mr Speaker. The UK is investing $1 billion in carbon capture and storage, which will reduce their emissions by 20 to 30 million tonnes per annum, Mr Speaker, but I am asked about alternatives. And the fact is that those opposite rule out technologies. They rule them out. They rule them out, like carbon capture and storage. They have voted time and time against technologies like these, Mr Speaker. And we know why. We know why. Because their real target is not net zero, Mr Speaker, it's zero. They want to see industries like agriculture, manufacturing and mining wiped out. No fossil fuels, they want them all gone, Mr Speaker. They want to see these industries wiped out. Well, that's not the Australian way. That's not the Australian way. We will reconcile right across regional Australia and the rest of Australia strong economy with emissions reduction.
The member for Ballarat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why won't the Prime Minister legislate net zero by 2050? Is it because he's worried about members of his own government crossing the floor?
Good question.
The Prime Minister?
No, Mr Speaker. No. Mr Speaker, our plan backs in what Australians are doing. We have met and we have beaten our Kyoto targets, Mr Speaker. They weren't legislated. They weren't legislated, Mr Speaker. We're going to meet and we're going to beat our Paris targets that we set at 26 to 28%. We had this discussion at the last election. Those opposite said they didn't believe that our plans would meet that target. They said it won't happen. Other commentators said it wouldn't happen, Mr Speaker. They said the same thing about our 2020 targets. Yeah. They made all the same criticisms and they made all the same noise that they're making today, Mr Speaker, about our plans for 2050. But guess what? We met 2020, Mr Speaker. There aren't that many countries that can say that they just didn't meet it, Mr Speaker, that we beat it by almost a full year of emissions by Australia, Mr Speaker. We beat that target in 2020, and in 2030, when we go to Glasgow, we'll be able to say that our projections, which are included in our nationally determined contribution, will see emissions reduced, we expect, by 35% by 2030. So, Mr Speaker, Australians know what our policies are, they know what they're designed to achieve, they know what they have met, Mr Speaker, They know how those targets have been beaten, and they know how we plan to get there with technologies, Mr Speaker, which we know will secure the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve. Australians, of course, want us to achieve net zero by 2050, Mr Speaker, but they don't want a blank cheque. They don't want to be signed up by a blank cheque, which is what the Labor Party want to do with their legislation, Mr Speaker. They don't want the mandates to come down and be told what to do, either on their farm or on their business or in their home or in their car. They want to be trusted, Mr Speaker. We trust Australians to be able to go forward and do these things, just like we trusted them to go out and get vaccinated. The Leader of the Opposition thought they had to be bribed to do that, Mr Speaker. We believe in the integrity of Australians and their commitment to do what's right by Australia. We don't think they need to be mandated. We don't think they need those sorts of things, Mr Speaker, because we know they want to achieve it, and we know that's true because we've already seen emissions fall by over 20%, Mr Speaker, on 2005 levels, and at the same time our economy has grown by 45%. We've got 1 million people back in jobs in manufacturing in this country, Mr Speaker. Under Labor, 1 in 8 jobs in manufacturing gone. And on electricity prices, Mr Speaker, under our government on the latest inflation figures, they've gone up by 3%. Since we were elected. Under Labor, they went up by 101%, Mr Speaker.
The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government's technology-driven approach to reducing emissions, which includes its significant investment in protecting and improving Australia's ancient soils, will ensure our agriculture industry can continue to grow and thrive?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Cowper for his question. He represents a very rich agricultural region. He understands the important role that agriculture will play not just in this technology roadmap in reducing emissions, but what it's already achieved. The agriculture and land sector has reduced emissions by over 55% since 2005, but we've increased agricultural production from $36 billion to over $73 billion over that same period. We've done that through investing in technology, and more importantly through our soils. 95% of what we produce in the agriculture sector comes from our soils. And there is a symbiotic relationship between our soils and reducing carbon, because the more that we can put into our carbon we can put into our soils, the better agricultural produce that we produce. And so we are putting investments through our national soil strategies to make sure that we can abate more carbon through our soils and increase agricultural production. That is common sense. That is what this plan is about. And we're doing that with specific programs like $67 million going to household waste, to work with councils to use organic waste and food waste to go into compost, to save and abate that carbon back into the soil to produce better crops, better protein, from using the just simple modems of working with councils in making sure we can use that carbon. We're also working with $20 million in a science challenge to ensure those gaps, those knowledge gaps in understanding our soils and how they can be used better to get better productivity. We have the best minds to be able to achieve that. Well, there's $120 million working with farmers to incentivise them to do more soils tests and to also use the data that came out of their previous soil tests to bring together a greater database, not just around carbon abatement but also the productivity of their land. $54 million, and also having boots on the ground, extension officers working with farmers through that data to be able to understand what their management practices should look like. There's also $40 million for our soil CRC that is ensuring that the collection of this data is collaborated and used across sectors to ensure that the productivity and profitability of our farmers and the abatement of that carbon works to our farmers' advantage, but also to us reducing our emissions. We're also working through the Minister for Energy with over $36 million in the soil challenge to crack the code of reducing the cost of a soil carbon test, to bring it down from over $30 a hectare to $3 a hectare. This will incentivise farmers to be able to take advantage of the more than 90 million hectares of agricultural production area that they can not only produce better crops, better protein, but they can also abate carbon and help us play an integral part of meeting our international commitments. That has the potential to actually abate nearly 90 million tonne a year in carbon abatement, going a long way to living up to our international commitments. This is a common-sense Australian way of solving an international problem and increasing Australian agricultural productivity along the way.
The member for Wills.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that nearly a third of the emissions reductions he hopes to claim for his net zero policy by 2050 come from technological innovations that don't exist yet, and global technology trends which are out of Australia's control?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can confirm that 15% of the emissions reduction that come as a result of the government's plan will be from global technology trends. Mr Speaker, I confirm that it includes 20% reductions that have already occurred. Mr Speaker, our policies have already seen a 20% reduction in emissions, which is greater than the United States. It's greater than the OECD average, Mr Speaker. It's greater than Japan. It's greater than Canada. It's greater than New Zealand, Mr Speaker. Australia's actions on reducing climate change, reducing emissions, Australia's outcomes in reducing emissions speak far louder than the claims and the words of others, Mr Speaker. I can confirm that 40% of those reductions comes from the technology investment roadmap technologies, which go to clean hydrogen and getting that under $2 a kilo, ultra-low-cost solar at under $15 per megawatt hour, energy storage getting that under $100 per megawatt hour, low-emission steel and aluminium steel production under $700 per tonne and a million under $2,200 per tonne, that we can get carbon capture and storage, something opposed by the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, down to under $20 per tonne of CO2. The Leader of the Opposition interjects, Mr Speaker. He says it's not true. Well, if that's not true, Mr Speaker, why is he voting against it in the Senate with the Labor Party, Mr Speaker?
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, on direct relevance.
Abolish the fund.
Hey, the Leader of the Opposition.
Fraud.
Leader of the Opposition. I'm trying to hear the Manager of Opposition Business.
On direct relevance, the question goes to two parts of that document. He's not referring to either of them at the moment. It goes to the global technology trends part of it and the technological innovations that don't exist yet. He's now going to other sections, and that's where he's been spending most of his answer.
Yes, no, the Prime Minister's been referring to a number of things in the answer. The question asked him to confirm those two things. So, in the time available, I'm just going to ask the Prime Minister to just come back to the question.
Mr Speaker, I was outlining the entire emissions reduction, of which those other two factors sit within the context of. So I said 40% is on those technologies we're already funding and supporting through the lower emissions technology roadmap, Mr Speaker. There is 10 to 20% on international and domestic offsets. And, Mr Speaker, there is up to 15% on further technology breakthroughs. And I say to the Leader of the Opposition of the Labor Party, what have they got against technology, Mr Speaker? Why do they not have a confidence that in the next 30 years that in the world today, Mr Speaker, we will not see technology breakthroughs which will ensure that we'll be able to close the gap? If that's the case, they should never use one of these because they don't believe they exist, Mr Speaker. An iPhone would never have been existing if it was based on the assumptions of the Leader of the Opposition. He wouldn't think any of these things had happened. We wouldn't have had a COVID vaccine, Mr Speaker, because it hadn't been developed 2 years ago, not even 1 year ago, Mr Speaker, or not much more than 1 year ago. So, Mr Speaker, yes, it's true. I have more confidence in technological innovation and science, Mr Speaker, than I do in taxes and regulations put on the Australian people by the Labor Party.
The member for Ford has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, representing the Attorney-General. Will the Minister please inform the House how the Morrison government's strong record on online safety will be further supported through online privacy reforms?
The Minister representing the Attorney-General.
Well, I do thank the member for Ford, who's got a long-standing commitment to keeping Australians safe, including safe online, as well as when they interact in the physical town square. He's determined, as all on this side of the House are determined, that people should be safe when they interact in the digital town square as well. And just this week we've seen further progress by this government in this important policy area with the release of an exposure draft designed to enable the creation of a binding online privacy code for social media services, data brokers and other large online platforms. And this is a great piece of work from the Attorney-General and the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister for Mental Health. It's designed to provide Australians with more transparency and more control about how their personal information is being handled. And critically, Mr Speaker, what's proposed under this code is that social media platforms operating in Australia will be required to take all reasonable steps to verify the age of users, to take all reasonable steps to verify parental or guardian consent for children under 16 years, and require that the handling of children's personal information on their platforms is fair and reasonable, with the best interests of the child being the primary consideration. Mr Speaker, the Online Privacy Code is the next step in the Morrison government's cohesive and comprehensive plan to keep Australians safe online. It's the next building block in our defences, and it builds on our tough new Online Safety Act. It builds on our strong new industry codes to protect Australians against abhorrent and violent content. It builds on new powers to order tech companies to report on how they're keeping people safe and issue hefty fines of up to $550,000 for companies if they don't respond. It builds on our successful cyberbullying scheme for children. It builds on the 25,000 times our school toolkits have been downloaded. It builds on professional teacher programs that have reached 5,300 educators. It builds on our world-first adult cyber abuse scheme. It builds on the $15 million we provided for extra investigators to support victims of abuse. It builds on our new powers for the eSafety Commissioner to unmask anonymous trolls. It builds on takedown powers for intimate images shared online without consent. It builds on a $125 million funding commitment for the eSafety Commissioner over the next 4 years. It builds on our commitment to develop technology to support women in finding intimate images put up without their authority in the darkest places of the web. It builds on our achievement of reaching 1 million senior Australians through our Be Connected program. Mr Speaker, the Morrison government strongly committed to keeping Australians safe online, and a whole series of practical measures to do that.
The member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm he committed $13 million of taxpayers' money to advertising his climate policy before he even had one? Can the Prime Minister confirm that the only jobs created by his policy so far are for the Minister for Resources and advertising executives? Why is it always about spin and never about substance from this Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister has the call.
No, Mr Speaker, the member's question and the presumptions in it are false.
The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is backing our law enforcement agencies to tackle the evil crime of child abuse and to make our communities safer?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Well, thank you, and I thank the member for his question. And I recognise the significant work that he has done as chair of both the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement and also the Parliamentary Friends of ACE. Mr Speaker, nothing is more important than the safety and security of our children. And the coalition government has always been serious about tackling this insidious crime. Now, this morning we launched our country's first national strategy to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. And this strategy, this new strategy, will further focus our work over the next decade. It includes over $131 million to resource our law enforcement efforts, which build on our record investment to establish the world-leading Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. Now, sadly, last year alone, the centre received over 22,000 reports of child sexual exploitation. That's an average of over 60 a day. And we all know that not every instance would be reported. So that is a terrible statistic that we must all work hard to make sure that we can reduce. Now, clearly, with the COVID pandemic, there has been more opportunities for children to be online, and it's also an opportunity for predators to be out there grooming children. This is something that this government is very committed to doing its best to stamp out, and we're doing that by giving police and law enforcement agencies some pretty tough new powers. Mr Speaker, can I also say that this Friday is Day for Daniel, Australia's largest child safety education and awareness day, and I pay tribute to the work of Bruce and Denise Morecambe, who I met with recently. They worked tirelessly to make our community safer in the memory of their son. Their work is greatly appreciated by both ACE and the AFP, and I know that many Australians right around the country will be supporting Day for Daniel on Friday. The AFP and federal agencies will always be ready to support the work of state police forces when it comes to crimes against children, and they are currently doing that in the case of 4-year-old Cleo Smith, who disappeared from a campsite in Western Australia. Our thoughts are with the family, and I can assure them that the advanced capabilities of federal law enforcement are being deployed to aid local efforts to find Cleo. Australians can be certain that we will continue to equip our law enforcement and intelligence agencies with the tools and the resources that they need to combat this very serious crime, and especially crimes against children.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I associate the Labor Party with the comments of the Minister and encourage people to participate in the Day for Daniel, and congratulate all those involved in that day, and certainly along with the rest of the House and the rest of Australia, we all want to see young Cleo found safely.
The member for Lilly.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister support Labor's plan to cut taxes on electric vehicles, making them cheaper for Australian families?
The Minister for Industry has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about our policy on electric vehicles, and our policy—
Members on my left, the Minister was about 6 seconds in. Can I just listen to him for a second?
Our policy is to facilitate the choice of all Australians. Choice, Mr Speaker. Now, as the cost comes down, with all technologies, they get deployed, Mr Speaker. They get deployed, and we encourage the global manufacturers of electric vehicles to keep driving those costs down, and our policy is focused on making sure the infrastructure is in place to support the choices of all Australians. And, Mr Speaker, we're making significant investment in that infrastructure. Indeed, through round one of the Future Fuels Fund, we're providing $25 million to ARENA to support more than 400 new charging stations, Mr Speaker. We are facilitating the choice of Australians. Those opposite think they know better, Mr Speaker. They want to make the choices for Australians.
The member for Bass.
My question is to the Minister assisting the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Will the Minister outline to the House the importance of the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, launched today by the Prime Minister with the support of every state and territory leader?
The Minister assisting the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bass for her important and strong advocacy on these issues. As someone who can only imagine the lasting impact of these heinous crimes against children, I've been rocked with what I've learned as the Minister responsible for the National Office of Child Safety. And that's why, appropriately, I acknowledge victim survivors, their advocates, their families, and those that work to support them. I also acknowledge Steve Irons, my predecessor, who did much of the work in this role. Sadly, Mr Speaker, the rate of child sexual abuse is increasing. Between 2014 and 19, Mr Speaker, the number of recorded sexual assaults against children and young people increased by 21%. That's from 13,353 to 16,140. Reports of online child sexual abuse has increased as well. During the COVID lockdown last year, that increased by 122%. Sadly, the reach of Australian perpetrators also extends overseas. We have no greater responsibility as a government to protect our children and to ensure their safety. Today, the Prime Minister and I launched the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse. We announced $307.5 million for its initial implementation. This is over and above the commitments of the individual states and territories for them to fulfil their responsibilities. The National Strategy is a 10-year whole-of-nation framework for coordinating an approach to preventing and responding to child sexual abuse. It has the backing of all state and territory leaders. It aims to reduce the risk, extent and impact of child sexual abuse and related harms in Australia. There are 5 key themes: awareness raising, education and building safe kids' cultures, supporting and empowering victims and survivors, enhancing national approaches to children with harmful sexual behaviours, offender prevention and intervention, and improving the evidence base. This strategy responds to the 100 of the Royal Commission recommendations and goes further. Since 2018, the National Office of Child Safety has been consulting extensively to develop the strategy. These consultations built on the Royal Commission findings and the experience of victims and survivors. The bulk of the consultations in relation to the strategy occurred between 2018 and 20. Consultations throughout 2021 focused heavily on how government and non-government agencies would implement the finalising of the strategy's vision and objectives. The National Strategy recognises that every child and young person has the right to be protected and to be safe from sexual abuse. It recognises those who have experienced child sexual abuse are still dealing with the impacts. It recognises that everyone has a role to play to respond to and to prevent child sexual abuse.
The member for Eden-Monaro.
Thank you. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answers on net zero in this House. Given the Deputy Prime Minister has described climate change as, I quote, just the biggest scam that this nation has ever seen concocted, what can we expect the Deputy Prime Minister to say about Glasgow and net zero when he becomes acting Prime Minister tomorrow night?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for a question. I must admit I have to go a long way back to find that quote, but I'm happy for you to provide it to me. But what is really important is that when the Prime Minister goes to Glasgow, he'll be able to clearly point out that we will not be legislating any of the people in your electorate in Eden-Monaro out of a job. We won't be doing that. We'll be making sure the dairy farmers in Eden-Monaro are not legislated out by a form of legislation that your side of the House won't even tell us about. You won't tell us about your legislation. So I presume that the people in Eden-Monaro, the dairy farmers, will be concerned that the Labor Party legislation may go towards such things as methane emissions from your dairy herd. And that would be a big concern to the people of Bega, to know that the prospect of legislation that goes into the hearts of every coffee shop up and down Bega that could have the expectation of the reduction of farming income for the people of Bega is being proposed by the party that you are a member of. Because we'll be saying quite clearly that we make sure that there is no legislation that imposes on the freedoms and takes the place of the ingenuity that always resides with people who have taken us to a point where we have met and beat every target that we have had before us. Met and beat every target that we had before us. So when the Prime Minister goes to Glasgow, he will also know that the coalition are 100% behind the plan that he has brought forward. And we will also say, because I was looking through it, in Appendix 6, it was talking about the expansion of uranium mining and how important that is, how important that industry is. And we will be standing behind that. And I know
well, actually, I don't know whether the Labor Party support. Well, actually, you don't really support the coal mining industry, and you don't really support the mining industry. And I'd say that other people who are watching Glasgow will be very concerned. They'll be very concerned about the legislation that brings in the laws that outlaws the prospects of regional Australia. They'll be very concerned if that was ever to be brought about by the legislation that your side of the House proposes.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Health. Will the Minister update the House on the progress of the Morrison-Joyce government's COVID-19 vaccine rollout in regional, rural and remote Australia?
The Minister for Regional Health.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Mallee for that question and compliment her both on her pre-parliamentary career as a social worker and setting up the Zoe Support charity. And she's been a dogged defender of the vaccine restrictions and cross-border problems that her constituents have had, and developed border bubble policies and the like. Now, the seat of Mallee, a massive electorate like many in Australia, the size of Ireland, has, like other places in regional Australia, had multiple primary care sites, 90 in total, along with the help of the Flying Doctor Service, the AUSMAT teams, the Defence Vaccine Outreach teams, to get comparable rates. And areas in her electorate have over 90% in some areas first doses. But in the last week, 4,000 people in Mildura, the heart of Mallee, got themselves vaccinated, so the completed doses rate has gone up to 73%. Now, both in the outbreak in Western New South Wales and in Northern Victoria, rapid antigen tests have been really helpful bit of technology to rapidly isolate and get answers in these regional far-flung places. And I can confirm to the member and other members in regional Australia, I've been in touch with the major retailers, Coles, Woolies, IGA and the Pharmacy Guild, and they have assured me that regional Australia will be getting rapid antigen tests that people can use at home or in the workplace without a medical professional at the same time as the rest of Australia. Now, unfortunately, in some areas in regional Australia, the vaccination rate amongst some of the more remote communities with high numbers of Indigenous haven't been as good. There is a lag in them catching up, but just in this last little period, in the week or so, 3.9% of the Indigenous population that hadn't been vaccinated have. So the message is, if you are not vaccinated yet, it's never too late. You can get, going forward, you'll be able to get a booster dose, or if you haven't been vaccinated, you can get it from your GP or your pharmacy or one of the hubs, and there is rapid antigen tests coming to help manage stuff. So regional Australia, you're well looked after as we open up and get our life back. Thanks.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
There's papers. Yeah, they're coming. Why don't we just... Yeah, they're on their way. And then we've got a personal explanation remotely. The Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Thank the Leader of the House. The member for Lyons had indicated he wished to make a personal explanation.
Thank you, Speaker. I do.
Does the member claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. In yesterday's MPI, the member for Lyne accused myself and other members of hypocrisy for in claiming that the BBRF, for criticising the BBRF while welcoming projects in our own electorates. Speaker, my criticism went to the fact that 90% of the grants money under the scheme went to coalition seats, And that's a fact illustrated by my seat receiving $4 million and Mallee receiving $38 million, which is about on point. So far from hypocrisy, Speaker, it's simply fact and truth.
We're now about to go to the matter of public importance. So I'm just going to slowly find my papers and let the Leader of the House make his way out of here in an elegant fashion. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the importance of legislating net zero emissions by 2050. I call upon all those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this week we've seen the Seinfeld policy launch. All the build-up, and then it was all about nothing. No new policy, net zero new policy, net zero legislation, net zero modelling and net zero unity from those opposite. They left it to the last possible minute to outline a scam that leaves everything to the last possible minute. It's out on the never-never because this government will never, ever take climate change seriously. After all of the build-up, we just got a glossy brochure. When launching it, they said the word plan 94 times. 94. Well, saying it doesn't make it true. And the fact is that the Prime Minister isn't known as Scotty for marketing for nothing, because that is what we saw. The brochure mentions the word modelling 44 times but doesn't produce any. Maybe it's in a blind trust. Those opposite are simply not fair dinkum. They're led by a Prime Minister who said that electric vehicles would end the weekend, who said that batteries for renewables were as useful as the big banana or the big prawn, who said that the renewable energy target was nuts, who says they're going to reach a 35% reduction by 2030, but they can't change the Abbott target of 26 to 28 because that would be different from the last election. But at the last election, they opposed net zero by 2050, the whole basis of what this has allegedly been about. But when Australia was burning down during the Black Summer, they were apoplectic at the idea that there was a connection between the bushfires and the drought that came beforehand and climate change. To talk about that was woke in a city. But now that the Prime Minister wants to strut across the global stage in Glasgow, they say, oh no, net zero by 2050. With all this new technology, it's just going to happen. Well, Australia can spot a fraud from a long way away, and they're onto the marketing guy. But it gets worse, because when he jets out, as of tomorrow, Barnaby Joyce will be the acting Prime Minister of Australia. The bloke who knocked off Michael McCormack, a good man, in order to strongly oppose net zero. That was the whole platform of why the coup happened. And now he didn't support it, but it's National Party policy apparently anyway. Still doesn't support it, like a majority of National Party cabinet ministers. This is what he said when he became the leader, talking in the third person, as sometimes people with particular afflictions do. The likelihood of Joyce getting endorsement from his party room to agree with net zero is zero. That's where net zero lies. That's what he said. He doesn't even support it. He described climate change as a scam. And remember the bizarre video in the paddock, shouting at clouds, with the cows all around him, saying, I just don't want the government in my life. Except he doesn't mind the Deputy Prime Minister's pay. He doesn't mind that. He doesn't mind making a career out of taxpayer directly funds. But what we know from the announcement yesterday is, one, that they can produce glossy documents, but two big changes. One, that Keith Pitt, the Minister for Resources, is now in the Cabinet. This is a guy who said that solar and wind don't work at night. This is the guy who gets a shock every time he turns the tap and water comes out because it's not raining outside. He doesn't get the whole idea about storage of renewables and what's happened. Just doesn't get it. So that was the one change. That's the one job we know occurred. But there's another change as well, a Productivity Commission review. Every 5 years, they're going to have a look at it, see how it's going. But the Deputy Prime Minister, who that's all that we know came out of this, says this: I use them when I run out of toilet paper. That's what he had to say about Productivity Commission reports. That's how seriously he takes it. Barnaby Joyce is the whoopee cushion of Australian politics. You know you shouldn't laugh when you hear him make noise, but somehow you just kind of have to. You just kind of have to. And as we sit here in question time, listening to the human whoopee cushion opposite, you've just got to have a chuckle. We need subtitles up on the screen to explain it, because the Nationals have become a clown show, and he is the perfect figurehead. He's trying to turn the word legislation into a pejorative term. Someone should tell him that's what Parliament does. That the debates that we have in Parliament are about legislation and are about laws. But he is trying to turn it into a pejorative term. And the newsflash for him, one, that's what parliaments do, but there's a second newsflash as well. Investors need certainty going forward. That's why you have legislation, so that you can go forward. So when Dennis Denuto in the Castle spoke about laws being about the vibe, it was satire. They think it was a documentary. They just don't get it at all. Well, we on this side, of course, have had a net zero by 2050 policy for a considerable period of time. We back that up in terms of how you get there, with a Rewiring the Nation policy, $20 billion announced in my first budget reply to make sure that electricity transmission is brought into the 21st century, the most significant, easy thing that you can do between now and 2030. We've got a policy for community batteries, making sure that you can maximise what you get out of solar energy. We have a plan to make electric vehicles cheaper by reducing taxes, something that the government we asked about today, and they don't seem to comprehend that that's a large part of the high price for electric vehicles. If you want to change behaviour, you do make it cheaper. But of course they said electric vehicles would end the weekend. We want to make sure that Australian workers benefit. That's why we have a new energy apprenticeships plan. And we want new industry, and we've said how we'll pay for it, with a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund to transform existing industries, but also to talk about the opportunity that's there. We do have abundant resources in this country. I've got an idea. How about we use those resources to make things here, to create jobs here? And that's why it fits in with our Buy Australia plan that we have as well. Now, they've adopted net zero by 2050, but we'd encourage them to adopt all the rest of that plan as well, because we'll have more to say. But we've already made significant announcements going forward. Now, the Prime Minister does leave for Glasgow tomorrow. Glasgow, of course, gave the world Billy Connolly, so they recognise a joke when they see one. Now, you have to wonder what they'll make of this Prime Minister walking into that conference. The guy, he'll stand up and he'll say, technology, we want technology, and they'll go, hang on, isn't this the guy who said that electric vehicles would end the weekend? Isn't this the mob that said that renewable energy targets are bad? Isn't this the government that says that solar and wind don't work unless the sun's shining and the wind is blowing? Isn't this the government that tried to get rid of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, ARENA, that did get rid of the fund that was there for carbon capture and storage.
They don't mention that.
They never mentioned that. They got rid of the fund that was there. So now this Prime Minister says that he accepts that climate change is real because he knows that his position on net zero and opposition was simply unsustainable. But there's no conviction there. This guy is all show and no go. He's not fair dinkum, and Australians know that. All marketing, no substance. What we need to deal with the challenge of climate change is a government that understands the opportunity that meeting that challenge represents. An opportunity for Australia to take advantage that we're in the fastest-growing region of the world in human history. An opportunity to create jobs by becoming a renewable energy superpower for the world. And that means committing to net zero by 2050, but it means actually setting about creating it, not having people speak who once argued that we need to get rid of.
The opposition leader's time has expired. I call the Assistant Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. It's very good to be able to speak on this important motion because what the Leader of the Opposition has just outlined is his commitment to failure. And he attacks, for instance, those people who say we should have an international treaty that includes the world's largest emitters. Well, I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, I am resolutely proud that I want China to be part of the global solution. I want the United States to be part of the global solution. Heck, I even want New Zealand to be part of the global solution. And they all ran away from the Kyoto Protocol, and when it comes down to the Leader of the Opposition, he takes more of a Donald Trump approach to engagement in international fora than this side of the government, which focuses, this side of the chamber, the government which focuses clearly on how we bring the rest of the world to follow our leadership. And that's what we saw yesterday, when for the first time Australia had, yes, a 2050 target as a nation. Yes, we then had a time frame for the delivery of that target of net zero. But more critically, for the first time in Australian history, we had a comprehensive plan on how we were going to achieve it. And we're proud of that as a government because what we have understood at every point is, one, that we take our approach to climate change very seriously. Two, Australians want action on climate change. But in addition to that, they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want the government to burn down the village to save it, as the Australian Greens would have us do. They want to know that the government is on their side to work with business, industry and households to be part of the solution. And that's why we've taken a balanced approach and, more critically, taken an Australian approach, the Australian way to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, while also making sure we back Australians and their jobs. And I was only reminded of this yesterday. Late last night I did an interview on BBC World, and in a particularly shrill and hostile interview from an interviewer, they kept asking why I kept arguing for an Australian solution to this problem. And eventually I had to break it to her that in Europe now, in the lead up to a winter, there are millions of people in Northern Europe who live in a fate or a risk of high energy prices as they come up to winter, and that they haven't factored in the affordability of the cost of energy as part of their plan, and the very serious risk that Northern Europeans will literally die in the tens of thousands because they have not got access to affordable energy. And that is not our solution. That is not our approach, but it is the approach of one group of people, which includes the Australian Labor Party, who are more interested in cutting the emissions without consideration of the consequences than this side of the chamber. We're focused on what we need to do to build the future of Australian economy, cut emissions and be part of taking responsibility through a global solution. And we heard this explicitly today from the independent member of Warringah, who moved a motion to bring forth her bill. And what she said in that speech, I've got to say, Deputy Speaker, was profoundly enlightening and extremely disturbing. She said explicitly that the objective of her motion was to introduce a bill that would take the decision-making out of duly elected representatives. And of course, I saw as members on the other side of this chamber nodded along with the independent member for Warringah about that policy, because what they want to do is introduce targets in legislation so they can empower bureaucrats to veto the decisions of this very parliament. It is not something that we are ever prepared to accept. And we saw this again in the independent for Warringah's bill that she introduced last year, where literally it would have empowered the appointment of climate czars to veto the decisions of this parliament. There is nothing more anti-democratic, and now the Labor Party wants to do the same. Because what they want is legislation that activists can use in the courts to override the decisions of this parliament, and we will not stand for it. We want to make sure we deliver a solution for the Australian people. And what matters in this debate, Deputy Speaker, isn't intent, it's outcomes. And without a legislated target, this government has not just reached 20.8% of emissions reduction of 2005 levels. More critically, the OECD average for emissions reduction over the same time frame is only 7%. So we're beating it by a factor of 3. But in the updated projections, again in the 130-page comprehensive plan we released yesterday, we saw that the updated projection showed we'd reach a 35% emissions reduction by 2030. And at the same time, the Labor Party hasn't even got a plan. Let's not even talk about what you're going to legislate. You don't even have one, and you don't even have a target. How can you legislate air? Nothing. You've got nothing to offer on the other side of the chamber. And what we're doing is delivering that plan and making sure we cut emissions along the way. But this morning in the motion, when the independent member for Warringah wanted to introduce her democracy-attacking bill, we had the member for McMahon who came up here and attacked the government for exactly the same reason the Leader of the Opposition did just moments ago. Now, we all remember the member for McMahon from the last election, where he managed to elevate himself to the pantheon of Labor greats, with quotes like Paul Keating, who said it was the recession we had to have, like Kevin Rudd, who said climate change was the greatest moral challenge of our time, only weeks later abandoning his very commitment and his signature policy. Such was his commitment. Or, of course, Julia Gillard, who said before an election there will be no carbon tax under a government I lead, only to introduce one after she did a sneaky deal with the Greens to form coalition government. And before the last election, the member for McMahon was one of those Labor greats, and it will always go down in the history of quotes, that you're perfectly entitled to vote against us if you don't agree with our policy. Now, 100% right to the member there for Stirling. He remembers that moment clearly, as all the members on this side of the chamber do, because it was a time that the member for McMahon gave permission to millions of Australians who he wanted to push below the poverty line to say, don't vote for us, and we agree. Well, let's remember what the member for McMahon did before the last election. He came after Australian retirees and tried to slash their incomes by over 30% by the introduction of a retiree tax. Now, he failed, and we know on this side of the chamber he failed. But now he's come back with a vengeance, where he wants to increase the retirees' bills of the nation, and particularly their electricity bills. There is simply no empathy or understanding of the impact of what he proposes on the Australian people, including some of those most vulnerable. And we see it very clearly in this chamber every time he gets up to the dispatch box.
The Assistant Minister will pause for a moment. The member for Wills is seeking the call.
The member for Goldstein is talking about economic policies that have nothing to do with this MPI.
There's no point of order. Continue.
I do thank the member for his interjection, because it shows how tin-eared they are of the economic consequences of their decisions. But what we know is the member for McMahon went after the incomes of Australian retirees at the last election and failed. Now he is doing what he can to increase the electricity bills of Australian retirees should they win the next election. Because at every point it's an assault and an attack that they seek to promote. because what it does is it empowers the Labor Party at the expense of average Australians. That's why they want a legislated target. They want a legislated target because it gives them a backdoor to achieve every single policy agenda that they couldn't. And you just need to look at what's happening in the United Kingdom right now. Not just that there is a genuine threat with a tin ear to the consequences, the environmental or the economic consequences of environmental policies that make sure that Britons can't heat their homes, but that activists are now using the courts to stop infrastructure development, the building of roads in communities and anything they don't like. And sadly, we've seen similar behaviour here in this country, where activists have sought to use courts to stop projects and stop development and, frankly, stop job creation in this nation. And we know they'll do it against many of the wealth-creating sectors of this country. And I'm sure the member opposite, who I've no doubt is about to speak, will be able to tell you how often legal pathways are used to try and shut down investments in Australian economic growth. Of course, she will run interference and defend it every step of the way in pursuit of their legislated target. But what they won't understand is the human consequences of what they propose. This side of the chamber stands by the Australian people. This side of the chamber seeks democratic endorsement for its work. This side of the chamber backs the creation of jobs. And this side of the chamber wants to cut emissions too.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last summer, as the Leader for the Opposition pointed out in his kick-off of this MPI, the Deputy Prime Minister shouted at the clouds, "I don't want the government in my life." Well, Speaker, as we say in The Hunter, mate, you are the government. Seriously. And governments are elected to make laws. It's called legislating. Now, back here on Earth, out of the clouds, a road to Damascus experience is one in which a person has a sudden insight that radically changes their belief. You refer to it as the road to Damascus. He's gotten on it. Well, we've seen firsthand from those opposite this week, before our eyes, on the road to Glasgow, they've had an epiphany. They've seen the light. They've heard the voice. They realise that they do need to get to net zero by 2050, but they're refusing to legislate for it. They do need a plan for the future, but their plan is a sham. How can any worker in this country really trust this government? Workers who will be most impacted by these decisions have been left in the dark, with no real consideration and certainly absolutely no input. We've seen this past fortnight that those opposite couldn't even agree with each other whether net zero was a priority for the nation or not. For many years now, the energy industry, all Australian industries, have gone it alone. They have progressed with their plans towards net zero in the absence of any leadership from this Prime Minister or, quite frankly, his puerile predecessors. Outside of the bizarre world of the coalition, climate action and the transformation of our economy to renewables has moved way beyond ideology. Globally, we've seen broad support from unions, resource companies, world leaders, Boris Johnson even. Locally, we've seen support from the Business Council of Australia, the National Farmers Federation, for goodness sake, state governments, local governments, churches and community groups. At every level, we have seen this call to action. But this Prime Minister is truly still trying to play catch-up. The blunt reality is that we have no legislated target for 2050. That's it. So nothing holds us to this target. All the benefits this Prime Minister is banking to hit our 2030 target are based on what the states and territories and what Australians themselves have already done. He's actually cashing in on your hard work and again claiming the credit for something he actually has had nothing to do with. He doesn't hold a hose and he certainly hasn't helped you put your solar panels on your roofs. We have had a term after term and leader after leader and neglect after neglect from those opposite. They don't appreciate Australian industry and they don't respect Australian workers. As many in this place know, I have never shied away from being on the side of coal miners and coal industry workers, and I will proudly always stand up for them in this place and outside of it and the industries that they represent. I proudly care about my community, and I'm not afraid to call the government out for failing to look after them. For years, I've been on the ground talking to miners, talking to the industry that depends on mining, and making sure they have a role in these vital decisions about our future, about their future. My colleague, the member for Brand, has been on the ground talking to the industry, and she knows what workers want too. She knows what industry needs, and it's certainly not being delivered under this mob. Labor will legislate to ensure transformation does not leave Australian workers behind. That's a commitment this Prime Minister cannot make, and he will not make, even in the 11th hour on his road to Glasgow. The mining families of the Hunter, I want you to know what this means for you. This government is not backing you in. All you have seen from this government is denial, outright lies and bickering. How can any worker trust this Morrison government in the absence of any transparency or any consistent legislated plan? Let me say to you, do not trust them with your vote and do not trust them with your future.
I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The topic of this matter of public importance today, of course, the importance of legislating net zero emissions by 2050. I was surprised then when the member for Grayndler, the Leader of the Opposition, took 10 minutes of this chamber's time and didn't actually mention what it was he would legislate if he were Prime Minister. This would seem to be a glaring omission to me. In fact, I don't think I've heard anyone from that side of this debate talk about what it is they would like to see legislated. The government absolutely accepts the necessity of reaching a net zero emissions platform by 2050. And the PM has made that commitment in this place, but he'll also make that commitment in Glasgow next week. And then the whole world will know exactly where Australia stands on this, and it will be with a number of other leading democracies around the world where we have the target of net zero by 2050. I've raised many times in this place and outside the concerns I have about a number of other countries in the world that will say one thing and do the other, but I'll let the Prime Minister deal with that. But just as we signed up to Kyoto 1 and Kyoto 2, and the Paris commitments without passing legislation saying we shall meet those particular targets. So we have done with this one, and so we shall do exactly the same. We've set the target and we will meet and beat those targets. The track record of this government is that we under-promise and over-perform, that we over-deliver, and I think we will do the same with this. Now, we've had outstanding results on emission reduction. You've heard a lot in this chamber, from this side of the House at least, about our more than 20% reduction since 2005. But in fact, it's a much better result than that. We've had more than 38% reduction in our domestic emissions. And at the end of the day, we have very little control over what other countries do with their emissions, regardless of where they source their energy requirements from. For instance, whether they buy the coal from us or whether they buy the coal from anyone else, the net result for the world will be the same. And if I have time at the end of my 5 minutes, I'll get back to that. So this matter of legislating, a target, what does that mean even? What does it mean? We legislate that we will be at zero by 2050. But what does that actually mean? It doesn't mean anything unless the government does something to facilitate that. That is the legislation that counts. What is done to bring about that outcome? Well, we might as well legislate for world peace, or we could legislate for an end to cancer. But if you don't do anything about it, you're not likely to get to that point. We could legislate, for instance, that no child should live in poverty. But if you don't do anything about it, you'll never get to that point. Like, if you want to achieve world peace and you say you're going to legislate it, well, you could legislate to get rid of your defence budget. I don't think that'll work. In fact, I'm absolutely confident it won't work. You can legislate to double it, and I don't think that would work either. If you wanted to get rid of child poverty, you can legislate to give every kid $1 million. But I'd be pretty confident that wouldn't fix the problem either. But the point being, having a legislated target means absolutely nothing. It is the tools and the incentives and the rules you put in about it. So that brings you to wonder what it is that Labor actually really wants to legislate. Do they want to legislate it into the coal industry? Do they want to legislate that people can't use fossil fuel-driven cars anymore? Do they want to get rid of diesel? That's the legislation that really counts. As the Deputy Prime Minister has pointed out, that nearly all our laws actually stop people from doing things. The world in a vacuum has no laws except the laws of nature. In a civilised democracy like Australia, we've developed laws that say, thou shalt not kill. You shall not drive on the right-hand side of the road. We don't pass a law saying you should drive on the left-hand side of the road. We pass a law saying it's illegal to drive on the other side of the road. It's the same with climate change or emissions targets. All you can do is legislate to stop people doing things. And that is the sting in the tail of where the opposition come from. What are those taxes? What are those things that are going to stop everyday Australians from doing? I spoke about coal. I don't have much time, except to say that we are a minor producer of coal in the world. China produces 8 times what we produce. India produces 3 times what we produce. We are well down the pecking order.
Member's time has expired, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, my constituents in Gilmore want action on this climate crisis. Those that sit opposite are divided and all over the place when it comes to addressing climate change. And we're seeing that again with another climate denier now back in Cabinet. It is the ultimate irony that the member for Hinkler is now the Resources Minister when he does not support net zero emissions. He does not support the resources jobs, the jobs right throughout the regional Australia that are provided by the resources industry. This was the deal that had to be struck to even get to the bare minimum of net zero by 2050. And more so, they trade off $250 billion for fossil fuel projects that the banks won't even touch. And what of the Coalition's flirtation with nuclear energy? I remind the House that I was part of the Standing Committee on Energy and the Environment's Nuclear Energy Inquiry in 2019. I speak as strongly now as I did then in my opposition to any shift towards nuclear power. But as recently as 2018, the Nationals even went so far as to pass a motion at their federal council calling on the federal and state governments to abolish regulation as necessary to allow the development of nuclear energy. The new Resources Minister, their biggest nuclear advocate. Deputy Speaker, the Gilmore electorate will never accept a nuclear power plant being built in Jervis Bay. Not now, not ever. The risks are simply too great. Risks to our beautiful coastline, to our health. Risks to the reputation of our primary producers and the hospitality and tourism industries that thrive on our environment. We know that accidents happen. We have seen that. Deputy Speaker, climate change is the biggest challenge facing the planet and the biggest economic opportunity in front of Australia, but it requires leadership and detailed framework. But all we received yesterday were some slides, more slogans and no solutions. No plan on how to encourage greater private investment in renewables, nothing. Only an Albanese Labor government will provide certainty and the detailed policy required. This government has been there for almost 9 years, and quite literally 2 days before the Prime Minister jets off to Glasgow for the most important international conference on climate change this century, he offers no new initiatives. That's right, Mr. Speaker. In their own words, this plan is based on our existing policies. So knowing this government's all about spin, legislation is paramount in providing the people of Australia a commitment, the same certainty enjoyed in Germany, across France and the United Kingdom, all having formally legislated net zero emissions by 2050. So the Australian people have a choice.
The Morrison government, which doesn't really believe in net zero by 2050, with no plan to get there, or a Labor government which believes passionately that the world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity. Deputy Speaker, people in my electorate do want to see more renewables. They want to see more jobs in renewables. We should be the renewable superpower that will benefit the regions. Cheaper, cleaner power. Locally in Gilmore, we have great community groups like Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action, businesses and organisations that are just waiting to have the policies in place under a Labor government to support more renewables and more jobs in renewables. I know we can turn good climate policy into good jobs policy and be able to reduce emissions and create work and long-term secure work for people in the process. I know that action on climate change is good for jobs, good for lowering energy prices and good for lowering emissions. Cheaper, cleaner power. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Action on climate change doesn't cost jobs, it creates them. This Morrison government is frightened of the present and terrified of the future. Australia needs a government that has ambition to seize those opportunities, and that is an Albanese Labor government.
I call the member for Higgins.
I'm proud to stand to speak on the fact that this is a very momentous week in Australia's history. And that is because Australia is aiming to meet a net zero emissions by 2050, and we're going to do it the Australian way. We are going to act in a practical, responsible way to reduce emissions while preserving Australian jobs and taking advantage of the new opportunities that this green future is going to offer to Australia and to the world. And we're going to do that because we know the practicalities of it. This is about practical plans, not wishful thinking. This is about getting the job done, not hoping you can get the job done. This is about a plan that brings the Australian people with us. It's a plan that incorporates both the environmental concerns of bringing down emissions and the economic concerns where we need cheap, affordable, reliable and secure energy. Australia has benefited for centuries, or over a century, on cheap energy supply. But it's now time for us to develop a new green, cheap energy supply, not just for us, but for the world. And if you look at the work that this government has done in the last 2.5 years since I've been elected, there's been an enormous amount of work on a plan. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was asked on the ABC in October 2019 what my view of a target was. At that time, I said that I'm not interested in a target until I know what the plan is. There is no point talking about a target without a plan, and that is what we're seeing from the other side. There's this conversation about a target, about what that target may or may not be. There's nothing about the plan. A target without a plan is completely useless. Every mother knows that, every father knows that, every business knows that, every institution knows that, every industry knows that. And we need a plan that's reliable, that's affordable, that we know what the elements of it are. And our plan is based on 5 key principles. It's about technology. The scientists, the engineers of the world are working day and night to solve the problems of energy for the world. We know there's no silver bullet. We know that we're going to have a diversified technology portfolio, and we can see that in our 5 stretch targets, which have now become 6 stretch targets. And this is a sort of debate I would like to see here on the floor, is about the debate about the diversified technology portfolio that we are developing. We're developing it knowing that we need to have affordable hydrogen. We know that hydrogen could be the firming power of our future. At the moment, it's going to be gas in our transition to a renewable future. We know that the sun and the wind is great from Australia. We know when the sun shines and the wind blows, we've got plentiful energy. But we do need to have a firming capacity. That means when there's a wind drought, as there's been in the UK recently, or when it's overnight with sunshine going down, we need to have more battery storage than just an hour or so, which batteries only can currently provide. Or we need to have some firming power, which might be gas for peaking gas stations, or hopefully in the not-too-distant future it will be supplied by hydrogen. And if we can get it to under $2 a kilogram, green hydrogen will become incredibly commercialisable and scalable. And that's what Professor Alan Finkel, a recent or former chief scientist, has been helping us back in with more than $1.2 billion investment in clean hydrogen. I was there visiting this morning the clean hydrogen hubs that we're seeing here already sprouting in the ACT. So we have views on ultra-low-cost solar, on energy storage, on low-emission steel and aluminium, even green cement, carbon capture and storage, and of course soil carbon measurement. But that's in stark contrast to those sitting on the benches opposite, because all they can talk about is targets and legislation. All they can talk about is the mechanisms of politics, not the realities of the plan. And the Australian people need an authentic conversation, which means we understand that you are the people, not you, Chair, but those who are listening. You are the people who are going to have to work to make sure that your clean energy future is going to help us get to where we need to get to. So the plan on the other side hasn't been talked about at all, but will they legislate taxes? Will their plan impact on manufacturing because energy prices have gone up? Is their approach going to be, at any cost, a blank cheque? What I'm afraid of on the other side is that they are backseat drivers in this energy discussion or this energy debate. They are sour about the fact that they're not in the driver's seat. The Morrison government is in the driver's seat. They're in the back seat and they're moaning about the direction, but in their heart of hearts, the Labor Party and those on the opposite side know that we're going in the right direction. We know that Australia's future is certain with the Morrison government. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the rhetoric from government members has changed markedly over the past 8 years. That contribution just goes to show that if this had been the sort of debate that we've been having for the past 8 years, then Australia would be in a very different place than it is now. The fact is, for the past 8 years, the Morrison government, the Abbott government before that, has demonised and weaponised climate change and climate change action. So we're getting a very different story from some government members now. Deputy Speaker, Labor understands that the world's climate emergency is Australia's job opportunity. We've always understood that. Labor understands that people in Australia's regions stand to benefit the most from stronger climate change action. Labor understands that technology, and we have always understood this, that technology is key to achieving net zero. It's why we offered incentives for the take-up of electric vehicles at the last election. Incentives that were ridiculed by those opposite, but which now appear to be copied by them. So Labor has always been on the side of technology and making sure that we take stronger action towards net zero. The Liberals have demonstrated again and again they simply cannot be trusted. Whether it's cuts to pensions and Medicare, robo-debt, or their failure to address climate change, the Liberals have shown they have neither earned and do not deserve Australia's trust. The member for Batman described the performance and behaviour of those opposite as a circus. The Leader of the Opposition has described the Deputy Prime Minister as a human whoopee cushion. Another analogy would be that those opposite are engaged in a cheap magic show, because all we have seen from the government this week are illusions, sleight of hand, distraction, fast talking. They've pulled out a full bag of tricks. But when you cut through the fluff, you are left dazed and the only thing in your hand is a pamphlet. I remember Tony Abbott waving around a pamphlet. I think it was called Real Solutions. It was launched with fanfare and photos, and it disappeared faster than he did. All we have from the Prime Minister is this so-called plan with no new ideas, no new policies, no real commitment to achieving net zero by 2050. Just so many words and slogans about aspirations and hopes and processes and maybes. The plan, cries Prime Minister Tattoo, stranded on its very own fantasy island. After 8 years of ridiculing climate change action, of trying to defund climate action bodies, of rejecting science and abandoning regional energy jobs, the Prime Minister expects us to simply believe him. But he won't release the modelling. He does not trust Australians to see the assumptions on which he has built his so-called plan. Trust me, as if. Australians do not trust this Prime Minister on net zero by 2050 because his own government members don't trust this Prime Minister on net zero. Here's what senior members of the government have said in their own words. The Deputy Prime Minister, climate change is a scam. Clean energy is a scam. Senator Rennick, net zero is a fantasy target. The Deputy Prime Minister again, net zero by 2050 is ridiculous. Senator Cash, net zero by 2050 is a job-destroying policy. The Deputy Prime Minister yet again, net zero is an infliction on our rights. The member for Dawson, the science on climate change is not settled. And the member for Mallee, just the other day, wind farms don't work at night. And let's not forget that our climate change is a scam member for New England will be acting Prime Minister next week while the PM negotiates climate change action in Glasgow. The acting PM will be joined at the Cabinet table by the member for Hinkler, the anti-renewables minister promoted to Cabinet in the same week the Prime Minister seeks to convince world leaders that Australia will do its fair share in meeting the global climate action challenge. You would laugh if it wasn't so serious, and it is serious. Longer, harder droughts, floods and fire that are more severe and happen more often, acidification of our oceans. We've had 8 wasted years that we can never get back. Deputy Speaker, I want to rebuild our regions, and renewable energy is key to that aspiration. Tasmania is a leader in Australia when it comes to renewable energy and net zero, and we will continue to be a leader, and I look forward to being part of it. Thank you.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and it's always great to be able to stand up and talk about the achievements that the coalition government have achieved when it comes to emissions reductions. And it's incredible how, in such a highly informed place such as the Australian Parliament House, everybody from the Labor Party just somehow or other they forget to mention the fact that Australia is leading the way when it comes to rooftop solar, leading countries like Germany, Japan, leading every country in the world, and not just by a small way. We're leading the world by the length of the strait. And with the uptake of rooftop solar, it's somewhere sitting around 1 in every 4 to 1 in every 3 houses, we have a great opportunity to build on that start. People from the Labor Party and from the Greens, they want to say, how can you trust the coalition to go forward without legislation? Well, the greatest indicator of future behaviour is always past behaviour. So we're standing there in front of the Australian people saying we signed up to previous agreements in Kyoto, Kyoto 1 and Kyoto 2, and we beat those targets easily. Up until about 2 years ago, the term about net zero 2050 wasn't actually a thing. The criticism from the climate warriors of the world was all about Australia. You're not going to meet your commitments for Paris. The agreement that we signed in 2015, effectively talking about base figures of 2005 and how we were going to go against that base year by the time we got to 2030. And we were continually criticised by those opposite, saying that you're not going to get there, and the only way you're going to get there is with some sneaky form of accounting. Well, all of that stuff is wrong. They were wrong then and they're wrong now. So the opportunity for the Australian government to look the Australian people in the eye and say, we are going to go to Glasgow and we're going to make this commitment. But at the moment, the technology doesn't quite exist for us to get there. That's just being honest with the Australian people. If you're honest with the Australian people, you have to say to them the technology that we need to get us there doesn't quite exist at the moment. It's not far away. At the moment, we're sending some exports of hydrogen to Asia, but it's made from coal. We're also in the process of sending some hydrogen off to Asia again, but it's made from gas. Now, if you listen to our friends in the Labor Party, they'll say that neither of those technologies are good enough. They want us to be able to send hydrogen overseas and use hydrogen here, providing it's made from solar. Well, at the moment, the cost of doing that is about 4 times the commercial rate that we need. So if everybody wants to go to the Australian people and say, oh, we're happy to go into hydrogen, but it's going to cost you 4 times the cost of energy that you're currently paying, do you want to have that conversation with the Australian people? No, you won't, because you're not honest enough to have that conversation. So if you just need to be straight, we're putting in our plan, there's billions of dollars that is going to go into battery technology. We're going to be investing heavily. We already are, and we're going to be investing more. We're going to be investing serious dollars into the billions, again, in hydrogen technology, battery storage. We're going to continue on with the plan we started 4 years ago with pumped hydro in Snowy 2.0. That's going to be a significant base energy source for us. And we're not going to be lectured by these countries in Europe either, who the top 20 leading countries in Europe are effectively all leaning on nuclear to prop up their base energy mix. Now, that's fine for them. They're lucky enough to be able to do that. But again, the people that we're arguing about here in our energy mix don't want to hear about us joining the opportunity to have nuclear in our energy mix. They don't want that, and they're not going to allow that. At the moment, I'm hoping that the decision and the conversation within Australia surrounding nuclear as a base energy mix may change in the coming years. But I think people that want to stand in this place and talk about the Australian government's contribution to net zero 2050 need to have a touch of honesty about it. They need to acknowledge the achievements that we have done so far. We have been able to achieve all of these previous agreements without legislation. I don't understand quite rightly how all of a sudden our ability to meet net zero 2050 and our ability to continue to meet our Paris Agreement all of a sudden has become contingent upon legislation. It just doesn't make any sense.
I call the member for Lilly.
The Prime Minister and his climate-denying dinosaurs in the Coalition are trying to take my constituents for fools. They are waving around a marketing pamphlet that does little more than sweep dust off a few old policies and kick actual climate action as a can down the road. And Northsiders are sick to death of being lectured to by this Prime Minister about how grateful they should be that he is in charge, how good he is in power, even as he delegates that power to the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for New England, because there is not a morsel of responsibility he will not shirk. But that daggy dad from the Shire has really missed the mood on this one. He has misread the mood in my suburbs, that is for sure. At every mobile office I hold, people come to me and ask me to raise this issue in this place, to demand action in this place. Because every suburb and every town in Australia is affected by climate change. Everyone. Australians in the regions are not the only people concerned about the effects of climate change, just as Australians in the suburbs and the cities are not the only people concerned about the cost of inaction. My constituents want to protect the Bowen Basin and Moranbah just as much as we want to protect the Brighton foreshore or the Boondall wetlands. And they know that good climate policy is also good jobs policy, that climate action will not cost jobs, climate action will create jobs. And the cost of refusing to act to protect our environment from the harshening climate is a cost that no Australian should be forced to bear because of the pig-headedness of this lot loitering on the government benches after 9 years. We know that climate change is no longer a theoretical threat. Our nation has been devastated by droughts, by fires, by floods and by crop failures in recent years. But we also know that acting on climate change isn't just a moral imperative to protect our environment for future generations. It is an economic one. Because of Lily's coastal location and because of Cabbage Tree Creek and because of Kedron Brook and because of our longitude and latitude on the globe, we are particularly vulnerable to some of the more destructive consequences of climate change. Approximately 1/3 of Lily is vulnerable to sea level rise, and 2/5 of our electorate would be vulnerable to flooding events due to projected increases in the rainfall intensity. Cyclone paths are moving in a southerly direction, dramatically increasing the likelihood of cyclones in south-east Queensland. We had a tornado at the Brisbane airport last week. The number of days above 35 degrees in Lily is predicted to rise above 25 annually by 2070. Putting all of these climate projections together, the cost of home insurance is expected to skyrocket, putting immense pressure on household budgets. Further, almost 5,000 homes in Lily are expected to become uninsurable by 2050. So as the cost of living continues to rise for most Northsiders,
Acting to mitigate climate change and investing in renewable energy opportunities is one way we can ease the burden on household budgets by cutting electricity costs and by keeping insurance rates, home insurance rates, in check. And if the Morrison government are fair dinkum about achieving net zero by 2050, the people who came and legislated pins in strawberries, may I remind you, then they will come into the House right now and table their modelling. They will come in and legislate for net zero by 2050. Without legislation, stronger medium-term targets and science-backed modelling, the Morrison government's plan for net zero is not worth the glossy pamphlet paper that it has been freshly printed on. The Morrison government are only okay setting up a 2050 target because none of us in this place will be here in 2050 to be held responsible. By 2050, the Prime Minister will be retired in Hawaii, and the Deputy Prime Minister will be back standing in a paddock yelling at a cloud about the government interfering with his pension. It will be the next generation, it will be our children and our grandchildren who will be cleaning up the mess left by this Morrison government. So to finish off, let's play a few rounds of my favourite game, Batuta Advocate Headline or Real Morrison Government Policy, the Climate Change Edition. First off, wind farms and solar panels do not work at night. Was that Morrison government or Batuta? Morrison. It was the Morrison government proclamation that was from the newly reappointed Cabinet Minister for Resources and Water this week. Next one, government that spent 9 years gutting CSIRO funding, now relying on yet-to-be-invented technology to deliver net zero. That was Batuta. Net zero by 2050 is job-destroying policy, another government line.
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the member for Lilly for the light comic relief there at the end. Look, Deputy Speaker, I find this kind of a puzzling motion because when you make an international commitment, and I've been involved in a few in my lifetime, you do that by making a commitment with the treaty organisation that holds the treaty. Now, when we made our Paris Agreement target, we deposited what's called a nationally determined contribution, which is a treaty-level instrument with the repository of the treaty being the UN Framework Conventions on Climate Change, the repository being the UN Secretariat in New York. That's how you make an international commitment. When we signed the Kyoto Agreement, we didn't legislate the Kyoto Agreement in Australia, or the Kyoto Protocol rather. We made an international commitment. When we made the Paris Agreement, we made that commitment internationally rather than domestically. And when we formalise our commitment to net zero by 2050, we'll do it in exactly the same way, by making a communication, a formal communication, to the treaty body repository. I think what this matter of public importance debate confuses somewhat is what the purpose of legislation is. Now, legislation is not an end in itself, it's a means to an end, the end being the policy goal, legislation providing the means, and legislation does not of itself fulfil a policy goal. If that were the case, Deputy Speaker, we could just simply pass a bill to end child poverty. We could simply pass a bill to effect reconciliation with Australia's First Nations people. We could simply pass a bill to end homelessness. We could simply pass a bill to abolish inflation. If it were that easy, we just had to pass a bill and do it. Well, let's do it right now. But it's not that easy, because legislation is about providing the means to reach a policy goal. And this is no different. The legislation we were discussing and debating earlier today, Deputy Speaker, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill, well, that helps us get down the road towards net zero by 2050. Our appropriations bills, which we pass and discuss and debate in Parliament, they help us get down the road to 2050. New regulations that allow ARENA to fund things like green hydrogen, low-emission steel and aluminium, carbon soil, carbon capture and storage. Those are the mechanisms for which you use legislation to meet our policy goal of net zero by 2050. And I know, Deputy Speaker, I also found this quite puzzling, because having realised this debate was coming on, I went and had a look at the House Standing Committee on Environment and Energy's report on the climate change bills. That was a bipartisan committee. There were Labor members on the committee as well as coalition members of the committee. And that committee, the majority report on that committee, which means that Labor and coalition members signed up to this, said the committee recommends that the bills not be passed. That means the committee, Labor members of the committee, recommended that a net zero 2050 target not be legislated. And in fact, in the additional comments provided by the Labor members, including one member for Macnamara who's sitting over there who sat on this committee, additional comments to that report, Labor members support the need for the Australian government to adopt a commitment of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. That was the Labor recommendation in that report, that they support the need for the Australian government to adopt a commitment of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Well, guess what we've just done, Deputy Speaker? Guess what happened earlier this week? Guess what the Prime Minister announced in a press conference just yesterday? The Australian government is adopting a net zero emissions target by 2050. I thought the member for Macnamara would be up applauding, along with his colleague, the member for Fremantle, both of them co-authors of those additional comments in that report. Now, how we're going to get to net zero, Deputy Speaker, is by continuing to do what we've already done, investing in new technology, providing consumers choice, enabling new capital to enter the marketplace to scale up these technologies, to make them commercially available. It will come about because we help make the measurement of soil carbon come in commercially at less than $3 per hectare. It will come about because we can produce green hydrogen at less than $2 a kilo. It will come about because we can manufacture large-scale solar that will produce power at less than $15 per megawatt hour. It will come about because we can produce green steel at less than $700 a tonne, or green aluminium at less than $2,200 a tonne. This is how we're going to get to net zero, not by passing a bill in the parliament, not by meaningless debates about that bill in the parliament, by passing enabling legislation like the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill, like the ARENA regulations that will allow us to invest in clean technology, and then allowing the magic forces of new technology, new investment, consumers and investors to do their work. If only it was as easy as just passing a bill to fix all the social ills of the world. If that was the case, we'd have all the answers from those opposite. But it's not that easy, Deputy Speaker. When you make a commitment like this, you have to be serious about how you're going to deliver it. This, unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, is just a stunt.
The discussion has concluded, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Sculpting a National Cultural Plan, Igniting a Post-COVID Economy for the Arts, together with minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Deputy Speaker,
leave is granted. The member for Mallee.
I move that the House— no, I don't. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, it gives me great pleasure to present the committee's report on the inquiry into Australia's cultural industries and institutions. Australia is home to a vibrant and diverse landscape of creative and cultural industries and institutions which form a vital part of our culture, identity and economy. Australia's cultural industries were significantly impacted by recent events, including the bushfires of 2019 and 20, as well as COVID-19, which resulted in the closure of public venues, performance spaces, community hubs and gatherings. Many artists had to change methods of production and delivery during this time to continue to engage with their audiences. The committee recognises the adaptiveness and innovation shown by the industry in dealing with these changes. The committee also recognises the steps the government has taken to support the industry during this time, but considers there are additional opportunities to support the industry, especially in a post-COVID economy. The committee considered that to support the recovery of the industry, maximise employment and contribute to economic growth, a national cultural plan should be developed to assess the medium and long-term needs of the sector. A cohesive and multi-level approach would allow Australia's vast and diverse arts industry to showcase Australia's cultural value to both domestic and international audiences. The vastness of Australia's arts industry can create challenges to those starting their career in this field, as well as for those who are already established within the industry. The committee has therefore recommended the establishment of an Art Starter portal, which would contain information on taxation, intellectual property laws, access to mentoring and other supports available to the industry. Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists contribute uniquely to the art and culture of this country, and this contribution warrants deeper consideration and greater prominence in our arts landscape. The committee recommends that a National Centre of Indigenous Culture and Arts be established to support Indigenous artists. A co-design process with Indigenous arts communities and arts bodies will ensure that a culturally appropriate site is identified, a national network of art is established, and will provide improvement in Indigenous representation and participation across all areas. The arts comprise a key learning area in Australia's schools, and all levels of government have a role in supporting these programs. Given the significant benefits of these programs identified during the inquiry, the committee considered that the arts should be combined with science, technology, engineering and mathematics to foster the creativity and innovation in Australia's youth that the future job market will seek out. The committee made several additional recommendations, including the review of the public lending right and educational lending right programs, the establishment of legislation to require a percentage of local revenue to be spent on the Australian television and movie industry, the establishment of a local artistic champions program to provide financial support to Australia's emerging artists, and finally the establishment of a music access assistance program to increase participation in musical endeavours. On behalf of the committee, I extend my sincere thanks to those who participated in the inquiry by completing the survey, preparing submissions and appearing at public hearings, and who graciously gave their time to share their experiences with the committee during this challenging time for Australia's arts industry. I also want to acknowledge firstly the leadership of the previous chair, Dr David Gillespie, the member for Lyne, who facilitated the public inquiry, and the tremendous work of the Secretariat in working on behalf of the committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to make some brief remarks on the tabling of this committee report.
Leave is granted.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I too would like to acknowledge the member for Mallee as the chair of our committee, the new chair of our committee, for coming into the committee and taking over for the member for Lyne. Not an easy task to do, to steer a committee through the end of an inquiry, but one she handled very well, and I appreciate, along with all of the members of the committee, her leadership, and of course acknowledge the member for Lyne in his efforts to steer us through this inquiry, a really important inquiry. And of course we acknowledge all of the hard-working staff and the Secretariat who do such a wonderful job and make our work look good throughout the committee inquiry process. At the very start of the pandemic, when the Prime Minister announced that gatherings would be limited to under 500 people, what that meant for many in the creative sector was the end of 6 months' work in less than 6 seconds. It meant that this pandemic took away so much from many in the creative sector. And what this inquiry sought to do was to work collaboratively between the Labor Party and the government to work out what can be done to help this really vital sector get back on its feet. And I acknowledge all members of the committee in their efforts, and I acknowledge the Deputy Chair, the member for Dobell, and of course my friend the member for Perth, who both worked diligently on this inquiry with all members of the committee. And I think we all share a deep desire to see this sector back on its feet, but there is important work that needs to be done. On top of the recommendations that the Chair has already mentioned, there is a few that I wanted to briefly mention before I just touch on some of the additional comments that the Labor Party thinks is really important that the government should adopt, that goes above and beyond the recommendations outlined by the Chair. The first recommendation, beyond the National Cultural Plan, which I think is a really important recommendation, is the establishment of a National Centre of Indigenous Culture and Arts, and making sure that that is co-designed with Indigenous communities and First Nations people. We have national artistic institutions, but I think this would be a fantastic thing, a source of national pride in a culturally significant place that would be able to tell Australia's long history, thousands of years of history, in a way that people can access and enjoy and celebrate. The other significant recommendation that we managed to agree on in a bipartisan way was that the Office of the Arts be re-established as a named department in itself. It was significant and symbolic that the government decided to take out the named Department of the Arts and insert it and bury it within the Department of Transport and Infrastructure. Now, what transport and infrastructure has to do with our creative sectors is I'm still learning, and I still haven't yet been told in a convincing way what it's got to do with it. But the committee, in a bipartisan way, agreed, and I thank the government members for this, that we should have in Australia a re-established named Department of the Arts to give it the proper significance that it deserves. And I hear the member for Mackellar agrees with that recommendation.
Member for Mackellar.
Beyond that, another important recommendation that the committee made was that the Australian Bureau of Statistics better account for the workers in the creative sector that are working in gig economies across the creative and cultural sectors, especially those who are doing unpaid and low-paid work. This is an important group of people that we need to better account for. Beyond that, I want to just go briefly to some of the additional comments that have been made by the Labor members of this committee above and beyond the recommendations made by the bipartisan committee. First of all, JobKeeper was a really important program, but it was clearly designed in a way where too many in the creative sector were left off. A key point that we wish to make is that the newly established Department of the Arts should be made and consulted in any decision around any future wage subsidy program, so as to ensure that members in this creative sector and in the creative industries in Australia are not left behind and are not sidelined in the way in which they were under the design of the JobKeeper subsidy. And we recognise that almost half of those in the creative sector were left off the JobSeeker program. There must be an insurance scheme for the events sector. This sector needs confidence, it needs time, and it needs certainty. And the insurance scheme is pivotal to be able to get the events sector back on its feet. And we absolutely believe that the government needs to do more in this regard. The government should be fully funding the ABC. We should not be squeezing this national institution. We should not be cutting funding to this institution that helps tell Australian stories and helps create Australian dramas and Australian creative production. We should be removing the efficiency dividend from our national institutions. We should not be squeezing money out of our national agencies that are here to help tell Australian stories and here to help celebrate Australian culture and identity. We should properly be funding the Australia Council. The funding for the arts should not be another slush fund for the Liberal Party. The Australia Council is a proud bipartisan institution that is industry-led, and we should be funding it in a way that gives it the full power to help build up not just the major institutions, but the small and independent and local institutions that make our communities sing and celebrate the wonderful local stories in some of the more smaller institutions. And the final one I'll mention is to go above and beyond for our development and gaming sector. We have amazing Australian talent developing video games and gaming productions in Australia. And the government has done some important work around increasing the tax offsets, and I absolutely acknowledge that. But we should also not just be settling at that, we should be looking at ways to help bring Australian games to the world, to celebrate our Australian talent and to be exporting our Australian products to the world market, because there is a big market out there and we could be doing more to be supporting our gaming sector, especially our indie gaming sector. So on that, Deputy Speaker, I say that this has been a really important inquiry. This has been an inquiry where we have worked collaboratively, and I acknowledge the government members for their work that they have done. I thank my colleagues in the Labor Party, and I fully commend the report to this place and say that the recommendations are important, but we on this side believe that the government can and should go above and beyond them as well.
I call the member for Mallee.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Mallee.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the motion moved by the member for Mallee be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021 and Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for McMahon.
Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill 2021, and the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for McMahon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On New Year's Day 2020, this city, my beloved home city of Canberra, had the worst air quality in the world. Bushfire smoke had blanketed the city, and being outdoors did for your lungs what smoking a pack of cigarettes a day did. Increased severe weather events had been warned about since Ross Garnaut's work commissioned by the Rudd and Gillard governments. And yet Prime Minister Morrison denied that there was any link between bushfires and climate change. It led to countries around the world shaking their head at the inaction from the Morrison government on climate change. In 2020, the Climate Change Performance Index put Australia dead last for our climate policies. We've seen from the Morrison government inaction and denial. As the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, has said, he puts it down to, quote, the toxic combination of the fossil fuel lobby, right-wing partisan media and right-wing sentiment. And he was so outraged by his former party having been captured by the climate denialists that he supported an independent candidate for the New South Wales Upper Hunter by-election over a National Party candidate. As has been pointed out, by economist Nikki Hutley, when other countries put in place their COVID response packages, they used that as a chance to accelerate the shift towards renewables. Nikki Hutley's analysis suggests that the average national spending from COVID recovery packages on clean energy was 20%. In Australia, it wasn't 20%. It wasn't 2%. It wasn't even 0.2%. It was 0.02%. That's how little the Australian government grabbed the opportunity to use COVID fiscal stimulus in order to encourage the shift towards renewables. And as Hutley noted, the word renewables
didn't even appear in the government's policy documents. The former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, has noted that there hasn't been a new major infrastructure in long-term storage projects since he announced Snowy Hydro 2 and the plan for the Basslink plan. And so it's not just this side of the House that is deeply disappointed in the lack of action on climate change. It is former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull who, as history records, lost his job not once but twice because he wanted to drag his party into acting on climate change. Acting on climate change is what we've seen from sensible Conservatives in Britain, Germany and New Zealand, to name just a few countries. But in Australia, the Liberal and National parties have taken the Trumpist path, choosing not to act. And we heard from the Resources Minister the other day saying of solar panels, they don't work at night. The bloke who must be surprised every time he has a shower on a day when it's not raining outside. The fact is, we have battery policy technologies.
Just a moment, I've just got a point of order coming up here from the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Standing orders relevance. This motion is dealing with offshore. This bill is dealing with offshore installations, not with Malcolm Turnbull.
There has been a wide range of debate going on throughout this day that I have heard, and there are amendments moved. Your point of order is quite out of order.
Thank the member for Mackellar, and I'm sure he's a little sensitive as somebody who would love to think of himself as a modern Liberal, but who votes with the climate change deniers on his side. And we've even had the member for Mallee saying that wind farms don't work at night, which will be, I'm sure, extraordinary news to some of those in the wind industry. The Smart Energy Council today launched its election campaign, aiming to vote out the Morrison government for their inaction on climate change. As they say, quote, Scott Morrison claimed credit for programs like the renewable energy target that he tried to axe, and he banked emissions reductions from policies that don't work or won't happen. The Smart Energy Council is aiming to vote out the Morrison government in order to not only stop the blockers of climate action, but to get the jobs in renewables. And they point out that there's another potential 45,000 jobs in renewables by 2025. Of course, many of those jobs will be in offshore wind, technology which is being adopted by many other countries around the world, and yet where Australia has been slow to act. We have one of the longest coastlines in the world, and work by Blue Economy indicates that the feasible wind resources are 2,233 gigawatts of offshore wind. That's for an energy market which only totals 55 gigawatts and would allow Australia to be a major energy exporter. Now, this is an opportunity which has been taken up by Britain and by many other countries. And an important thing to remember about the benefits of offshore wind is that it can tap into areas that have in the past supported coal-fired power stations that have either closed or are scheduled to close in the future. Gippsland, Latrobe, Newcastle, the Hunter Valley, Illawarra, Gladstone, Central Queensland, where we've got strong electricity grid infrastructure, ports, railways and the populations that can benefit from new energy and new industry. And there's jobs there as well. Those turbines need maintenance. There's a network of ships and ports required for that maintenance. There are some 26,000 people who work in the offshore wind industry in Britain, and by 2026 there will be another 70,000 people working in that industry. Now we also have projects that are ready to go. Green Energy Partners have 2 projects they're looking to start exploratory work on. off the Illawarra and off Newcastle. They're aiming to use Port Kembla as a construction hub. But these bills are inadequate. There is meant to be 3 bills. We're only debating 2 of them today, as the Deputy Speaker has noted, and as Labor has raised and as previous Labor speakers have noted, there are concerns over the way in which worker safety is addressed in these bills. The Senate inquiry into these bills has heard concerns over that the government hasn't adopted the harmonised national work health and safety laws in this bill, and that potentially poses confusion and risks for both employers and employees. And it's critical that we get this right. Labor is also concerned that in merit criteria for licences, the bill doesn't require local benefits to be included. We believe that the minister should be required to consider the benefits for local workers, businesses, communities and First Nations people. So we welcome the bills, but they have come very late in an environment in which many other countries have done far more to accelerate the uptake of offshore wind, in which there's more than a dozen offshore wind proposals in Australia. Labor supports clean energy. Unlike the Prime Minister, who's compared a large battery to the big prawn or the big banana. Unlike the Prime Minister, who has said that electric vehicles will end the weekend. Unlike the Prime Minister, who has presented slideshows and sideshows modelling a so-called plan that is nothing of the sort, which has net zero modelling, net zero legislation, net zero ambition for Australia. If only Australia had a Prime Minister who was as ambitious for Australia as he is for himself. If only we had a Prime Minister who was going to Glasgow with strong targets to create renewables, jobs in Australia and turn the nation into a clean energy superpower.
And I thank the member for Fenner for his contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, I understand, and I'm giving the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it sure is a nice change to see this government come to the table on renewable energy, but isn't the timing just perfect? Just days out from Glasgow and we're seeing this government do what it does best, turning up late to the party. And what a party it's turned out to be. We've got the mad bloke with the big hat. We've got the bloke who's asleep most of the time. We've got the woman who doesn't know how she ended up where she is. And we've got the grinning cat who disappears when it's convenient to him. What a party it is, Deputy Speaker. We're seeing the member for Hinkler, the anti-renewables minister, back in Cabinet in the same week the Prime Minister flies to Glasgow to tell world leaders he's serious about net zero and climate action. Fantastic. Great move. Well done. We're seeing the member for Mallee boldly declare on the ABC that wind farms don't work at night. We shouldn't be surprised. The Prime Minister set the example when he said 3 years ago that promoting electric vehicle use across Australia would end the weekend. And now the same Prime Minister is spruiking net zero and spruiking electric vehicles. And now we have these bills before the House, bills that Labor has been calling on the government to bring forward for so long. Deputy Speaker, Labor will support these bills. Of course we will, because Labor has always recognised the immense potential of renewables. We haven't had to be dragged to it. We know that renewables are better for the environment, but that they also offer terrific opportunities for the economy, and especially in our regions. And that's particularly the case when it comes to offshore electricity. Around the world, more than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity are now in operation. This global output is expected to reach 80 gigawatts by 2030 and 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. For perspective, Australia's entire national energy market is currently around 55 gigawatts. Deputy Speaker, tapping into this wind farm resource offshore is essential, and we have the capacity to do so. Right now, there's more than a dozen offshore wind proposals in Australia. These promise enormous generation capacity and tens of thousands of jobs in the construction phase. Further, harnessing these proposals would create thousands of ongoing jobs and garner billions of dollars in investment. Deputy Speaker, I've often spoken in this place of the need to reinvest in Australian maritime industry. The near death of our maritime sector is a national disgrace. Well, we will need ships and we will need crews to run maintenance workers to and from the turbines. So an added benefit of these bills may well be a much needed breath of life for our struggling maritime sector. Most of these offshore wind proposals are alongside traditional energy regions due to their strong connections to the electricity grid and other advantages. So offshore wind would therefore benefit the workers and communities who are otherwise most impacted by the global energy transition. But due to the absence of a regulatory framework, offshore wind and other offshore renewables are not currently permitted in Australia. So we have billions of dollars on our doorstep, but the government's inaction on renewable energy has been leaving Australians in the lurch. It is regrettable that the government has caused such delays. It had promised that, in quotes, the legislative settings and framework aim to be in place and operational by mid-2021, end quote. Well, here we are at the end of 2021 and we're only now debating these bills. And by the end of last week, one of the three bills necessary for these settings to take effect had not even been listed on the notice paper. That was rectified this week, but it's yet another last-minute fix, half-baked and late. Pretty on brand for this government. We'll hear a lot of talk. After all, this government specialises in announcements, but once again, the delivery just hasn't been there. The fact is, this government is unable to grasp the full suite of opportunities offered by stronger climate action because at its heart, down there in its guts, it really doesn't believe it. Every step of progress has been tortured. You won't hear this government talking enthusiastically about batteries, electric vehicles, pumped hydro, offshore wind, all the technologies available for massive deployment right now. Industry and unions get it. The National Farmers, the Red Meat Council, Farmers for Climate Action, the Business Council, trade unions, they're all on board. All these groups know that the economy, industry, jobs are better off with strong, clear climate action policies and not the Mad Hatter's food fight that passes for coalition climate policy. It is only Labor that offers that clarity for investment and for the nation. This government spent 8 long years spruiking dishonest scare campaigns that have sought to divide Australians and weaponise climate change. It's cost Australia time that can never be recovered, and it's lost the trust of millions of Australians out there in regional Australia who are scared of the change that is coming. Deputy Speaker, we need to catch up quickly, and investing in offshore renewables puts us in the fast lane. All Australians, and Tasmanians in particular, will benefit from long-term investment in offshore renewables. And Tasmania has been leading the way for nearly a century. Around 90% of my state's electricity generation is from renewable resources, about 10% of it from the wind and most of it from hydroelectrics. And that delivers baseload and peaking electricity for Tasmania's major industrials, small businesses and households, and because of a link to the mainland, we're also providing power to mainland customers. So Tasmania should very much be at the forefront of this renewable push. Modelling from the Business Council of Australia shows we could create $89 billion in new trade by 2040 and create 395,000 jobs through investment in clean energy exports. It's yet another important contribution highlighting the opportunities available to Australia in a decarbonising economy, but only if we seize them. And that means broader action now, not squabbling over whether climate change is real, as we continue to see from those opposite. Every month, let alone year, counts in this next decade. We don't need a pamphlet from the Prime Minister, we need a policy. We don't need slogans, we need actions and outcomes. But we can hardly trust the government with this race. Look how they handled the race to secure enough vaccines. It's not a race, it's not a competition. Infamous words from the Prime Minister. Labor, however, understands that, like securing enough vaccines and tackling COVID-19 early, it's important to secure our renewables future and get on the front foot. Deputy Speaker, there is an inevitability about the world's move to net zero emissions. Australia has the capacity to be at the forefront of this shift. But despite having an enviable capacity for both fossil fuels and renewables, which positions us as pioneers for this transition, we are hindered by an ineffective and obstinate and frankly incompetent government. My colleague, the member for McMahon, the Shadow Minister, put it bluntly last week. He said, in quotes, "Neglecting the opportunity to become a clean energy export powerhouse would be an unparalleled public policy failure, consigning current and future generations to economic destitution. It would leave Australians picking up the scraps of the greatest economic change since the Industrial Revolution at a premium." End quotes. Just imagine if we'd missed the Industrial Revolution and all the benefits that had brought Australia. Well, under this government, that's the risk we face with this next phase. I couldn't agree more with the member for McMahon. Australia, and my electorate of Lyons in particular, are full of smart and hard-working people who are capable of leading this transition into an exciting economic future led by renewables. The only thing holding them back is those opposite, who seek to continually undermine public faith in renewable energy simply to score political points and to suit their own personal and political gain. So in summary, Deputy Speaker, Labor welcomes these bills because we called for them. The government promised and then delayed them. And while we don't seek to hold up the passing of these bills, they would benefit from further amendments. Business needs certainty and swiftness. Workers need proper workplace safety frameworks, and opportunities for local communities and workers need to be considered and included. The future's here, Deputy Speaker. We just need to grasp it. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Lyons for his contribution. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. And on that note, I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is excited about the potential of offshore wind. We know how effective it is. We know how good it is at producing zero-emissions power. We know largely because Australia is so late to this party. Offshore wind has been around for years. In Europe, 20 years ago, offshore wind farms were a common sight. Seriously, why has it taken so long? Finally, we're here. We've got some legislation. It's not perfect, but it's here and it's welcome. This legislation will finally allow offshore wind to take off here at home. It will establish a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth offshore area. It will allow the construction, installation, commissioning, operation and maintenance of offshore wind and other electricity infrastructure. Australians are very aware of the benefits of renewable energy. They know it's good for the country. They know it's good for their bank accounts. That's why Australia has the world's highest uptake of rooftop solar, the highest in the world. And although this government are currently trying to take a lot of credit for that, it has nothing to do with their policy. Australia has the potential to become a solar and wind superpower, a superpower when it comes to renewable energy. We have such incredible untapped potential, and offshore wind is just one example of this. Australia is in the unique position of being both an island and a continent. We're huge and we have a huge coastline, and our coastline isn't just long, it's abundantly windy. That comes with huge potential for offshore wind power. We know that the conditions of our coasts rival those in the North Sea, where wind farms abound. We have more offshore wind resource than we could ever possibly use ourselves. Recent research by Blue Economy indicates feasible wind resources of 2,233 gigawatts of capacity off Australia's coast. Australia's entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts. If we utilise even a fraction of that potential, we could export huge amounts of renewable green power to Southeast Asia. Boris Johnson, in many ways a politician very similar to our own Prime Minister, has said in 10 years' time, offshore wind will power every home in the UK. Every home in the UK. That is the potential of this technology. And let's just be abundantly clear. Everyone knows about this potential. It's the coalition, our government, who've been dragging their feet. There's no word for renewable-phobia officially, but that's the malady that afflicts those opposite. But it's that malady that is afflicting the jobs opportunities in the towns and the industries and indeed in this country because of their pathological, ideological opposition to renewables being an important part of our sustainable and more certain energy future. Luckily, Australia's energy providers are already there. There are now more than 10 projects that have been proposed and have been waiting for the government to get on with the job of allowing them to go ahead. The Star of the South of Gippsland will power 20% of Victoria's energy needs, 20% from one project. One single rotation of an offshore wind turbine provides as much power as an entire day of rooftop solar, and these turbines turn 15 times a minute. Imagine that, all of Australia's energy problems fixed if we just got on with it. And let's not forget that all of these projects will create lots of jobs. The opportunities that come from offshore wind are abundant. These turbines need maintenance, they need ships to service them, they need people employed at the ports. 26,000 people already work in the offshore wind industry in the UK. It's expected that this number will grow by an extra 70,000 jobs by 2026. To put that in perspective, the total coal industry in Australia currently employs around 52,000 people. And that's before we even begin to talk about solar, hydrogen, hydro, pumped hydro and all the other renewable industries that will create an additional massive jobs boom. And also the advantage that will come from affordable energy for energy-intensive industries. And where would these jobs be, Deputy Speaker? Well, they'd be in the regions that power Australia right now. They'd be in the Hunter, in Gippsland, in the Illawarra, in Gladstone, in Latrobe and in central Queensland. The regions that power Australia today will be the regions that power Australia into the future. But you wouldn't know that from the Nationals. You wouldn't know that from the comments of the Minister for Resources. These are their communities, yet they don't want them to benefit from these huge opportunities. Deputy Speaker, it's clear how beneficial offshore wind will be for Australia. We know it, the community knows it, the private sector knows it, and I'm glad that finally the government is belatedly acting on this huge opportunity. The government doesn't have to look far to figure it out. The effectiveness of wind energy can be seen just outside this building, in the capital, in my city of Canberra. It's been 2 years since the ACT officially became the first city outside Europe to be powered by 100% renewable electricity. The ACT has managed this by offsetting its energy use via renewables, including 5 wind farms in resource-rich areas of the country. The Hornsdale Wind Farm in South Australia, the Ararat Wind Farm in Victoria, and just up the Federal Highway in New South Wales, the Crookwell Wind Farm. Canberrans should be proud of this achievement, and the rest of Australia can draw inspiration from it. Deputy Speaker, while we welcome their long overdue epiphany, Labor does have concerns over certain aspects of this bill, specifically around the work health and safety framework and licensing regime. It's concerning that the government has failed to adopt a harmonised national WHS law in the bills, instead amending those laws into a regulatory minefield. Without uniform laws, there is the danger of confusion and real risk for both workers and employers. We don't want to end up with a confusing situation where a worker would be subject to 3 different regulatory regimes, one regime onshore, a second while on vessel in transit and a third on the job on an offshore project. It's such a mess that even the department, the regulator and industry stakeholders can't agree on the situation. Further consultation is clearly needed on both the content and coverage of the WHS provisions. Labor has committed to improve and harmonise the WHS regulatory frameworks covering workers in offshore clean energy. We need to get this right. Deputy Speaker, Labor also calls on the government to include an amendment to ensure that benefits from these new industries flow to the communities where they are located. It is a serious concern that the bill doesn't require local benefits to be included in the merit criteria for licences. The Minister of the Day should be required to consider benefits for local workers, businesses, communities and First Nations people when considering whether to grant an offshore electricity licence. While the government's position today is welcome, it can still do so much more. Let's not forget this is the same government that only a few short years ago argued that the sight of a wind farm was offensive and a blight on the landscape. The same government that has said that batteries are as useful as the big banana and that electric vehicles will end the weekend. The Coalition are no climate converts. There's been no road to Damascus experience. The government's hostility to renewable energy the renewable energy revolution sweeping the globe is unchanged. You simply can't believe anything this government says. This government loves the announcement but never follows through with its promises. Just last week, Keith Pitt, the same Keith Pitt who got a promotion in exchange for the government to commit to net zero, in question time tried to undermine solar energy, trotting out the Tony Abbott-era slogan that solar doesn't work at night. The member for Mallee followed this up by claiming wind farms don't work in the dark either. Matt Canavan has floated a mortgage tax to prop up the ailing fossil fuel sector while claiming net zero means compulsory veganism. That's the level of foolishness this debate has sunk to inside the government. If that isn't enough, Mr Canavan and George Christensen are also in open rebellion of the Prime Minister and the government's policy, claiming they'll campaign against their own party on net zero. So now Australia is facing a climate crisis, a leadership crisis and a government in crisis. Well, Deputy Speaker, we don't just drink water when it rains. We capture it and store it, and then we turn on a tap when we need it. Labor understands this. Labor understands you need to invest in storage and battery technology to store the energy harvested in peak periods. And that's why Labor has already committed to connecting up to 100,000 homes to 400 community batteries across the country. Labor will also invest $20 billion to modernise Australia's energy grid to spur the production of cheap, clean, renewable energy and keep power prices down. Labor understands the government needs the right policy settings so Australia can reap the rewards of the renewable energy boom. But instead of preparing for this change, the Morrison government has chosen inaction and, in the process, scared off international investors. Some 2,700 clean energy jobs are estimated to already have disappeared on Mr Morrison's watch, jobs ripped away from the regional electorates the Nationals claim to champion. This tired and rudderless government has no ideas. It would rather sow fear and division than harness hope and opportunity. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister stood up in the Blue Room. They stood up with a nice glossy brochure with their fancy PowerPoint. They stood up and claimed to the Australian people that they had a plan, yet this is no plan. It was a rehash of their old non-policy, In their own words, this is based on existing policy with net zero written on the front. So how serious is the coalition when it comes to net zero? Well, clearly not very, because yesterday they voted against it. Every Liberal, every National, all the so-called modern Liberals. Minister Taylor would have us believe that laws are bad. He'd have us believe that this parliament enshrining our commitment to climate action is bad. They won't even make a real commitment. Well, a news flash to the minister is that you are a legislator. That is the role of this parliament, to make laws, and it's time that this government did their job. The plan released yesterday was not a plan, it was a scam. Australia needs climate action now, and we don't have another 3 years to wait. We need to end the climate wars. We need to move on as a nation. We need to do our part as a global citizen. We need to respect the science. We need to legislate these targets. It is an embarrassment that our Prime Minister is soon be going to Glasgow to represent Australia and doesn't even bring a new target for 2030, which will be the focus of that meeting. We are still under the old Abbott-era targets, and they're not even going to be legislated formal targets. This new plan does not even formally change those 2030 targets. This is so embarrassing, and it is disgraceful that this Prime Minister would try and gaslight the Australian people into believing that this is some sort of action. The government now claims they are committed to net zero by 2050, which is the absolute bare minimum that countries around the world are committing to. But they will not even enshrine this in legislation, and they have voted against it several times now in this parliament. It's shameful. It is shameful for the people in Australia who understand that we need climate action now, people who respect science, people in my electorate who contact me constantly about this. There is no issue that Canberrans contact me about more often than climate change, and many of these are young people. Our young people are feeling that the adults have let them down, the adults in this parliament. I remember learning about climate change when I was in primary school. I never would have expected all these years later to be standing here in a parliament crying out for a government to take action on this existential crisis facing our planet, that a wealthy, developed country like Australia would not feel the need to do our bit on the international stage, and that our government, a coalition government, would treat this with such a lack of seriousness that they think that can get away with an announcement and a glossy brochure. They haven't even released the modelling behind it. The Treasury seems to be distancing itself from this modelling as well, saying that they haven't been much involved today. This is such an important and serious issue. The most authoritative body, the IPCC, have called this code red. They have said this is our last chance to stop our world from reaching a level of warming that is beyond repair. We saw the Black Summer bushfires in 2019-2020, and I know that looms large in the memory of all Canberrans and all Australians. These things will become more common. That unprecedented catastrophe, those events will become more common in Australia and around the world if we don't take action now. And I call on this government to get serious about climate action.
And I thank the member for Canberra. The question is that this amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a debate we should have been having some time ago, not just a year ago, probably more like 3 years ago. And I did hear the member for North Sydney talk about how timely the legislation was, coming in the same week the Morrison government released its pamphlet on net zero emissions by 2050. But actually, it is years overdue, as was that so-called commitment to net zero. But when you have a government that pretends that the need for climate action isn't urgent and pretends that the existing policy settings are enough, what you end up with is lost opportunities. And we had a lost opportunity with this. It's taken so long for this to come to the parliament. Look, we also had a lost opportunity when the COVID economic response ignored any investment in renewables. By contrast to Australia, the Italian government unveiled its national COVID recovery plan, which allocated a total of €196 billion to six key areas. And one of those areas was renewables, and the plan included €74.3 billion earmarked for a green revolution and ecologic transition. Now, I'm not even going to try and translate those euros to Australian dollars, but it's a whole lot more. And proportionately, it's more than we have looked at investing, and that's shameful, a terrible lost opportunity. That's what we're talking about here with this legislation. Instead of being the renewable energy superpower that we have the potential to be by now, we are way behind. The UK already has the world's largest offshore wind generation capacity, and in October 2020 the UK government announced a target of 40 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030, up from its original 30 gigawatts by 2030 target. It's good at increasing its targets, particularly its 2030 target. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said to the Conservative Party conference this time last year, in 10 years' time, offshore wind will be powering every home in the country. Now, this isn't some socialist government in Scandinavia. This is a Conservative British Prime Minister. And he's obviously talking about a country that is not blessed with endless sunshine. And they have seen the opportunity that wind gives. Well, we are really lucky. We not only have sunshine, we have wind. The global development of offshore wind resources has sped up as part of that broader shift to lower emissions energy. Yet we haven't. The EU is targeting 60 gigawatts, the US 30 gigawatts, South Korea 12 and Japan 10. All of this is expected to drive the addition of 200 gigawatts of offshore generation. Now, I'd like you to keep that 200 gigawatts in mind. Let's turn to Australia. In Australia, we have one of the longest coastlines in the world, thanks to being a pretty big island, which gives us so much potential for offshore wind. We have some of the best wind resources in the world, especially along our southern coast. Conditions across a lot of that coast rival the North Sea, an area which we all know has dozens of wind farms already servicing places like Denmark and Germany. We have more offshore wind resource than we could ever possibly use ourselves. Recent research by the Blue Economy CRC indicates that feasible wind resources in Australia could be around 2,233 gigawatts capacity. 2,233 gigawatts, and that compares to what I mentioned earlier, the 200 gigawatts that the combined global capacity is targeting. So there's a massive opportunity for us. Our energy market is around 55 gigawatts. So we've got a whole lot more than Australia needs, and that's why there's so much potential for exporting to Southeast Asia. Yet, in spite of that, not a single offshore project has been developed in Australian waters. But fortunately, not everybody has had their head in the sand, as the Morrison government has, on offshore wind and previous Liberal leaders. There are 10 projects that are currently being blocked by the government because we haven't had this legislation to allow the construction of offshore wind farms. The combined projects have a capacity generation of more than 25 gigawatts. That's, for the first 10 projects, that's a significant amount. One of the key ones is the Star of the South off Gippsland, which, when complete, will produce enough energy to cover 20% of Victoria's current energy needs. And it's partly because these turbines are so much bigger than the ones I drive past on my way from the electorate of Macquarie to Canberra along Lake George. One single turn of an offshore wind turbine can provide as much energy as a whole day's worth of rooftop solar, just because of the size and capacity of it. The turbines can turn 15 times each minute. And when you add in floating turbine foundations, which can operate in very deep waters, you open access to a lot more windy offshore locations. For us, some of the best resources are located just off the coast of regions that have traditionally been the powerhouses of Australia. Gippsland and Latrobe, Newcastle and the Hunter, Illawarra, Gladstone and Central Queensland. Now, the positives are that these regions already have strong electricity grid infrastructure. They've got the ports, they've got the railways, and they've got the populations for new energy and new industry. Most of the proposals, these 10 proposals, are situated near traditional energy regions because of those strong connections to the electricity grid. And of course, under Labor, we want to see that grid expanded. That rewiring of the grid is so that things that need to be developed away from those traditional areas can be. But these ones are a great place to start. It's not just that the energy created will benefit Australia. These communities and their workers will have the most to gain from a new, thriving offshore wind industry. They're going to get the jobs. The turbines need maintenance, and there's a network of ships and ports required for that maintenance. 26,000 people already work in the offshore wind industry in the United Kingdom, and 70,000 are expected to by 2026. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? OceanX is looking at spending $31 billion to build 7.5 gigawatts worth of offshore wind and significantly upgrade ports. So there's investment there that will generate jobs. Green Energy Partners have 2 projects they're looking to start exploratory work on off the Illawarra and off Newcastle. And they want to use Port Kembla as a construction hub. So this diversification in these areas is going to allow so many new high-skilled jobs. Paddy Crumlin, who's the National Secretary of the Maritime Union, sees this opportunity to create a huge number of high-skilled jobs in Australia. He notes that we already have highly skilled seafarers and offshore oil and gas workers who are capable of constructing offshore wind projects, and that these projects can provide the opportunity for those workers to transition into the important work of delivering Australia's clean energy future. Now, Labor has always known that there were jobs in renewables. The Morrison government has denied it, and they've created fear around it. They've created the fear because that is what they do best. We know that there will be jobs, and in fact, one of the things that will be needed in these jobs are the young workers coming through as well. And Labor's focused very much on the apprentices that we will need into this renewables sector. And I want to take a moment to outline the plan that we have, because it isn't just a plan that says it's a plan. It actually has key steps that allow something to be implemented. So there might be a good lesson in this for the government. What we know already around new energy jobs is that 3 in 4 solar companies are already saying they're having difficulty recruiting electricians, for instance, because there are not enough candidates with specific experience. And in spite of that, they're still booming, but they need more support to do even better. So what Labor would like to see is a dedicated commitment, and under a Labor government, that's what we'll have. We'll invest $10 million in a new energy skills program. There'll be 10,000 new energy apprenticeships available over 4 years, and we're very specific how many that will be each year, 2,500 commencements a year from 2022-23. So it's not just a hope, it's not a horizon, it's not an ambition, it's a target and a plan to achieve it. We know that there have been cuts to TAFE that have severely reduced the availability of training pathways for these new skills, and particularly those that are not yet in the market at scale. And we know that that's another area that needs to be addressed, so that there are the training capacities, and that's where the extra $10 million in a new energy skills program comes. So they're tangible things that we want to do, and we have laid out those steps for how we achieve that, and that's what will be needed, Deputy Speaker, to be able to really make the most of the opportunities we have for offshore wind. These bills are useful. They provide a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure. They allow the construction, the installation, the commissioning, the operation, the maintenance and the decommissioning of offshore wind and other electricity infrastructure. But we do need to move fast on this. It is a race. We do need to go from it being a piece of legislation to being enacted. In their submission to the Senate, the department responsible for this area noted that there is no provision in the legislation that mandates or sets a time frame for declaring an area. Now, several submissions from the business community have made note that this whole thing is long overdue and stressed the importance of moving quickly to declare zones and award licences so that they can get on with the job. This government, the Morrison government, has been stopping business from being able to get on with the job in building offshore wind farms. It's time that that changed. Now, in the time I have left, Deputy Speaker, I just want to touch on a couple of things that we would like to see added to these bills. We will support these bills. They are necessary. They are overdue. They will open up the potential for renewable industries. But there are a couple of things we'd like to see, and one is to amend one of the clauses to better incorporate electricity transmission and exports. The opportunity, the capacity that we have here means this isn't just a renewable energy for us, for Australians. This is for export as well. Australia can be the battery of Southeast Asia, especially after we harness this opportunity of offshore wind, and we need to make sure that this legislation allows that. One of the other concerns we have, Deputy Speaker, is that the work health and safety concerns that we have are not expressed in this bill. The committee that did the inquiry heard substantial evidence that the government has not adopted the harmonised national work health and safety law into the bills. And without harmonisation, what that means is we might end up with a situation where a worker would be subject to one regulatory regime on shore and a second one while they're travelling out on a vessel, and then a third one while they're working on the offshore renewable project. Now, that's a terrible confusion for workers. It's terrible for employers to have to operate in that environment. Labor's national platform is very clear that we will improve and harmonise the WHS regulatory frameworks covering workers in offshore clean energy. Australia's had some years to get this right. During the whole feasibility period, we can do this going forward and get it right so that employers and workers are not paying the price for it, and it's crucial that we do. Deputy Speaker, we need to also make sure that the benefits of these offshore wind farms flow through to the onshore communities that are linked to them. The local businesses, the entire community should see benefit out of it. This should be something that is positive, not just something that's sucking away from a local community. But that doesn't seem to be an issue that's been addressed by the government, and it should be. Deputy Speaker, we know the views of those opposite, that they think wind farms on land are ugly, that solar doesn't work in the dark, and that batteries are only as useful as the big banana. But people out in the real world actually know what the opportunity is to have renewable energy. They want renewable energy. That is why people have put solar on their roofs. And what we should be doing in this place is everything possible to make it easy for people to access renewable energy. These bills, we welcome them. They are well overdue. We certainly won't hold them up, but they could do with amendments, and I would urge the government to support the changes that we have put forward.
I thank the member for Macquarie for her contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak in favour of the second reading amendment to this bill put by the member for McMahon. This is a bill that is begrudgingly and reluctantly brought to this place by this government, a government that isn't really committed to action on climate change and isn't taking real action on climate change. What we've seen announced over the course of the last week or so is an approach by this government, a slide deck surrounding a commitment to net zero by 2050 that doesn't set out a plan with enough detail, with enough meat on the bones to actually achieve anywhere near what it should. The government claims that its approach is technology-driven, and the way that members of the government speak in this place, it's almost as though they're repeating time and time again phrases that have come out of focus groups, because it's almost like we're hearing phrases and incantations that we're likely to hear all the way through to the election, rather than anything with any kind of content behind it. When they say that it's technology-driven, though, what it really lacks is any kind of detail when it comes to actually leading to that technology being developed, being adopted or being scaled. And if we look at the slide deck that the government has developed, it's those three elements that are so critical. When you look at the waterfall diagram, which sets out how the government plans to achieve 100% net abatement by 2050, it's a combination of new technology being developed, of that technology being adopted and put into practice, and of that technology being scaled. And the problem is that all of those three steps are going to require significant spending by the government and significant investment, long-term investment by the government and by private sector entities. When it comes to direct spending by the government, the plan, the slide deck that this government has developed, again, is extremely short on detail, and almost nothing in the forward estimates in the next 4 years is new in the 129 slides in that deck. So all of the additional spending by the government that they expect us to believe is going to lead to this technological revolution is really to be taken on trust. But what I want to focus on today is the massive investment that will be needed. Investment that will be so critical to major infrastructure projects such as offshore wind farms, but also that will be so critical to solar, to transmission, to storage, to so many other elements of the electricity grid. And what I will argue is that this government is doing nowhere near enough to lead to the investment being put in place at the scale that is necessary for the kinds of technology that they themselves say in their own plan is going to be needed to achieve the short, medium and long-term targets that they've set out. Now, this government, again, members keep coming into this place with these slogans that it's time for government to get out of the way, that we don't want to legislate a solution. Now, I might note it's somewhat ironic that we are currently debating a piece of legislation being brought by the very government that keeps telling us day in, day out that legislation is inappropriate. But what all of this flies in the face of is the fact that the electricity market that we are trying to move towards a low-emission future is actually a creature of regulation. The national electricity market that has been such an incredibly important microeconomic reform for this country over recent decades, which was in fact a bipartisan creation across the Hawke, the Keating and the Howard governments, something that was created in massive microeconomic reforms going back through the 1980s, through the early and mid and late 1990s, something that used to be a bipartisan reform, effective regulation that led to a very effective, well-regulated national electricity market. Now, instead, we lose that bipartisanship in this place, and what we see instead is these resorts to hollow slogans. What we have at the moment is an incredible opportunity and incredible need. We have a need for massive abatement, not just here but around the world. Coupled with that, we see incredible technological innovation. We also have a financial system which is experiencing a glut of savings, both in Australia through superannuation and other means and globally, and an incredibly sustained period of low interest rates. We also have an incredible abundance of natural renewable resources in Australia, both solar and wind, as has been pointed out by earlier speakers. So all of these combined, the need for abatement, the technological innovation, the financial circumstances and the incredible natural resources that we are endowed with create this aligning of the stars. Everything is lined up. But what we don't have is this government setting up the conditions, the appropriate regulatory conditions that provides the right setting for people with that capital to invest in projects. Now, I don't want to go through a corporate finance lecture, but I think it is important to step through the very basics of what it is that is in the mind of an investor of large amounts of funds in long-lasting projects when they make a decision as to whether invest or not. And I would argue that the key components of that decision are firstly the discounted cash flow of that project, which is really the income that you expect to receive over the long term. Secondly, the rate of return of that project, which is really the discounted cash flow relative to the amount of investment that you think you have to put into that project. And thirdly, the risk associated with that project. And what I'm going to argue is that it's the combination of all of these three that is optimised by the right regulatory environment, and it is the government's inaction and inertia which is actually holding back investment which should be ready to go. It's in investments that could be justified on the basis of their expected future incomes and their risk and the investment that they require, but investments that aren't getting over the line because of the unnecessary and highly inappropriate regulatory uncertainty. Let's look first at this notion of discounted cash flow, which is actually just a fancy way of saying what is a project's expected future earnings. And it's necessary to discount those expected earnings back to current dollars in order to make a sensible comparison between those future earnings and what it is you've got to put up front. Now, we are, as I said before, experiencing an incredible opportunity. We have interest rates at a level that is at multiple century lows. So we have a glut of global savings, we have huge amounts of capital looking for projects to invest in, we have incredibly low interest rates. So when it comes to the discounted cash flow component of a decision being made by an entity with large amounts of funds to invest, you don't get better times than we have right now. But let's look at the other component of what an investor might be thinking about, which is the risk component. Now, there are a number of elements of risk with large projects. One is construction risk. Now, fortunately, when it comes to renewables projects, whether it be an offshore wind farm or a solar farm, generally the construction risk is relatively manageable. Not zero, but generally relatively manageable. Certainly much lower than many other kinds of infrastructure like rail tunnels or road tunnels through brownfield sites or very large cities. So construction risk is quite manageable. Where we find significant risk is regulatory risk. Now, again, I go back to the notion that it's entirely inappropriate in the context of electricity markets to say that the right approach to facilitate investment is to say, stand back, get out of the way. It's a completely absurd way to describe the last 30 years of regulatory reform when it comes to the electricity market. The 1980s and the 1990s were all about bringing Australia into line with world's best practice when it came to national electricity regulation. It was all about setting up an environment in which long-term investors in transmission networks had the confidence that they were going to receive an appropriate rate of return. It was all about setting up the rules of the market so that generators were bidding in such a way that they were confident that over the life term of the generation asset that they would get a reasonable rate of return. It was only with those appropriate regulatory settings that private sector entities, and indeed public sector entities, but particularly private sector entities, would make the appropriate investments. And that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in now. So rather than stepping back, rather than saying we need less legislation, rather than saying government should get out of the way, and certainly rather than continued inertia, what we need at the moment is to modernise the national electricity market further. This is something, unfortunately, that state governments have been having to take the lead on. We look at things like renewable energy zones. There's other areas of the national electricity market that require significant reform, such as the way in which storage is treated, something which is going to be absolutely critical if we are going to both encourage investment in large-scale renewable generation and also achieve stability on the grid. But those opposite have no interest in that. They have no interest in the hard work of actually connecting the huge amount of money that is waiting to be invested in renewable projects and actually getting that to occur. What that requires is the hard work and the detailed work of improving our regulatory structures rather than the uncertainty of a government that doesn't appear at all and isn't in reality committed to real action on climate change, and it isn't committed to the hard work of ongoing reform. Let's look at some of the uncertainty that investors face. What are the market dynamics going to be in the future? As more and more renewable generation comes online, that leads to a degree of uncertainty for investors in terms of what is the structure of generation going to be? What are the bidding strategies of different generators going to be? The market dynamics of the future generation pool is a very complex and uncertain thing, particularly when trying to imagine how that's going to be in 20 years' time. And indeed, the overarching structure of the electricity market is something which long-term investors would be very concerned about. And that's one reason why the very belated commitment of this government to net zero, when so many other governments around the world committed to it years ago, is so problematic. So there are all of these issues that would be playing on the minds of long-term investors. Let's look at different types of assets to get a sense of what the challenges are in electricity. We've seen over recent years the prices of toll roads and of ports go through the roof. And these are understandably very attractive assets because the reliability of future flows of income are very steady. But when it comes to electricity markets, there is considerably more complexity and considerably more uncertainty. And that's why it's so incumbent on government to be continuously improving the regulatory structure so as to be doing all that it can to facilitate investment flows. It's not enough to put in a slide deck, we are going to assume that 40% of future abatement is going to be achieved by a technology roadmap, when you have no realistic, no concrete, no detailed steps as to how you're actually going to link big investors, serious international investors, serious Australian investors with very long-term perspectives. How are you going to link those to risky investments and to actually facilitate those investments occurring in practice? That was the kind of bipartisan reform that occurred in the 80s and 90s, and it's tragic that it's something which is being that it's failing to occur as we speak, because this government is all about hollow mantras and not about serious reform. And that's why we're seeing, for example, the amount of investment in renewable energy projects dropping from 51 projects worth $10.7 billion in 2018 to 29 projects worth $4.5 billion in 2019. So it's not enough to say in some slide deck, technology is going to get us there, because to scale things up, to actually adopt technology, is going to require improving and updating and modernising our regulatory framework. And I want to simply add the next layer, which is that, of course, it's not just about the jobs. It's not just about the jobs in construction and ongoing jobs in all of these renewables projects, but it's about the many other jobs that they will create and facilitate in the rest of the economy. My electorate of Fraser has some of the most sophisticated, advanced manufacturers in Australia, firms like Bell Environmental, who are producing cutting-edge emergency response vehicles for civilian and military clients. And Victoria, of course, is home to considerable aluminium smelting, which is extremely energy-hungry. And it's these firms which employ tens of thousands of people around Australia, who are going to require not just cheap energy, but reliable energy. It's firms like this who are going to rely upon ongoing investment in major renewables projects. It's firms like these that are going to rely upon the national electricity market being modernised, not being avoided, not being treated like some kind of rhetorical joke. And that's why the Albanese government is doing the serious work. That's why we have the Rewiring the Nation policy, which is going to invest $20 billion into transmission, which is going to be critically important to underpinning these major offshore wind projects going into the future. So we need serious reform in this place, not hollow mantras.
I thank the member for Fraser. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021 and accompanying bills. This bill will introduce a regulatory regime to enable construction, installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance and decommissioning of offshore electricity infrastructure. I would pause to note that in certain circumstances the Morrison government is happy to introduce regulation and legislation. It just likes to pick and choose which ones it does. The framework is long overdue. Energy developers have been waiting for the certainty this will provide. Subject to sensible amendments, this bill should be passed without delay. The purpose of the framework, and of course I support that there be a framework because it does the job that it needs to do in giving certainty. It is for the establishment of an offshore wind energy industry in Australia, but will also support projects like the Marinus Link and the Sun Cable project. Offshore wind energy, in particular, has remarkable potential to generate jobs, bolster and diversify energy supply, drive down electricity prices, improve grid reliability and lower greenhouse gas emissions. This would be a win-win-win. So whilst onshore wind now accounts for only 10% of Australia's power, to date we're lagging so far behind other nations in developing our offshore wind capacity. For example, in the United Kingdom, they've been developing their industry since 2007, and it already has over 10 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity installed. Prime Minister Johnson has put expanding the industry at the centre of his 10-point plan of a green industrial revolution. The UK is aiming for 40 gigawatts offshore by 2030. This year, Denmark greenlit the biggest offshore project in the world, which will be a €28 billion artificial energy island that will power 3 million homes. Now that is visionary and ambitious. Denmark currently generates a remarkable 40% of its electricity from wind power. Australia needs to catch up. Australia's wind resources are some of the best in the world. We have 60,000 kilometres of coastline and high capacity factors in excess of 80% in some areas. Much of these resources are situated close to existing transmission lines and port infrastructure, so there is an enormous potential to develop a substantial industry. Blue Economy has estimated Australia could support over 2,200 gigawatts capacity, which is more than our current energy demand and more than enough to make us a renewable energy superpower, which should be our aim. Traditionally, wind energy has been expensive, but that is changing with economies of scale, research and development and competitive tendering mechanisms. Offshore wind may cost less than onshore in the future. Developers see this opportunity. There are 12 offshore wind projects with a combined capacity of 25 gigawatts proposed in Australia already. Just one project off Gippsland, the Star of the South, could be worth $6 billion for their regional economy and could generate 3,000 jobs over its lifetime. This project would also support up to 20% of the state's energy needs, or the equivalent of 1.2 million homes. This is a huge benefit. The irony is that many critics, and I should note the Deputy Prime Minister's comments in question time some days ago, will say that we should have offshore wind off for Warringah. But the truth is these developments will provide communities with enormous potential for industrial development. We need to put the right technologies in the right places, where there is the need, the demand and the workforce. Beyond Zero Emissions analysis has found that developing offshore wind would revitalise industry in regional hubs. They projected that Newcastle, for example, could attract $28 billion in capital investment, $11 billion in revenue by 2032 and generate 34,000 jobs. Now surely that is the type of project that should be embraced, and not crazy projects like gas off the coast from Newcastle, like PEP11. AEMO has indicated that other areas like northwest Tasmania, Gippsland, Illawarra have the same potential and could support many gigawatts of offshore wind energy each. Developing these resources is essential, as we will need to provide workers in those areas with real alternative employment in sectors other than fossil fuel mining, and as mines and power plants retire. Blue economy projects that we could generate up to 8,000 jobs per annum from 2030 by developing our wind energy resources to the highest level. But more can and should be done to support the renewable energy sector so that we reach our climate goals. Climate Works, in its landmark Decarbonisation Futures report, has modelled that in a scenario where we would decrease emissions by up to 50% by 2030, and this is very real and very possible, and reach net zero by 2050, we will have to reach 75% renewables by 2030. And sadly, there was none of that detail in the government's plan slideshow that was announced yesterday. We can and should aim higher. We have the potential and we can exceed the targets. It will require policy support and shoring up investment confidence. The Clean Energy Council, in the Clean Energy Outlook Confidence Index, reported in July that investor confidence has decreased since December 2020. The report put this down to grid connection issues, underinvestment in network capacity and transmission, unhelpful and unpredictable government interventions, and future market design uncertainty. And sadly, none of this was addressed by the Morrison government yesterday. As a result, in August, the Clean Energy Council reported that there has been a loss of jobs in the sector due to a corresponding slowdown in financial commitments for renewable projects. This bill is a good development. It shows what a positive government intervention and support can be. But we must look to the government to act in so many other areas. The government, for example, should drop its misguided Kurri Kurri gas plant obsession. This is a $660 million mistake that won't support reliability or lower electricity prices. It will barely be used. It will spook investors and it should be scrapped. The government should also drop plans for their gas-fired recovery and focus on a clean recovery, with developing renewable energy capacity at the centre of any plan. The Energy Security Board has created considerable uncertainty with energy developers and investors in propagating the options of a post-2025 market design for the national electricity market. Of course, the federal government has endorsed this because it's ultimately a coal keeper. This is just a means and design to keep coal in the system. This policy could prolong the life of ageing coal-fired and gas-fired generators. We've heard in the Environment and Energy Committee inquiry into dispatchable generation, coal-fired generator owners like Delta Energy are very much expecting that that will be its use and that will be its purpose. The final design of the market must have at its centre a decarbonisation goal and cannot unnecessarily give thermal generators a new lease on life. We must understand who will bear the cost, what effect it will have on reliability and affordability. This will ultimately be a tax on the everyday energy user. We can't talk about energy without putting it in the context of our greater priorities and what we must do. We absolutely must address the environmental aspects and our need to decarbonise rapidly, but also in the context of these offshore wind projects. We need to make sure they have adequate environmental safeguards for any offshore development. As drafted, the bill requires a licence holder to submit a site management plan to NOPSEMA, but this will not necessarily address all environmental impacts. Instead, licensees just have to comply with the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act and regulations under that Act. We know that the APBC Act is incredibly limited in the sense that it won't encompass all potential marine impacts. Some matters are just not protected. There is no visibility on what those potential regulations are, and therefore does not appear to be any environmental assessment requirement. In contrast, in the United Kingdom, offshore projects are required to undergo a strategic environmental assessment detailing possible environmental impacts and remedies. This is a best practice and holistic way of addressing all impacts. Strategic environmental assessment should be triggered before declaring an area suitable for infrastructure. It would ensure only appropriate and low-impact areas are chosen and that decisions can be made before any investment, time-wise or financially, for a project proponent. Such regulations should be made under the EPBC Act and mandate proactive requirements of proposed offshore wind projects, including a strategic environmental assessment. There are serious uncertainties about how the EPBC Act would work for offshore and how it would interoperate with overlapping state laws. Guidelines should be made to clarify the interoperation of state legislation and the EPBC Act, but ultimately the federal government should have ultimate oversight. The bill allows for the minister to declare areas suitable for offshore infrastructure activities, but there are many concerns that have been raised about the lack of transparency and detail on what criteria are used to declare an area. There seems to be too much ministerial discretion. Before declaring an area, the minister should be compelled to consider commercial factors like promoting local industry, manufacturing and jobs. Additionally, the minister should consider wind resources, including geotechnical and bathymetric data, marginal loss factors and system strength augmentation. Port and grid infrastructure in the proximity of local manufacturing industrial precincts is also important. There should be incentives for development. As part of a good regulatory regime, there are annual licence costs, fees and levies in particular for cost recovery for administration and decommissioning of offshore infrastructure. These costs should be pared down to the minimum, particularly when the industry is in its early days. Decommissioning costs could be recovered with a ratcheting bond that increases over the life of the infrastructure. And levies should be designed to be no more burdensome than necessary to achieve cost recovery. They should not act as a disincentive to development. This bill is a landmark moment for development of Australia's own offshore infrastructure capacity and capability. It's been a long time coming, and we are far, far behind other nations. But with the right framework and incentives, we can support a significant offshore wind industry in Australia. I only wish that had been a core pillar of something announced by the government as far as taking a decarbonisation policy to COP26. There is so much potential and so much detail that could have been announced instead of just a slideshow and rehashing old policy. We actually need to embrace the technologies that are available now. It is not good enough to have a hope and a prayer that at some point in the future a magic and the fantasies and fairy tale unicorns will take care of continuing to use high emitting technologies. We must transition to these technologies we know are there now, are ready now, are delivering huge opportunities economically to other nations, and Australia could be in that position as well. So I support this bill, commend it to the House and urge the government to embrace further amendments.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. President Biden, before the last election, famously said tackling climate change equals jobs. Good union jobs. And he was right then, and he is right today. The more we do, the more jobs we are going to create in this country. And unfortunately, this government will be remembered for those who did as little as possible in their time in this place, those who did as little as possible to tackle climate change, and those who did as little as possible, resulting in as few jobs created for Australians and as few benefits created for Australian consumers. This bill should have been here years ago. This government should have had the vision to bring forward this bill for some time already. This bill has been called for by the Labor Party for quite some time now, and of course we support it, but we take this opportunity to say that the dithering and the inaction by this government is costing Australians jobs, it's costing us time in the battle against climate change, and ultimately will be what this government is remembered for. At a recent hearing for the Environment and Energy Committee, we had the Australian Energy Market Operator come and present to the committee. One of the more interesting pieces of evidence that AEMO brought to the committee was that in AEMO's projections, if we do nothing, we are going to head towards over 90% on average renewables in the grid by the 2040s in Australia. Now, that's not bad. That means at any given time, 100% of the grid will be powered by renewables by 2040. It'll mean that there'll be some time where there'll be firming required on average, which is what AEMO's projections are. But AEMO was very clear that the majority of the time there will be 100% renewable in the grid, and on average we'll have at least 90% renewable energy. But the interesting bit about AEMO's evidence, Deputy Speaker, was that that was based on no changes to current policy. If we literally just sit back and watch the market evolve as we are watching it right now, that's the outcome that we can expect. That's where we can get to. But that's not what we should be aiming for. We shouldn't be aiming for just sitting back and watching the market evolve without ambition and without targets and without a sense of where we want to get to. We could be exporting renewable energy, but if we sit back and just watch, then it's only just going to be enough to get us to 90% on average in the early 2040s, and we can and we should do much, much better than that. Tasmania is already the first state to be exporting renewable energy to the mainland. We should be exporting renewable energy to Asia and to Southeast Asia in particular. The Sun Cable project will potentially provide Singapore with a third of its energy, and we are already talking about other major projects, and some of which I'm going to touch on, which are going to be generating huge amounts of energy, not just for Australia, but potentially to send off overseas. And why is this important? Is because renewable energy is cheap. It's the cheapest form of energy. If you want to know why power prices have any shot of coming down, and have come down in recent times, it's because of the influx of solar and wind into our grid. Gas has not become cheaper. Coal has not become cheaper. Nuclear is as expensive as it ever, and we obviously haven't got that in Australia. The reason why consumers are benefiting is because of the influx of renewable energy. Of course, we need to introduce renewable energy to help tackle climate change, but we also need to do it to help save Australians, save Australian families with their energy bills, save Australian businesses money when it comes to the cost of energy. Wind is that much cheaper as compared to fossil fuels and other forms of energy that it is just insane that those on that side of the House are still peddling the nuclear energy option. Instead of focusing on renewables, setting targets for renewables, seeking how much renewables we can bring into the grid, we still have the Nationals even this week talking about the fantasy of nuclear energy. I'll tell you what will happen if we bring in nuclear energy into this country, is that household bills would skyrocket. They would skyrocket. AEMO themselves have said that it would be cheaper, if you look at their GenCost report, it would be cheaper to build 2 coal-fired power stations and just not use one of them than it would be to build a nuclear power plant. That's how crazy expensive nuclear energy is. And I know that those opposite, the next obvious retort is, well, what about SMRs? Sure, we should keep an eye on SMRs, but they don't exist yet. So until they do, we don't really have a point of comparison, and we certainly don't have a sense of what they're going to cost Australian consumers. What we do know now is that wind and solar is cheaper. They are cheaper, much, much cheaper. And the brilliant thing about offshore wind is that the turbines are bigger. They are larger than the onshore turbines. If you look at the scale of what can be built offshore versus the size of the turbines that can be built onshore, you can build much, much bigger turbines offshore. And obviously, the larger the turbine, the more energy it can create. And also, some of these turbines can turn very quickly. These are huge energy-generating machines. They are the proposal for the Star of the South offshore wind farm in Gippsland is to have turbines of over 300 metres tall. 300 metres tall. This is not small machinery. These are big pieces of machinery. These are labour-intensive pieces of machinery. Not only do we need to build these things, but we also need to assemble them and we need to maintain them. These are big industry and big job potentials, and they create a lot of energy and they create a lot of very cheap and comparatively cheap energy. But of course, one of the key recommendations of the Senate inquiry and one of the key differences between the government and the Labor Party is that you can't just build these big wind turbines offshore and then flick on the switch and then expect them to actually connect into the grid. You need to build the transmission lines from these new energy-generating offshore wind farms to the grid, to the electricity grid. Now, the Star of the South in Gippsland is a huge wind farm. It potentially could create enough energy to do about a fifth of all of Victoria's energy needs. We know, unlike those opposite who are still wrapping their minds around whether or not the wind blows at night time, we know that offshore wind is more consistent and less intermittent than onshore wind. We also know that they require less firming, and we know that it is still possible to generate wind energy at night time, and we also know that dispatchable energy and storing energy is something that we need to do and we need to be thinking about. But these are huge energy-generating projects, but they must be connected into the grid, and that is why the Labor Party, one of the first announcements by the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Greenlow, made in his first budget in reply was the $20 billion Rewiring the Nation policy. Because what this policy does is that it connects all of the new renewable energy generation projects to the existing grid. It's being able to not only connect these huge offshore wind farms, but also a lot of the smaller generation energy generators that we're seeing. Solar rooftop has been extremely disruptive to the energy grid because of the way in which it creates energy on a much smaller scale. We need to be thinking about both these new and modern ways of creating and generating energy, and as well as these huge potential for new large-scale energy generation in offshore wind, and figuring out ways in which we can connect them to the grid and a way in which we can provide certainty for investors. We don't need to fund it. We don't need to do what the government's doing and completely steamroll the private sector and invest over $600 million into a gas peaking plant that Kerry Schott, the chair of the Energy Security Board, herself said may only be used for a couple of days a year. It may only be used for a couple of days a year. We don't need to waste and throw good money after bad into a gas peaking plant that we clearly do not need. We need to provide the framework, the policy settings, the certainty, the legislation in this place to be able to give a clear signal to businesses and to the private sector that this is the vision that we want to have. This is the amount of renewable energy we're going to be using. This is the certainty that you can bank on in order to invest in the Australian market and invest in the future of our energy generation. We can do so much more than we are at the moment. We can do so much. I thought I was being spoken to, but clearly not. We can do. No one's speaking to me. We can do so much more than we currently are, with vision, with certainty, and with signals to the private sector about the sort of Australia that we want to get to. We cannot do, as AEMO is predicting and working on the basis of at the moment, which clearly sums up the Morrison government, that if we sit back and do nothing, here's where we might get to. No. We need to come into this place, set clear ambitions, clear policy, clear frameworks, clear legislation, so that we can achieve things and get the best result for Australian consumers, as well as be a part of the global efforts to tackle climate change. Offshore wind in Australia has the potential to generate over 2,000 gigawatts. 2,000 gigawatts. At the moment in Australia, we only require about 55 gigawatts. This technology has the potential to not only power Australia, but also turn Australia into a renewable energy exporter, a renewable energy battery, a renewable energy superpower. This is exciting. It's exciting for our country. And yet those opposite have been wrangling themselves in a knot, They have been at war with one another, and then they have, after weeks of burying themselves in the cave, they have extracted themselves from the cave, only to be brandishing a glossy brochure that says it all into the one heading that this brochure is based on existing policies. Nothing changed this week under the Morrison government. All the Morrison government did was rebadge existing policies, and Australia is missing out. Australia is missing out on the job creation opportunities of renewable energy. Australian consumers are missing out on cheaper electricity. Australian businesses are missing out on cheaper electricity to help power Australian manufacturing and bring down the cost of businesses. Australian businesses are missing out on the opportunity of investing in renewable energy to help not only power our country, but also our region. We can do so much more and so much better than this government. We can do so much better than the Nationals saying and finding excuses about whether or not they support renewable energy at night time. We can do so much better than the Liberal Party and the National Party at war with one another to only agree on whatever they started with in the first place. We can do so much better than weeks of charades and media conferences and announcements and marketing and spin, only to land in the very place where we began. We can do so much better than the rabble that this government is, who at each and every stage have tried to dismantle the very institutions that have powered our renewable energy future. We can do so much better than trying to take the clean energy out of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. We can do so much better than this government, who at each and every turn has sought to slow down the renewable energy development for this country. We can do better under an Albanese Labor government, and that is exactly what this country needs.
I thank the member for McNamara. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for McMahon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. This, of course, is a bill that we will be supporting, subject to the amendment that's been moved by the member for McMahon. But it really is incredible that it has taken this government so long to come to the party on offshore wind. Most developed nations were looking at developing an offshore wind industry when they have a large coastline like Australia over a decade ago. But once again, because of the intransigence and the pig-headedness of this Morrison government, we are late to the party and we are missing out on job opportunities and investment opportunities in this country. It's like being offered the opportunity to be involved in the Industrial Revolution and saying, no, we'll wait. That's exactly what this government has done. It's akin to waiting for industrialisation and saying, no, we'll be better off without it. We'll be better off without it. And that's exactly what the government has done. For 8 long years they've been in government. 8 years. And they've only just developed a plan for cutting carbon emissions and boosting renewable energy. And it's a plan that's based on existing policy announcements. There's nothing new in the plan, so-called plan that was announced this week. 8 long years. They built the Sydney Harbour Bridge in a quicker time than it's taken this government to come up with a plan for combating climate change. And when it comes to Australia's potential around offshore wind, it's one of the largest coastlines of any nation in the world. The potential is enormous, as is the potential in Australia around solar and the development of other forms of renewable energy. But this government's passed them up. This government has allowed them to go by and missed out on all of those opportunities. And with that large coastline that Australia has comes so much potential for offshore wind. We have one of the best wind resources in the world, but we're not using it. Conditions across much of the coast rival that of the North Sea, an area which has dozens of wind farms already servicing nations like Denmark and Germany. We have much more wind resources than we could ever possibly use ourselves. And recent research by Blue Economy indicates that feasible wind resources of 2,233 gigawatts of capacity off Australia's coast. Now, to put that into perspective, Speaker, Australia's entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts, yet there's almost 2,500 potential gigawatts in offshore electricity. And this government has only just woken up to that. Well, I won't say they've woken up to it. They've known about it all the time. But they've refused to do it because they've had this pig-headed attitude to renewable energy and to action on climate change that has wasted an opportunity for this country and wasted job opportunities for Australians and the opportunity to grow our economy. There's much more potential for exporting some of that additional energy that's generated to Southeast Asia. And that's something that the rest of the world is taking advantage of already. The UK also already has the world's largest offshore wind generation capacity. And in October 2020, the UK government announced a target of 40 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030. They're basically going to power every home in the United Kingdom through offshore wind energy. And yet Australia has no projects at the moment. There are more than 10 projects in Australia that have been waiting for government to bring on this legislation so that they can get on with the job. And these projects have massive capability. Star of the Sea off Gippsland, when complete, will produce enough energy to cover 20% of Victoria's current energy needs. One single turn of an offshore wind turbine can provide as much energy as a whole day's worth of rooftop solar. And these turbines can turn 15 times each minute. Offshore wind turbines are bigger than onshore and therefore have much more generation capacity. Some of the best wind resources are located just off the coast of regions that have powered Australia and Australian industry for generations. Gippsland, Latrobe, Newcastle, the Hunter Valley, Illawarra, Gladstone and Central Queensland. These regions have strong electricity grid infrastructure. They have the ports, the railways and, most importantly, the populations for new energy and a new industry. And most of these proposals are situated near traditional energy regions due to their strong connections to the electricity grid and other advantages. It is in these communities that workers have the most to gain from a thriving offshore wind industry. And it's not just the energy that's created that will benefit, it's jobs as well. The turbines, of course, need maintenance, and there's a network of ships and ports required for that maintenance. 26,000 people already work in the offshore wind industry in the UK, and another 70,000 will be added to that by 2026. OceanX is looking at spending $31 billion to build 7.5 gigawatts worth of offshore wind and significantly upgrade ports. Green Energy Partners have two projects that they're looking at to start exploratory work off the Illawarra and Newcastle coastlines. And they want to use Port Kembla as a construction hub. Port Kembla, an industry that's been a traditionally based industry. If you talk about the Industrial Revolution, you look no further than Port Kembla. It's an industry where people are thinking about the future of steel production, of coal mining in that area and looking to the future. Well, here's an example of something that provides a bridge to the future, an opportunity for manufacturing of this industry within Port Kembla and the servicing through the port of the industry as well, creating jobs that are sustainable into the future for people living within that community. So this bill establishes a regulatory framework for electricity infrastructure in the Commonwealth offshore area, and that's beyond the 3 nautical mile limit. The bill allows for the construction, installation and commissioning, the operation, maintenance and decommissioning of offshore wind and electricity infrastructure. And around the world there's more than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity now in operation, and that's expected to rise to 80 gigawatts by 2030. By comparison, Australia's entire market is at 55 gigawatts. There are more than a dozen offshore wind proposals in Australia, and these promise enormous capacity and tens of thousands of jobs. And importantly, as I mentioned, these proposals are alongside traditional energy industries and regions. There are some issues associated with this that need to be dealt with through the regulatory framework. And Labor's been campaigning for many years now for the government to fix those issues with that regulatory framework. It's regrettable that the benefits to be gained have been delayed by the government. It had promised that the legislative settings and frameworks aim to be in place and operational by mid-2021. Yet they didn't deliver once again. And this bill's major provisions will allow the Energy Minister to declare a certain area as suitable for offshore electricity infrastructure, to establishing a licensing regime for offshore electricity activities, requiring, importantly, developers to pay bonds to cover the estimated cost of decommissioning their infrastructure. And this is important given the recent difficulties with the Northern Endeavour oil facility. Require management plans for each project covering environmental management, work health and safety, infrastructure integrity, emergency management, consultation and financial security. Designate the National Offshore Petroleum Titles Administrator, or NOPTA, as the Register of Licensing Schemes, and the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority, or NOPSEMA, as the regulator of offshore electricity infrastructure, and provide both NOPTA and NOPSEMA with compliance and enforcement powers to carry out these functions. So these are important regulatory changes that this bill brings into operation. And the second bill, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill, provides for the cost of NOPTA and NOPSEMA's new functions to be recovered from industry, consistent with current arrangements for offshore oil and gas. So this is a plan that is supported but is a long time overdue. When you think about it, it's, given the size of the Australian coastline and the fact that we are an island, it's almost criminal that this government hasn't thought of this and introduced these regulatory changes before, because the industry has been there. The demand for this has been there. The innovation is there. The investment is there. The job opportunities are there. The only thing that hasn't been there is the willingness from the Morrison government to implement it. And that's because, as we've seen this week, there is still a group of individuals, predominantly in the National Party, but many in the Liberals as well, that don't believe that climate change is real, unfortunately. They don't believe that it is happening. And they have held up the development of what could have been one of the most important and largest renewable energy industries in the world, with unlimited potential for investment, for technology advancement and for job creation, held up by a rump of a handful of people that don't believe in climate change and continue to think that we could continue with outdated, old, polluting industries well into the next 20 or 30 years without having to make any changes. And that is such a backward and a missed opportunity for not only our country, but importantly for the regions, as I mentioned and outlined, where these jobs will be created in the future. So thankfully the government has finally come to the party, but this isn't enough. This alone won't help get us to net zero by 2050. What's needed is a fair income commitment to ensuring that there are measures in place not only to reduce pollution amongst heavy emitters, but also to encourage the uptake of electric vehicles, the development of a hydrogen industry in this country, the development of solar farms, the exporting of the energy that's generated through solar and wind farms. The opportunities are boundless. They are boundless, yet they've been stifled by this government. And hopefully this Act and what's been announced this week will make them wake up, that it is now time to put aside the climate wars. It is now time to stop weaponising climate change in election campaigns. It is now time to do what's in the interests of our nation, in particular our kids' future, and provide these opportunities that renewable energy projects like those that will come as a result of this regulation will bring.
I thank the member for Kingsford Smith. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad for the opportunity to speak in support of these bills, particularly in support of the second reading amendment moved by the member for McMahon. The bills, the legislation, are one part, just one small part of the changes needed to enable the development of a sensible renewable energy industry in Australia, in this case offshore wind power in Australia for the first time. And as the member for Kingsford Smith noted, it comes terribly late, deep into the third term, 8 years after this government was first elected. That's characteristic of them, a government that doesn't seem to have any ability to focus on the future, to respond to big challenges by guiding change in the national interest. A government, as Australians will have watched in dismay, that over the last couple of weeks has been dragged in the most chaotic and laughable fashion to the most unconvincing and pathetic form of commitment to net zero by 2050. There isn't any doubt that Australia needs leadership on climate change and energy, that we need relief from the burdens and the costs of climate change, and we need the benefits in terms of lower energy costs and reduced pollution and new jobs from the renewable energy and green tech economy. But all we get is an empty blue pamphlet and slogans. And unfortunately, the Morrison-Joyce government still thinks it can take Australians for fools, and that's what we're going to see more of. We've seen enough of it already. It thinks that it can do nothing under the cover of a glossy pamphlet and a silly slogan, and I think that's sad. I think that is really sad. It's a great trust to be on that side of the parliament and to have the steering and the stewardship of this nation, and so it's a great shame when that responsibility is treated so shabbily. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not perfect. Labor's calling on the government to clear up some of the apparent shortcomings with respect to the consultation requirements in declaring areas that will host offshore wind, in relation to workplace health and safety, and harmonised licensing and a few other things. But at least it's finally a step forward in making offshore wind possible as a source of renewable energy in Australia. It is strange that this week, on multiple occasions, the Deputy Prime Minister has accused the opposition, has accused this side of the House of being in favour of legislation. It's a strange accusation. I think we would own up to that. We are in favour of legislation as parliamentarians. In other parts of the world, actually, we're often, certainly in places like the United States, we're commonly referred to as legislators. That's actually what people refer to parliamentarians as legislators. So we're in favour of legislation as one of the mechanisms of good government, such as it is or as it isn't in the case of those opposite. That's the principal function of this place, to consider, debate, amend and pass or sometimes block legislation. And the idea that legislation is somehow an imposition on the Australian people is a joke. I mean, it's in this case 8 years in, 3 terms in, that the government's finally bothered to pass legislation that enables Australia to take up offshore wind, which provides greater choice in investment, greater diversity in renewable energy, lower costs, lower emissions and new jobs. And I'll say some more about jobs in particular later on. It's bizarre that a country like Australia is yet to dip its toe in the water of offshore wind. Offshore wind provides 35 gigawatts of energy worldwide. It's projected to grow to 80 gigawatts by 2030. The US Biden administration has a target of installing 30 gigawatts alone by 2030. The UK gets 10% of its power from offshore wind. It's got the most installed capacity of any nation. It has a target of getting to 40 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2040. Thanks to the policies of the previous Labor government, Australia is a leader in terms of household solar. When we came to government in 2007, there were only 12,000 household units in the entire country. 12,000. By the time we left, I think it was 1.3 or 1.4 million. It's now more than 2.8 million households, or something like 1 in 4 households have household solar, and that is thanks to that forward-looking vision and approach and enabling policies of the Labor government. But right now we don't have a single watt of installed offshore wind capacity. It is a very reliable and affordable form of renewables. The UK shows that. The strike price of wind power in the UK, as an interesting comparison, is half the price set under the power purchase agreement for the new Hinkley C reactor. I say new Hinkley C reactor, nuclear reactor in the UK. It hasn't been delivered yet. It's 10 years past its delivery date. It's 4 or 5 times over budget. But if it ever gets delivered, it is based on a 35-year power purchase agreement, the strike price of which is twice the price of wind power in the UK market as a whole. It's bizarre and sad that people on that side, on the government side, especially the members of the National Party, pour scorn on renewable energy while they are in this unending and happily at this stage unrequited, dewy-eyed love affair with nuclear power, the slowest, most expensive, most inflexible form of power generation, an industry that after 70 years still hasn't figured out how to store its own highly toxic waste. Deputy Speaker, we have uranium mines in this country that appear incapable of being properly decommissioned, with radioactive material leaking into the environment and no funds left to clean up the mess. And at the same time, we have an industry worldwide that has still not, after 70 years, delivered a single facility capable of storing high-level nuclear waste. But the Nationals and the Liberals are deeply in love with this redundant technology, when maybe they could have put their atomic crush aside for 5 minutes along the way over the last 8 years and helped Australia get on with a proven, cheap, renewable clean energy technology like offshore wind, which this legislation finally opens the door to. Australia's wind resources have been assessed as being comparable to the North Sea, which is presently the world's leading offshore wind generation zone. And we, Labor, has been pushing for years for the creation of a regulatory framework that would allow offshore wind. It's not surprising that there's already 12 proponents just waiting for this door to be opened. If that doesn't show you the potential in offshore wind, but also the quite unbelievable obstructive capacity of those opposite, I don't know what does. I mean, you know, we hear this bleating all the time about technology, not taxes. Here's a technology, a proven technology, you know, the largest source of renewable power for a number of countries, particularly in the Northern Hemisphere. We haven't even been able to have a go at it because of the failures of those opposite. Deputy Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the jobs potential that Australia could tap into if we had a government that took climate change seriously and if we had a government that was prepared to lean in on renewable energy and clean, low-carbon, net-zero technology. Go back to the UK example. Currently, offshore wind employs 26,000 people in the UK, and industry estimates predict that that will rise to 70,000 on the basis of their present offshore wind targets. Why is there no jobs transition planning under this government? If you go to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources website, there is literally nothing on this topic under the heading Australia's climate change strategies. There is not one thing on that website that goes to the question of job creation and skills development and transferability and all of the things that a responsible government would do as we go through the energy transformation that the globe is experiencing, that we are experiencing, and that will only increase and gather pace in time to come. You look at the government's 2021-22 budget in the skills and training sections titled Building Skills for the Future. There is nothing in it, nothing, about the transition of Australian workers into new low-carbon jobs of the future. The Climate Council's estimated there could be 8,000 jobs in Australia in offshore wind by 2030. You add that to the estimation by Accenture in the report commissioned by the Future Battery Industry Cooperative Research Centre. You know, it's a CRC that the government funds, right? That report estimates that by 2030 Australia could have developed a battery-related industry, an energy, metal and battery-related industry worth $7.4 billion, employing nearly 35,000 people. But despite the fact that the government, when it signed up to the Paris Agreement, signed up to an obligation which states that countries must, and I quote, take into account the imperatives of a just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs in accordance with nationally defined development priorities, there is no sign of any such work being done by this government. None. We know there's been no national energy policy. We know there's no comprehensive climate policy, so maybe it shouldn't come as a shock that there's no energy and climate jobs strategy. The UK has one. The American Jobs Plan has 6 separate initiatives that are directed at new clean energy, electrification and zero-carbon manufacturing and the associated jobs that they will all involve, looking at all the things you would want, looking at skills gaps and needs, training requirements, transferability, all of those kinds of things. The UK's Green Jobs Task Force, as part of Prime Minister Johnson's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, has put out a report that states, as we look ahead to publishing our comprehensive net zero strategy and hosting COP26 in the autumn, we must focus on how we invest in the UK's most important asset, our workforce, so that people have the right skills to deliver the net zero transition and thrive in the jobs it will create. We must ensure that green jobs are good quality, that they can be accessed by people of all backgrounds in all parts of the country, and that workers in sectors and industries undergoing change can reapply their skills and expertise towards this new challenge. I mean, hear, Deputy Speaker. Imagine that. Imagine a government being sensible enough and responsible enough and forward-looking enough to get on with a bit of serious work like that, to prepare Australia, young Australians and existing workers for the change that's happening, but not under this government. The UK approach is focused on building pathways into the new energy sector. They've got a Green Careers launchpad. They're doing what you would expect, collaborative work between industry, unions, government itself, the education and training sector, to identify skill needs and gaps, to assess transferable skills. In terms of the potential for workers to transition and draw on transferable skills, I'd point out that the World Economic Forum has identified that of the top 10 skill sets required in the net zero carbon economy, only 3 are industry specific. So the potential to achieve that kind of transferability and to support that is pretty significant. In relation to offshore wind, some of the skills include asset and project management, engineering and technical skills, covering disciplines like mechanical, electrical, control and instrumentation, blade and turbine technology technicians. You've got the full range of scientific qualifications, marine biology, geophysics, hydrography, oceanography, not to mention a range of maritime and seafaring roles. I mean, Australia has a fantastic offshore workforce as it stands, maritime and offshore resource workforce that is well suited and should be being adapted to these kinds of opportunities as they come on stream. So, while we pass these bills and we finally open the way for Australia to leverage our enormous advantages when it comes to offshore wind, we should have, but we don't have a framework in place to make sure that young Australians are geared up for the jobs of the future and we've got no framework to support workers who want to move into these industries. In fact, vocational training has gone backwards under this government. After 8 years, 3 terms, having tripled government debt, having put $100 billion of new spending on the tick, there are 150,000 fewer apprenticeships today than when Labor was in government. We know one of the greatest opportunities for job creation is the net zero economy, including offshore wind, but also large-scale and household solar, hydropower, geothermal and wave energy, hydrogen technology, the full suite of activities within the battery industry, from energy mineral development to manufacture and system design. That's why we've announced the new Energy Apprenticeships program, to ensure that Australians, and especially young Australians, take up these opportunities. That's why we've committed $100 million to create 10,000 new energy apprenticeships over 4 years, starting in 2022-23. And that's why we've announced a Buy Australia policy that will further support new Australian enterprises engaged in the clean energy transformation. Deputy Speaker, Australians watching this debate will wonder, why has it taken us so long? And the answer is pretty simple, because when you have a government that only sees climate change as the altar on which to commit internal sacrifices of whoever they want to get rid of next, you're not going to get sensible policy, and that is a great shame for this country.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Labor will support this bill for a very simple reason, because we've been arguing for it. It makes total sense that when you consider where Australia is positioned, you consider the potential energy generation through this initiative, when, as was reflected on by the member for Fremantle, you look at a comparable site in terms of the North Sea, which is considered the largest geographic source in terms of wind energy. We can compare to that quite favourably. If you look at what is happening in terms of generation internationally, where at the moment there's approximately 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity that's currently in operation, but you can expect that within the next 10 years to jump up to 80 gigawatts, and by 2050 we'll go to 2,000 gigawatts. So internationally, people have recognised the opportunity that exists, 1. 2, in Australia, we know that we're in a really good position. 3, if you compare in relative terms what we currently generate as energy to meet the needs of Australians, it's 55 gigawatts. So you get a sense about where the opportunity presents itself. Offshore wind, this is why Labor has been saying it is mad for us not to think about this and act on it. And from our point of view as well, and particularly from my own point of view, when you take on board the fact that there's this huge demand, about 12 or about a dozen propositions or proposals ready to seize this opportunity, 1. When you look at what is behind that, and if that happens, this is a huge jobs opportunity for the country, and particularly in terms of manufacturing, and particularly in terms of using, for instance, what we're very good at producing in this nation, steel, and using steel on those projects so that we have renewable energy using Australian content that is manufactured by Australian workers in terms of the steel sector here, and we've got a very proud heritage and tradition of that, and that we can use that and manufacture and then be able to set up in terms of the construction phase, and then in the operation and in the maintenance. All along that chain is an input that can be provided by Australian industry and Australian workers. It's an opportunity that should be seized and hasn't. Why? Because yet again we've got a government that, and quite unusually, they're very quick to announcement and slow to delivery, but in this case they're both slow to announcement and slow on delivery. And they've been shamed into this right now to get this bill happening and been prodded into this, and they finally brought the legislation before us. But we've really, I want to emphasise too this point, The government, even through question time today, remarked upon the number of homes in this country that have solar energy, solar panels installed upon them, and reflected on the fact that Australian technology is embedded within that Australian technology has driven that, but they didn't, or they omitted to reference the fact that a lot of that manufacturing capability was offshore. We didn't hold on to it. We didn't find ways to be able to seize that opportunity in a way that would have enriched our nation. We just offshored that opportunity. It's one of the reasons why we argued successfully for the establishment of the Clean Energy Financing Corporation to help make technology that may not have got market backing early on, to make that something that is a proposition worth investing in. And in what we've put forward as a Labor Party, the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, we've targeted renewables and low-emission technology, but specifically looking at the manufacturing opportunity that exists, so that if the commercialisation is supported through the CEFC, you can have the opportunity then followed up with investment in manufacturing capability to ensure that happens, because there are a lot of regional-based manufacturers who want to get involved, particularly in terms of wind turbines, and they missed out on opportunities because the government didn't require local content on some of the power purchase agreements that were managed by Snowy Hydro. And this put huge pressure on a regionally based employer in Keppel Prince in Portland in regional Victoria, where hundreds of jobs were put under pressure because Vestas didn't want to use locals in helping build the wind turbines that will be used for generating energy that would go to Snowy Hydro. And this is a scandal. And again, this is why Labor has argued in our Buy Australian proposal a 10-point plan to use the power of government procurement to help provide opportunity for local industry. And again, when you combine what's being argued here with what we can see elsewhere, this will provide a huge jobs bonanza for locals, which is very important for us to line up all the resources to back that in. We see that good climate policy is good jobs policy. That's where we should be going to, and particularly in terms of this, we should be looking at using, as I said, Australian steel that's made here, Australian manufacturing capability that puts it together, that then gets constructed by Australians, that can generate huge amounts of energy for Australia offshore in a way that we're missing out at the moment, and it is a win all round for us. That's why we support the bill and why we urge that this happen. But I come back to the point, why did it take so long? And the reason it takes so long is this is a government that has fought against this very issue of finding ways to generate power in a cleaner, more sustainable way. The rest of the world got it. These people didn't. What they saw was an opportunity, not for jobs, for politicking. Their jobs, not the broader community. They wanted to find a way to score points, and the problem is, on that side, the resistance is baked in so deep within the coalition, within the Liberal and National Party, that they miss the opportunities that are presented. The scepticism that exists in their side, the refusal to acknowledge that we've got to deal with this broader issue in terms of climate change, the fact that if we do deal with it, that we've got job opportunities that could flow for Australian industry as a result. And I do feel, in particular in this debate, bad for one group of people who get this, who know that this has to happen and that something needs to be done. And that's Liberal voters who recognise the issue of climate change is serious. They expect action on it, but they back a government that doesn't take that seriously. Liberal voters who understand that climate change has to be dealt with, their views are not respected by the government that they vote in. I feel bad for those Liberal voters. And the reason I feel bad for them is because they are being disrespected. They've provided the support and they've been disrespected by Liberal governments for years. For years. So I come back to this point. Well, I make this point. What can those voters do to make sure that that disrespect doesn't continue. Well, those voters, those Liberal voters that expect serious action in climate change, they reside in big numbers in the seats of Higgins, in the seats of Wentworth, in the seat of Mackellar, in the seat of North Sydney, in the seat of Kooyong, in the seat of Brisbane, and even in the seat of Goldstein they sit. Even there. But these people who like to parade their green credentials in their local area but consistently stand against taking any action on this. And every time we have had 2 opportunities for them to legislate on net zero, and they would not do it. They wouldn't back anything seriously other than a PowerPoint presentation, because that's what we've got. We're taking to Glasgow. The Prime Minister is taking a PowerPoint presentation, and the commitment that is within it has already been laughed at by the international community, who shake their heads at the fact that this government won't do the right thing in terms of what's required for Glasgow and will be an international embarrassment. And those voters in all those seats, those Liberal voters who expect their representatives to do the right thing, won't. So to those Liberal voters that exist in those seats that want this taken seriously, these seats that I mentioned, Higgins, Wentworth, Mackellar, North Sydney, Kooyong, Brisbane, Goldstein, these are all prized assets in the Liberal Party, and you've got to get existential on those assets. You have got to make them sweat, and the only way you're going to get respect, those Liberal voters who want to be respected on the issue of climate change, you've got to vote them out. You've got to vote out Katie Allen in Higgins. You've got to vote out Tim Wilson in Goldstein.
The member for Chifley will resume his seat. The Assistant Minister on a point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member, or the Shadow Minister, should refer to members by their appropriate titles.
I would remind. I thank the member for. I thank the Assistant Minister, and I would remind the member for Chifley to refer to members by their correct title. I would also ask the member for Chifley to return to the substance of the bill.
Well, it's a cognate debate, Deputy Speaker, as has been emphasised a number of times, and it's been a wide-ranging one, as speakers have emphasised. But I'm going to make the point that people who take this issue seriously, Liberal voters in the seat of Goldstein, should vote out the member for Goldstein. They should vote out the member for Kooyong. They should vote out the member for North Sydney. They should vote out the member for Higgins. They should vote out the member for Mackellar. They should vote those people out who disrespect their concern about climate change, who want serious action to be taken on this, and are constantly just used and abused by these members who come here off the back of those safe seats, off the back of those prized Liberal seats, and they do nothing. Until you vote these people out, you will not get a Liberal Party to shake from its stupor, its deeply ingrained antipathy to dealing with this properly. It's why the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, on losing the leadership, remarked about how bad it was in the modern Liberal Party that they couldn't see, that they needed to act on climate change and that there was an economic imperative to do so and an opportunity to do so. So these so-called modern Liberals, I mean, this member has a poster and everything that decries he's a modern Liberal, but a modern Liberal who's still a Neanderthal when it comes to this issue, and him and all these other members who won't take this issue seriously. So if you want them to take it seriously, you've got to vote them all out. You've got to put independents in those seats. Because the reality is, and I totally get, while we have a lot of common ground with those voters who take these issues seriously, and while we have a lot of common ground with those Liberal voters, they're not going to vote for us, but they will vote for an independent. They absolutely will vote for an independent, and they'll recognise, just like they did in Warringah, that that's the way to shake things up and to get people moving, because that's the only time you saw the whites in the eyes of the Liberal Party when that happened. And then you'll see things like this bill taken seriously. You will see action move to ensure that renewable energy is supported in terms of its investment, in terms of the framework, regulatory framework, in terms of the resources that are put behind it. The government can work collaboratively with business and regional economies to make sure that they're looked after and that it's not just weaponised. But as I said, until you see this ridding of this deep-seated antipathy to taking this action and just the constant politicking on it, nothing's going to happen. So again, I say, you've got to give the member for Goldstein a break, a career break, as with the members for Higgins, Wentworth, McKellar, North Sydney, Kooyong and Brisbane. Give them a career break, teach the Liberal Party a lesson, change the dynamics of politics in this country and make sure we take this issue seriously and see us get not only a reduction in emissions but a boost in terms of the economy as well. Good luck.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am happy to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021 and the two associated bills in this cognate debate, and I do so from Sunnybank on Turrbal and Yugara lands. And I commend the member for Chifley for his passionate contribution as always. Deputy Speaker, my attitude to these bills can be summed up by the phrase, better late than never. For some time now, as earlier speakers have indicated, Labor has been calling for legislation to unlock the benefit of offshore renewable energy, particularly offshore wind generation. It's a pity that the benefits of harvesting offshore energy have been delayed due to the inaction of the Morrison government. Don't forget, Deputy Speaker, that it is the coalition government that set up and actually still fund a National Wind Farm Commissioner. Remember that? Now called the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. Someone who can now take complaints, not only about wind, but also about solar energy. If the wind doesn't blow at night, perhaps, or if the sun stops shining after it went down. Maybe the wind can't find the turbines in the dark. So that's a job that's still being funded by Mr Morrison at more than $200,000 per year. So it's hardly surprising, given that inaction is this government's default position when it comes to renewable energy. Offshore energy generation is already happening in other parts of the world, and we're way behind. More than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity is being generated right now, Deputy Speaker. By 2030, it will be around 80 gigawatts, and by 2050, it's expected to increase to 2,000 gigawatts. And for those non-electricians out there, a gigawatt is 1 billion watts, and so that's about 17 million 60-watt light bulbs, to put it in the old speak. To put that amount of energy generation into a broader context, Australia's entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts. So, Australia, as a continent and an island nation, we have one of the longest coastlines in the world. The potential for offshore wind generation is more than we could ever use ourselves, even if we expand our domestic manufacturing, as Labor plans to do. Offshore energy generation is an export opportunity, particularly in terms of Southeast Asia and the billions of people moving into the middle class in that part of the world. As we see time and time again with this government, they are always playing catch-up. Remember back in 2019 when Prime Minister Morrison said during the election campaign that electric vehicles would, and I quote, end the weekend. Recently, Hertz CEO, in fact just this week, said electric vehicles are now mainstream. 2 years on, things have changed. Hertz Global has just purchased 100,000 electric vehicles for their rental car fleet. Business all around the world is ignoring the out-of-touch Liberals and getting on with the job of being in the 21st century. But the Prime Minister's vision for the future doesn't extend beyond his next meeting with his Deputy Prime Minister, the Leader of the Nationals. He couldn't see the potential for electric vehicles just 2 years ago, and now is being held to ransom by the Nationals. Over the past week, we've heard government members say, I kid you not, Deputy Speaker, that solar doesn't work in the dark. And the Resources Minister, defending his anti-renewable stance, said it was a fundamental fact that solar doesn't work without the sun.
completely forgetting the role that modern batteries play in modern grids. It's hard to take this lot seriously, but unfortunately they're currently running our nation, and they will be representing our nation's interests in Glasgow on that world stage. How can government ministers in 2021, and I note the Resources Minister just been elevated to the Cabinet, how can any of them seriously talk about solar energy generation or wind generation being reliant on the sun and not mention batteries? Prime Minister Morrison once said of South Australia's Elon Musk joint battery, "It is so at the margin it barely is worthy of a mention." He then compared it to the big banana and the big prawn, putting politicking before jobs, putting the nationals before the nation. Does this government think that the 100,000 electric vehicles Hertz has just brought will stop working when it rains? Will cars stop in the middle of the road because there is no sun? Seriously, do these people go around with their heads in the sand? Newsflash for the Coalition. Batteries store the energy from solar panels. Batteries store the energy from wind generation. Yes, you need the sun and you need wind to make the energy, then it's stored in the battery or in pumped hydro for use, or the other options when the sun is not shining or the wind not blowing. To be technical, Deputy Speaker, experts say that Africa and Australia have the same amount of global horizontal radiation, which is one measure of solar coverage, and Australia has the greatest amount of direct normal irradiance, the other measure of solar coverage. In other words, Australia actually has more solar coverage than any other continent on Earth. We have more than enough sunshine to make, store, use and export solar energy. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency says wind energy is one of the lowest cost sources of new electricity supply in Australia, along with utility-scale solar PV. We have sun and wind in abundance in this country, and that equals an amazing opportunity, and it equals jobs, especially here in Queensland, where we have some good steady winds at night, something to complement the roaring 40s, those wind farms, wind turbines down in South Australia and Melbourne and Tasmania. Because the world is hungry for new sources of energy, this climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity. The Coalition chaos and division on energy over the past 8 years has seen too many Australians miss out. 2,700 clean energy jobs have disappeared under Prime Minister Morrison's watch. Workers that have powered Australia for generations are getting left behind by a Prime Minister who won't lift a finger for their rights of work and won't do anything for their future. When it comes to net zero emissions, we're still not sure what the Liberals and National parties are committed to, because they're not going to introduce any legislation to test the commitment of their party rooms, or very divided party rooms, and they won't release their modelling. But Labor is committed to net zero emissions by 2050. All of the states and territories are, leading businesses, industry and agriculture groups are, and 130 countries share the same end goal. So, what do we need to do? We need to look after this planet. We need to care for our country. The Liberals and Nationals' inaction has left Australia exposed to environmental threats and economic risks like international carbon tariffs. The net zero emissions PowerPoint display trotted out yesterday is really like a cheap card trick or a delaying tactic. There was zero new policy, there was zero actual plan in the announcement, and no modelling released. Just more of the same denial and delay and obfuscation. They're asking the Australian people to trust them because they have technology and that will save us. They don't explain what the technology is, how it will reduce emissions, or who will pay for it, what taxpayer dollars will go into it. And they forget the cuts to the CSIRO budget by hundreds of millions that they're responsible for, and also that we've lost almost 40,000 university jobs in the last 2 years. They're asking us to trust them because they already have policies. Look at their great renewable policies like Snowy 2.0, which isn't even plugged into the grid yet. They're asking us to trust them to reduce emissions without any new policy at all. It sounds like a line from the Flim Flam Man to me. Somehow emissions will magically be reduced without changing anything, via technology and offshore offsets that they railed against for years and years and years. That means remember, offshore offsets, that means that somebody else will have to do the work, not unusual territory for this Prime Minister. If we want to achieve net zero by 2050, we can't begin reducing emissions in 2049. We need to get working now. We are in a climate emergency. It will take leadership and vision to turn this ship around. Both of these things are currently lacking in this government. Labor has already engaged in policy development to get the ship right. We've already made some announcements like making electric cars cheaper by slashing inefficient taxes, cutting bills and supporting the grid with community batteries for up to 100,000 solar households, supporting 10,000 apprenticeships in the new energy trades of the future. Our Rewiring the Nation policy, Labor will invest $20 billion to upgrade our grid using Australian expertise, Australian steel and workers to deliver affordable, reliable and clean electricity to Australian businesses and households. Labor's $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will create secure jobs for Australian workers, drive regional economic development, boost our sovereign capability and diversify the nation's economy. It will partner with the private sector on investments that will grow the economy and jobs, including in renewables and low emissions technologies like wind turbines, batteries and solar panels, modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers and so much more. And we will continue that process. What is clear is that an Albanese Labor government will create jobs, cut power prices and reduce emissions. So I welcome these bills before the House today because Labor called for these bills. And finally, after much delay by the coalition, they've been introduced. But the bills are far from perfect. We've got concerns about the Work, Health and Safety Framework. There was substantial evidence presented to the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee that the government has not adopted the harmonised national work health and safety law in the bills. Harmonisation of the laws is important, Deputy Speaker, because if not harmonised, a worker could be subject to one regulatory regime onshore, a second while in transit on a vessel, and a third while working on an offshore renewable project. However, there is some disagreement between the department, between the regulator and stakeholders on this point. Labor urges the coalition government to undertake further consultation on these provisions. Labor is committed to improving and harmonising the workplace health and safety regulatory framework covering workers in offshore clean energy. It's actually in our national platform, Deputy Speaker. If the government does not fix this, which is most likely, an Albanese Labor government will. Both government and non-government members of the Senate committee suggested some amendments to this bill in their report. The member for McMahon has moved an amendment to the bill to incorporate those amendments. I support the amendment moved by the member for McMahon.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Finally, after 8 years, a piece of legislation that might actually do something good for renewables. Why did it take 8 years? Why did it take 8 years? Could it be because the Energy Minister, who's in charge of this legislation, doesn't have the courage to come and sit here at the dispatch box, so he leaves it up to his junior to come in and fly the flag? Could it be because the Energy Minister earn his political stripes campaigning against wind farms and renewable energy? Could that be the reason it's taken us 9 years, almost 9 years, before we see a piece of legislation that supports renewables? Could it be that because the former Treasurer, Joe Hockey, said that wind farms were ugly and he can't stand them as he goes around Canberra, he can't stand them because the person holding the purse strings in this parliament said, I don't want wind farms and there's no way that I'm going to ever support them? Could it be because the man who's now the Deputy Prime Minister said he didn't understand, in his words, quote, this insane lemming-like desire to have, quote, a sea of wind farms everywhere? Could that be why it has taken almost 9 years to see one piece of legislation that might do something good about renewables? Or could it be because our Prime Minister came in here and held up a lump of coal and said, this is coal, it's amazing, it won't hurt you, when the whole world was screaming at him, saying coal and gas are the major causes of the climate crisis, and we've got to stop burning them. Could that be why it has taken so long to see one piece of legislation from the government that might actually do something good for renewables? Well, increasingly, this government, led by climate deniers, is getting mugged by reality. It's the political reality of having seats that they thought were super safe, like Kooyong, now being Greens Liberal seats, where a small number of votes could shift and the Treasurer could get the message that it is time to take action on the climate crisis? Or could it be that they're getting mugged by the political reality of seeing a former Prime Minister lose his seat to an independent who's got an ambitious climate policy? Could it be the fact that the Prime Minister is heading off to one of the most important climate summits in our lifetime, where if he walked in with his lump of coal, he'd be turned around and kicked out and shown the door? Slowly but surely, the government is getting mugged by reality, including by the business community that are saying we have had enough. Mind you, many of the same business community that tore down the carbon price when we had it, that was working to cut pollution in this country, they've now had a change of heart. But increasingly, this government is realising that although it might play well to their backbench to wave around lumps of coal and pretend climate change doesn't exist, it doesn't wash anymore. It doesn't wash. Of course, they still have climate denialism at their heart. And you see that just this week, where the world is pleading with the Prime Minister, who should have done a piece of legislation like this long ago, because the Greens have been calling for it for that long. The reason that we hear the truth being spoken, the Liberal interjection for the Hansard was we're only 1% of global emissions, what can we do? Well, you know what? That shows you everything you need to know. And I'm sure that they'll get up and correct that if they think I'm misrepresenting them. But that is what this government believes at the heart. We should not be taking action on the climate crisis. That is why you've heard it from the government's own words. Do you know what? Australia is the world's largest exporter of coal. Australia is the world's largest exporter of coal. We're the third largest exporter of fossil fuel pollution, behind Russia and Saudi Arabia. Don't come in here and pretend we're not responsible. We are the third largest exporter of fossil fuel pollution. And you know who we'll be hanging out with at the climate summit when Scott Morrison goes there? Russia and Saudi Arabia, with these mid-century net zero targets and no plan to get there, and subsidies for coal, gas and oil to put more coal, gas and oil into the system along the way. This is a government of climate deniers, and delay is the new denial. Pushing action out to 2050 and coming up with a plan that involves more coal and gas, terrible 2030 targets, and just a hope that someone will ride in on a unicorn in 2049 with technology that hasn't been invented yet to save us all, shows your plan is a fraud. And the fact that the government sends members in here during a debate on their own bill about wind farms to interject that we're only 1% of emissions, so why should we do anything, tells you everything you need to know about the denial that beats at the heart of this government. And that is why, to get action on the climate crisis, we need to phase out coal and gas. Sadly, we have a situation where in this parliament, both the government and the opposition both want more coal and gas. Both want more coal and gas. In fact, they're prepared to put their hands into the public's pocket to make people pay for it. People may not know this, but thanks to the government and the opposition voting together, now $50 million of public money is going to help open up a new climate time bomb in Northern Territory, the Beetaloo Gas Basin. If you thought Adani was bad, Beetaloo is terrible. Inside those Northern Territory gas basins, there's the equivalent of 70 years of all of Australia's pollution. And opening up that project will put an extra 6% on Australia's emissions. So at the same time as the Prime Minister parades around saying he's going to cut it to zero at some specified time in the future, and I've got no plan to get there, just trust me, Liberal and Labor are actually making the public give $50 million to big gas corporations to open up the Beetaloo Basin, which will be worse than Adani. So we have, sadly, a situation here where the country is run by a bunch of climate deniers, but the opposition wants more coal and gas as well. The only way we are going to tackle the climate crisis is by phasing out coal and gas. And what is clearer day by day by day is that the only way we're going to get climate action, and not just have legislation like this brought in after 9 years of government, but brought in on the first day of the next government, is to kick the Liberals out and put the Greens in balance of power, to push the next government to take the action that science requires and phase out coal and gas. And the very good news is that this government is hanging on by its fingernails. And that's why it's bringing in pieces of legislation like this after 9 years to try and convince people that they care about renewables, is that they know that the smallest of shifts, only a few hundred votes, is going to see them lose majority government. Right? That's how close this election is. But it's going to be very difficult for the opposition to win in its own right. So this election, if you want more legislation that's going to fast-track renewables and phase out coal and gas, don't waste your vote on a Liberal or Labor Party that's not going to be able to win majority government in their own right. Vote to put the Greens in balance of power so that we can kick the Liberals out and push the next government. Because that is how we're going to see legislation that will unlock this country's potential. Now, this bill is about offshore wind. Now, Deputy Speaker, did you know that Australia has around 2,000 gigawatts of offshore energy that we can harness? To put that into perspective, Australia's entire grid is around 55 gigawatts. So in other words, there's 40 times Australia's current energy use in our offshore waters. And that's why the Greens have been saying for so long we need legislation that will help unlock that potential. There's a couple of key projects that need to get underway that this bill will allow, well, that are trying to get underway and they've got no regulatory environment, and this bill will allow them to proceed. There's the Star of the South project, which is going to help replace Australia's oldest and dirtiest coal plant, Yallourn, in Victoria's Latrobe Valley. And there's OceanX's 10 gigawatts of projects currently situated offshore of New South Wales coal regions of the Hunter Valley and the Illawarra. Just these projects alone, bearing in mind, as I said, there's about 40 times Australia's current energy use out there to be tapped. Just these two projects alone are near the regions that we're going to have to phase out coal. All right? These projects will be the projects that will help workers transition as we phase out coal and gas, which is why they should have been supported a long time ago, so that we could replace those coal-fired power stations and turn them off in a way that allows workers to move directly into secure industries with well-paying jobs. It makes so much sense also to use infrastructure that's already there to create hydrogen, to create ammonia, to power heavy industry and manufacturing with clean energy, instead of relying on last century's increasingly unreliable coal and gas technologies. But the good thing about there being 40 times the equivalent of Australia's energy just in wind alone, we haven't even touched solar yet, or what we're going to be able to do backing it all up with hydro, is that we could have a surplus mentality in this country. We could produce so much electricity that we drive the cost down to near zero because the fuel is free. Right? That's the other great thing about the sun and the wind. They are free. You could drive the cost of electricity down to zero. Not only is that going to revitalise manufacturing in this country when we have cheap, clean electricity, but we're also going to be a magnet for all those energy-hungry industries in the world and in our region. The Greens want Australia to be the place that you bring your energy-hungry industry to from around the region, and you set up here because you get an advantage in Australia that no one else can give you. We can give you low-cost electricity that is clean. That is what we could do if we unleash the potential that Australia has. There's a number of practical changes to this bill that would help. We could amend the bill to include a merit criteria for feasibility licences, commercial licences and transmission licences in a way that would include local procurement of labour and goods right through the logistics and supply chains. This could unleash a massive, massive domestic employment potential. We could get people jobs. If we said we're not only going to have these offshore wind farms in our area, but we're going to put in place laws and rules that drive up local employment and local training, this could be a massive, massive jobs bonanza. We should have Australian crewing on the ships that are going out being part of these projects, and build back up a shipping industry that has been decimated over several governments. We should also remove the possibility of financial speculators or scalpers just rushing in to buy tenements by removing from the bill that the minister consider and accept financial offers from licences and instead manage and distribute them in the public interest to rapidly develop clean energy. And a third change to the bill could be the suggestion put forward during the inquiry by Sun Cable that would make it clearer that one of the main objects of the law is to encourage the export of Australia's vast renewable resources to the world. For clarity and purpose to both investors and lawyers, this implicit obligation of the legislation should be made explicit. And finally, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, the workplace health and safety provisions should be fully harmonised with the national system to lift standards, to ensure that standards are lifted and that people and that the standards that apply to workplace health and safety are the best that they can be, and support the comments that I think were made by one of the members of the opposition on that point. Now, you can't trust this government to go ahead and implement legislation well. We've seen that with JobKeeper. We've got to make sure that they don't turn a good piece of legislation into something that is a millstone around the industry's neck, and we hope they won't. But above all, we've got to get out of coal and gas, and we've got to stop giving public money to coal and gas, because that will slow down the growth of this amazing, amazing potential industry in Australia that could set us up not only as a renewable energy superpower, but the regional hub for clean, cheap energy.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, the meagre announcements made by the government yesterday, amidst much hype, were welcome but modest. In effect, what they have done is join Australia with every other state and territory in the country, every significant business, whether they're in industrial business, a mining business, a financial services business, with the rest of the world, and in acknowledging that if we don't hit net zero by 2050, we face a diabolical climate consequence. And Australia as a nation has the most to lose if we don't work in concert with every other nation around the world, whether it's our Great Barrier Reef or the sustainability of our agricultural lands, the fact that the majority of the population lives within a few kilometres of the ocean. We have the most to lose, and indeed the most to gain, through the transition to a clean energy future and the reduction of our carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. Of course, focusing on 2050 is a bit of a sleight of hand, because in essence, if you're not looking at what needs to be done over the next decade, what we're essentially doing is setting a target for our grandkids to achieve, instead of us focusing on the job that is our responsibility as elected men and women of this parliament. So more focus needs to be put on what we're going to do over the next decade, so that our grandchildren need to do less over the next 3 decades to rectify the problems that we have left stand still. I want to support the bills. I want to support the amendments that have been moved by the member for McMahon. Sensible if late, as others had noted, because offshore wind is a proven technology that does have the potential to turn Australia into a renewable energy powerhouse. The only thing stopping it, frankly, has been the inaction of this government. So it's a good thing that at last these bills have come before the House after years of needless delay. Delay in this place has meant that offshore wind projects have been delayed as well, including offshore wind projects adjacent to my electorate and the electorate of the member for Cunningham, who's joined us in the chamber today. I'll have more to say about that shortly. 2 offshore projects are ready to go. They're waiting to go off the coast of the Illawarra, and I'm keen to speak a little bit about them. The bill will establish the necessary regulatory framework that will allow them to go ahead, including the rules around construction, installation, commissioning, maintenance and eventually the decommissioning of such projects. And as the member for Cunningham will know, we are very familiar with the consequences of the failure of governments to put in place mechanisms, including financial security mechanisms, which require businesses and proponents who put forward these renewable energy projects offshore to rectify and decommission at the end of the project. We have experienced off Port Kembla over the last decade what became a hazard, both a hazard and an eyesore, when a failed offshore wave project was not properly decommissioned and the taxpayer actually had to pick the bill up for that at the end of the day. So these sorts of mechanisms are absolutely necessary. We are behind the 8 ball, long way behind the 8 ball. Denmark and Germany, alongside many other European countries, already have a well-established offshore wind farm industry producing many gigawatts of renewable energy for their economies, and they must be looking at Australia with our vastly more expansive coastlines and wondering to themselves, why are we so late to the game? Now, recent research by Blue Economy estimates that the feasible potential for wind farm energy production in Australia is in excess of 2,300 gigawatts. I'll say that number again, 2,300 gigawatts. Now, members of this place may or may not be aware that the entire annual production of Australia's energy grid is 55 gigawatts. So many multiples, as many as 5 times the annual production of our current grid is available to us through offshore wind farm facilities. So it is a veritable goldmine waiting to be tapped. The only thing missing is sufficient regulatory guideline. Investors want in. Institutional investors, and I speak to them regularly, they want in, they want regulatory certainty. They can see a long-term income stream available to them from an energy-hungry nation which wants to attract more, not less, industry to this country on the basis of cheap and sustainable energy from renewable sources. As welcome as these bills are, simply getting some regulations in place is not going to be enough. What investors are really after is a plan. Not talk of a plan, not a PowerPoint presentation masquerading as a plan, not the repetition of the word plan over 100 times in a 30-minute press conference, but an actual plan which will deliver the certainty, backed by legislation, which will deliver the certainty and the guidance for industry. Yesterday, the Prime Minister had an opportunity to do just that, but he failed. He said the word plan over 100 times during his press conference, but just saying plan does not make it real. The fact is that what we saw yesterday was not a plan but a scam. There was no target, no modelling, no legislation, just a glossy pamphlet and a three-word slogan. Well, after a decade to think about it and 20 previous plans, all he could offer was something which resembled a Seinfeld episode, a show about nothing. That's not leadership. If you want to be a leader, you need to actually do the substantial stuff of putting in place the plans and showing people the way to a sustainable economic future. You need to spell the things out, not run and hide because you're terrified of the people that sit behind you may not like what you're proposing. More than 2 years ago, my council, the member for Cunningham's council, Wollongong City Council, adopted a net zero target by 2050, like many other councils around the country and just about every state and territory. They did more than that. They put in place an actual plan with real numbers and real targets in it, including a development strategy which saw the possibility to create over 10,500 jobs in our region over the decade through renewables. It's identified clean energy as a major source of those jobs and is working through its Invest Wollongong partnerships to bring forward specific projects to deliver those jobs. Now, New South Wales government, a coalition government, not my stripe, not my team, but you've actually got to admire, in some respects, some of the things that they're doing. They have developed a detailed hydrogen strategy, released earlier this month, detailed targets, 110,000 tonnes of green hydrogen production by 2030, 10,000 hydrogen-powered vehicles on the road in the New South Wales fleet by the same period, a price on hydrogen, green hydrogen of under $2.80 a kilogram, which makes it not only competitive, but more competitive than alternative fossil fuels. There is detailed modelling, including the relative decline in capital costs and energy prices over time as a result of achieving those targets. There's a survey of comparable world economies' positions on the hydrogen economy pathway as compared to New South Wales, and there's a thorough examination of the impact on emissions reductions, jobs, growth, the growth and export potential and the overall economic benefits. And finally, the plan has a three-pillar policy which will enable it to achieve its targets. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is what a plan looks like in one sector. That's what a plan looks like. Not a flimsy PowerPoint presentation scattered with three-word slogans repeated time after time after time again that don't deliver any clarity for investors, but hopefully get the Prime Minister through the next question time. Australia needs better than that. Deputy Speaker, the process that the New South Wales government has identified Port Kembla amongst one of two sites as a superior location for a large-scale hydrogen production facility with a planned production start date of 2030. The hub will leverage off Port Kembla's existing high-quality industrial infrastructure and skills base as a springboard into the future. The core gas facility has already been producing hydrogen using existing technology for over 30 years, and the port's facilities and expertise in export orientations, its fast-growing local population and close access to Sydney also give it natural advantages. That's what a plan looks like. And in this instance, that plan was crucial in attracting two offshore wind farm proposals to our region that I spoke of at the top of my contribution. Green Energy Partners is looking at building a $15 billion project with an initial capacity of 3 gigawatts. I'll say that number again, $15 billion project off the coast of Wollongong. They plan to use Port Kembla as a construction hub for the build phase, providing jobs using local skills and expertise and building on the port's proud industrial history. A $15 billion project. But for the want of regulation, could have gone ahead a lot earlier. OceanX is building a $10 billion floating wind farm with the initial capacity of 2 gigawatts. So 2 projects, $25 billion worth of work in an economy that is crying out for development, crying out for jobs and potential. It's joined the Illawarra Innovative Industry Network that is collaborating on ways to bring new jobs and opportunities to the local economy across the board. Both projects were attracted to the Illawarra by the clear, coordinated plan for the hydrogen hub, the local political commitment, including the commitment of the member for Cunningham and myself, the local councils, the state members of parliament of all political stripes. Deputy Speaker, this is how you get action. The bills we're debating today do represent a step forward in taking the plan forward into the construction phase, but providing a bit of much-needed regulatory certainty is literally the absolute minimum that this government could do. And it's the story of the Prime Minister. Always does the bare minimum after exploring every other alternative and every other excuse not to act. It's the story of this Prime Minister. The people of the Illawarra and the investors backing their future need much, much more. They're doing their bit to seize the jobs and the opportunities of the future while looking after the workers in traditional industries today. This does not have to be a zero-sum game. I reject the proposition put by the member for Melbourne in some Disney World fantasy about how this is all going to play out. We've got to bring the people of the Illawarra, the people of the Hunter, along with us. We have got to give them certainty that we've got their backs. They know that their grandkids aren't going to go down a coal mine. They know that. But what they want is to ensure that they will continue to have a good-paying job, secure employment, an employer that looks after their interests, and a government that's got their back. They want a plan for the future and security for the jobs today. That's why an Albanese Labor government will deliver a made-in-Australia manufacturing plan which harnesses the capacity of renewable energy projects with those energy-hungry industries and the infrastructure necessary to deliver them, to ensure that we as a nation are no longer just a quarry which digs dirt up and sticks it on a boat and sends it overseas, but value adds and ensures that we can harness our endless supply of renewable energy, couple that with our bountiful supply of resources and ensure that we once again can be a manufacturing and a resource and a renewable energy powerhouse. I commend the bill and the second reading amendments moved by the member for McMahon.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We support this bill. We commend the bill, as the previous speaker said. Why? Why is that? Because we have called for it time and time and time again. And as what is often the case under this government, they are very, very late to the party. But we welcome them. Finally, they've seen the light. They've heard the wind, as it is. And it's great that in recent weeks the Morrison government has suddenly discovered climate change is an issue and the need for renewable energy. There must be a Remind Me Tomorrow button installed on the coalition computers for dealing with climate change. Or maybe the Morrison government is simply out of scare lines and scare tactics. Either or, the fact remains that offshore wind has huge potential for Australia. We are girthed by sea, as we know, with endless coastlines. We are an island nation, and we have some of the best wind resources in the world. And I'm not talking about some of the hot air that has emanated from the Nationals' party room, or all the infighting and all the bluster and huffing and puffing that's gone on as they try and get to the no-brainer position of net zero emissions by 2050. But seriously, Deputy Speaker, we are comparable to places like the North Sea between Britain and Europe, where offshore energy is already an established industry. It is really beyond ridiculous now, it's ludicrous, how long it has taken us to catch up to the rest of the world. In fact, research from earlier this year found if all of the proposed offshore wind farms were built, their combined energy capacity would be greater than all of Australia's coal-fired power plants. But despite all of this, Deputy Speaker, Australia's lack of a legal framework has meant we're yet to commission our first offshore wind farm. The legislation will now finally allow offshore wind to begin in earnest in Australia by setting up the regulatory frameworks necessary for offshore wind farms. And it's great to see the government finally getting around to it. There are a lot of reasons.
Order. The member for Wells will resume his seat. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, with Victoria opening up and life beginning to return to our streets and neighbourhoods, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the tireless work and dedication of our frontline workers across my community. For 2 years now, our healthcare workers have continued to put the needs of our community first. They've done so often covered head to toe in uncomfortable PPE. They've done so through multiple waves of outbreaks. They've done so while dealing with families distressed at not being able to visit loved ones in hospital and aged care. They've done so even during times where they've had to isolate from their own families. They did so even before vaccines were available, and they did so when, like all of us, they've been personally struggling with lockdowns, homeschooling and the uncertainty of this global pandemic. We owe you a debt of gratitude that we cannot repay. To the doctors, the nurses and workers across my community, we say thank you. To the GPs, to pharmacists, to allied healthcare workers, to the admin staff and hospital cleaners, we say thank you. To the paramedics, to vaccination centre staff and the healthcare students who took on new responsibilities, I say thank you. I know as we open and we experience what living with COVID means that many of you are anxious about what is to come, but I also know that you are ready and that our community is in safe hands. I want to particularly acknowledge the work of the Grampians Health Unit. If the pandemic is to leave us with anything, the fact that we now have a highly experienced and dedicated public health unit protecting and improving the health of our population is a cause for thanks. We are incredibly fortunate that Associate Professor Rosemary Aldrich took the decision several years ago to move to Ballarat. She has spent her life working in public health. She's been assisted by an incredible team, including people like Dr Rob Grenfell, again a public health specialist. It is this team that's been on the front line of dealing with local outbreaks in our community and keeping us prepared. The collaboration between the Grampians Public Health Unit and the already well-established emergency management responses of our councils from the City of Ballarat to Hepburn, Moorabool and Golden Plains Shires, and all of the partners from VicPol, Primary Health Network, our individual GPs and our network of pharmacies, they have shown terrific leadership. Across our community, people like our supermarket and delivery workers have also kept our cupboards and fridges full. They've continued to go to work even before the protection of vaccination and dealing with stressed and frustrated customers. The cleaners who've attended to exposure sites at the risk to themselves and their families. To the teachers and childcare workers who've continued to support and encourage our children, including my own. We cannot thank you enough. To all the essential workers in my electorate who've had to continue to attend our workplace at our own risk to support the community, we say thank you. I could not have been prouder of our community and the way in which they've banded together over the past 2 years. It's been an extraordinary 2 years. We've shown kindness and support to one another. We've been shopping more locally than ever before. We've been supporting our local restaurants with their innovations in keeping us fed. And of course, the vaccination rate in our community is fantastic. Despite the early lack of doses, over 95% of the eligible population have now had a first dose, and we're now around 79% of over the age of 15 being double-dosed in our community. The uptake of the rate of the 12 to 16-year-old age group in a matter of weeks has been terrific. The people of Ballarat are prepared and we are ready to live with COVID-19 in the community and enjoy an economic recovery in the region and to be reunited with family and friends from Metro Melbourne. We know that there is a road ahead still to travel. We will need to continue to support our frontline workers as they deal with an increase in COVID cases, but I am optimistic with the uptake of the vaccines that the workers have already been supported. The work has been already supported by their community to make their work and lives much easier. I would also like to acknowledge all of the hospitality events, live performers, travel and tourism providers and any businesses that overnight found that they could not continue operating their business in the fashion that they have been doing for years. Many of you had to pivot and learn new ways of doing things. While we're not out yet, and there will be more challenges, I'm optimistic that the lessons of the pandemic will last. The strength we've demonstrated in our community, the resilience of our kids, the leadership and collaboration between our institutions and the compassion we've shown for those who the pandemic have left so vulnerable. All will hold us in good stead in the days and months ahead. We say thank you, Ballarat.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've long been a passionate advocate for thoroughbred racing. Racing Australia estimates that industry makes an economic contribution of $9.5 billion every year, with half of that going to regional areas. In fact, there are 376 race clubs across Australia, and 95% of these are in regional areas. The industry employs around 75,000 full-time employees. There are an additional 156,000 breeders, trainers and owners involved nationally. I'll also put on record that I don't mind a punt, responsible of course. With the Melbourne Cup approaching, I say only bet with what you can afford to lose. However, Mr Speaker, I'm concerned about the rise of online gambling at the expense of punters at clubs, pubs and racetracks. I'm concerned that online gambling has accelerated during COVID. I'm concerned that the companies benefiting most are foreign-owned gambling giants, licensed in the Northern Territory and who are sending their mega profits offshore. Companies such as Sportsbets, Ladbrokes, Bet365 and there's many more. Some of the mega profits end up in Gibraltar, where they have some gambling licences. I'm also concerned that these operators are presented in Canberra by Australian lobbyists. The Australian lobby group, known as Responsible Wagering Australia, exclusively lobby for the interests of foreign-owned online gambling bookmakers. They are currently not on the Foreign Influence Transparency Register, and I think they should be. Parliamentarians should know who is ultimately pulling the strings when lobbyists knock on our doors. If it's good enough for Alexander Downer to be on the Foreign Influence Register for assisting the government of Gibraltar when it's in trade negotiations, then I think it's good enough for the Responsible Wagering Australia to be on the register too, for assisting the economy of Gibraltar. What I can assure the Australian public, when you place a bet with the TAB, that money stays in Australia, and that money earned in Australia is passed back to fund Australian racing. That's from TAB outlets, and they go towards prize money, etc. In Flynn there are over a dozen race courses in my electorate. Gladstone, Emerald, Springshaw, Blackwater Bluff, Dingo, Thangool, Motto, Taroom, Idesvale, Wandai, Gayndah and Mount Perry. They do not race every Saturday, of course, but they have their seasons when they do race, some only twice a year. And of course there's numerous TAB outlets. I look forward to supporting racing in Queensland and Racing Australia in the future, and I want to see racing remain strong and the regions remain vibrant. This is if the money stops in Australia and doesn't go overseas. Remember, if you have a losing bet on the TAB, all is not lost, as it's supporting Australian race clubs and the industry itself. Bet online with overseas bookmakers and all the money goes offshore. Better still, back winners and not losers and put the money in your own pocket. Thank you.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise tonight to speak about the major housing crisis on the New South Wales North Coast. And this includes a housing affordability crisis, a rental crisis and a homelessness crisis. And it's getting worse day by day. It requires urgent action from all levels of government. Yet this issue has been fundamentally ignored by the Prime Minister and by the Liberals and Nationals. Our region has seen the largest increase in house prices across the entire nation. House values in the Richmond Tweed area have climbed more than 36% in the 12 months to June and more than 50% in Byron. In fact, it costs more to buy a house in Byron than it does to buy one in Sydney. The median house price in Byron is now more than $1.5 million. We've also equally seen massive increases right across the region, and for so many locals it just means they're getting priced out of the market. And for first home buyers it means that it's completely unattainable to buy that first home. It's practically impossible for them to get into the market. The rental crisis is also incredibly desperate, and affordable rentals are almost non-existent. And every day locals are contacting me, telling me how difficult it is to pay their rent. Often they're skyrocketing overnight, the prices, and they're forced often to move out because they just cannot afford it. When you look at all the community pages on social media, we see story after story of desperate situations, people in crisis calling out for somewhere to live. And so many long-term locals that have been forced out because they just cannot afford a place to live, often living in their cars. It's that desperate. And Speaker, the recent Domain September 2021 rental report shows now it's more expensive to rent on the New South Wales North Coast than anywhere else in the entire country. More expensive than Sydney or Melbourne or Canberra, more expensive than any capital city or anywhere in the nation. This is how desperate the situation is. The average rental price in the Ballina Shire is $650 per week, a 25% increase in just a year. The average rental price in the Tweed Shire is $678 per week, a 23.2% increase in just a year. And in the Byron Shire, the average rental price is $850 a week. That's more than a 22.3% increase in the past year. So that means, of course, the median rental cost on the North Coast is $726 per week. And compare this to Sydney at $580 per week. Those figures are appalling. And also, Speaker, many essential workers are just unable to find rentals. Now, Everybody's Home, the National Campaign Against Homelessness, cross-referenced data, rental data, with the basic hourly wage of workers in disability support, aged care, childcare, hospitality and supermarkets. And their calculation shows that an essential care or service worker would need to spend up to 2/3 of a normal working week's wages to rent an apartment on the North Coast. So hard-working Australians who are there that are essential to providing the services that our community needs simply cannot afford to rent a place. Now, as a result of the housing and the rental crisis, we are also seeing so many people forced into homelessness. Now, our local community organisations do a remarkable job, but the demand on the services they have is just not sustainable. And many are saying they're seeing people they've never seen before, working families that just cannot afford to buy groceries, cannot pay their rent. So we're seeing so much pressure on those community organisations. Now, Speaker, the Liberals and Nationals have been in power now for 8 long years, and in that time, housing, rental affordability and homelessness has just gotten so much worse. And we on this side have continuously called for a national housing affordability plan, but shamefully that has not happened, even as this crisis gets worse day by day, month by month. Now, in contrast, we in Labor, we have been listening, constantly talking to people about the situation. We have listened, and that's why we've announced our plan, our housing affordability plan. An Albanese Labor government will create a $10 billion housing future fund to build social and affordable housing, and the fund will create jobs, build homes and change lives. It's not just good social policy, it's also very good economic policy. And our plan will give more Australians a future. It also will provide affordable homes for those heroes of the pandemic who've kept us safe, those frontline workers like police, nurses and cleaners. And it will provide housing for veterans and crisis accommodation for women and children fleeing domestic violence. These are such important issues for my community, and Labor has listened and responded with our strong housing affordability plan. Speaker, only Labor will act to fix this. And as I say to the people of the North Coast, if you are serious about fixing the housing crisis, Labor is on your side and we will act.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the vaccine rollout has gathered pace, and as a nation we're now vaccinating 1 million people every 3 days. More than 70% of the eligible population aged over 16 are fully vaccinated, and today South Australia achieved 80% first-dose vaccination. This is a fantastic achievement, and I thank those Australians for rolling up their sleeves to help reach these targets, which will see borders open and restrictions ease. Government has made vaccination freely available, and I myself have received 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. We have embarked on advertising campaigns to encourage vaccinations because we know a high vaccination rate is our ticket to freedom, and it's clear that as a nation we will achieve vax rates above 90%. Truly remarkable. But I, Mr Speaker, am becoming increasingly concerned about the emergence of a two-tiered society. 46 companies confirmed to The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald this week that double vaccinations would be a requirement for at least part of their workforce, while unvaccinated adults and older children will be barred from accessing all but basic services until 2023 under the Victorian Government's Path Back to Freedom announced by the Premier on Sunday. From a federal government's perspective, we have followed the AHPPC advice on vaccine mandates. They have recommended mandatory vaccinations in 2 areas only: aged care workers and those working in quarantine facilities. The medical advice has not been to recommend or mandate vaccinations in other sectors on public health grounds. The West Australian Government plans to roll out the toughest vaccine mandate in the country. 75% of West Australian workforce will be forced to get a vaccination or risk losing their jobs, and employers will face fines of up to $100,000 if they have unvaccinated staff working past the deadline. Mr Speaker, we all want to be safe. We all want to return to a more normal life, one without a threat of serious illness or death. But we should stop for a moment and balance the public health need with the individual's right to choose. Let me be clear. I do not endorse mandatory vaccinations, and I do not support mandating vaccines by stealth. Individuals should be free to choose, and as individuals, they are responsible for the consequences of that choice. I agree with compulsory vaccinations for those working with our most vulnerable, such as aged care workers and those working in quarantine facilities, but extending this principle to other fields of work and ordinary daily activities is a step too far. I ask that as a society we stop and think about the consequences of effectively forcing vaccinations on the unwilling. Rightly, we have never mandated medical procedures in this country, and we have never mandated vaccines. The federal government invests considerable resources in approval processes through the TGA to ensure vaccines are safe and effective, and the government subsidises their provision via the National Immunisation Program. But as I've said, they have never been mandated. I understand how much work goes into making vaccines available to Australians because, Mr Speaker, I've been a strong and vocal advocate for seeing the meningococcal B vaccine made available and free to all Australian children. But I would never support making the meningococcal vaccine mandatory for Australian children. I would never want to see the choice taken from a parent and a medical procedure mandated by government. Vaccinations should remain an individual's choice, and those who choose not to be vaccinated should not be ostracised. Outside of the aged care setting, we don't exclude those that haven't taken the flu vaccine from work or from other aspects of life. A society that shuns the unvaccinated is not what I want a post-COVID Australia to look like. My family came to Australia seeking opportunity made possible by the freedoms Australians enjoy. I want us to return to a post-COVID society that does not impinge on those freedoms and remains inclusive regardless of an individual's vaccination status. Mr Speaker, I do not want COVID normal to involve the need to flash
our vaccination status around to participate in ordinary daily activities.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thanks,
All right,
Deputy
now
Speaker.
I know what it is, I just said it with trepidation.
Thanks, Speaker. Australia is the largest exporter of iron ore in the world. It's an essential component in steelmaking, and as a result, we have benefited from the fact that the modern world is built on steel. It's the second most abundant man-made substance on Earth after concrete. Around 1.8 gigatons were produced last year alone. It's important to the Australian economy, can't be underestimated. It's worth about $29 billion and employs literally tens of thousands of Australians. Australia has 5 steel mills. They make about 5.5 million tonnes of steel a year. The largest, in my hometown of the Illawarra, produces roughly half of that. Big by national, not by international scale. We produce less than 2% of the steel that's produced globally. China produces about half of the steel in the world. Nonetheless, our domestic steel industry is a vital part of the supply chain for so many local industries. It's a key supplier to the residential and commercial construction industries. The local saying goes, where goes a building boom, goes a steel boom. There's a lot of steel in a modern residential development. It's used to make grain silos on farms, electrical transformers for our rail networks, girders and pipes for major civil projects, bearings and brake components for the vehicle component industry. It's a major supplier to the Australian naval defence industry. The value of having a domestic steelmaking capacity onshore here in Australia cannot be overstated. We saw during the pandemic how disrupted supply chains can affect the entire economy. That's why Labor's Future Made in Australia policy and our government procurement policy are so crucial in giving the steel industry a chance to compete for even more work. But that's just the start. The steel industry needs to deal with the climate change and energy challenge, as every other business in the economy does. The Australian steel industry is well versed in dealing with these challenges. In my lifetime, we've been through 3 challenges and significant shocks in the steel industry alone. It knows it has a central role in decarbonising its industry and, as a result of that, the economy, and driving the process and technologies that will lead to cleaner production. From wind turbines to electric vehicles, steel will be a critical integral of the energy transition. It also has a role to play in bringing down its own emissions. This is because steel is a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, and the industry accounts for 7% of all global greenhouse gas emissions from the energy system, equal to global aviation, shipping and chemical emissions combined. BlueScope is aware of the challenge. The biggest employer in steel industry in my electorate in the Illawarra, it has committed to net zero emissions by 2050. So has its predecessor BHP. The steel industry has started down the path to decarbonise its business. It cannot do it alone. It needs a reliable source of large quantities of renewable energy. It needs a power grid which is capable of hooking that energy source up to the emerging steelmaking technologies, and it needs a government which is committed to action as it is, not just a slideshow. It needs a national climate change policy that encourages investment and maintains competitiveness and ensures a viable industry for decades to come. Let me explain why. There's been a lot of talk in this place about the capacity for green steel. It's not a term used by the people who make steel, by the way. They know that it's red and it's brown and it's grey, never green. But we know what the proponents of green steel mean. They mean decarbonising the steelmaking process. There are exciting developments going on overseas, but the glide path to decarbonise steel is probably about 15 years away. In the meantime, we need to ensure that we have a viable steel industry in Australia, and the steps towards decarbonised steel are not going to be one big step, but lots of little ones. And to achieve that, We need certainty in government policy and ongoing support from this parliament and the state parliaments and the local councils around the country to say Australia doesn't want to just be the people that digs dirt up and sends it overseas. We want to continue to make steel here.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Tasmania is world renowned for its natural environment. We're a climate leader. In Tasmania, we stand on our own. We've achieved net zero emissions in 6 of the last 7 years. Mr Speaker, the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area covers around a fifth of our state. It protects vast tracts of pristine wilderness, which harbours a wealth of outstanding natural and cultural heritage. Our clean, green, 100% renewable status is a source of great pride for Tasmanians. We know that it affords us the lifestyle that is the envy of Australia and the rest of the world. As an isolated state, my Tasmanians have a deep, multi-generation connection to the regions that they live in. In many instances, this connection involves immersing themselves in the natural environment that is on their doorstep. Mr Speaker, I've always been a fierce advocate for allowing wide-ranging access to our wonderful natural resources. As long as those activities are undertaken in a safe, respectful, sustainable and culturally sensitive manner, all Tasmanians should be able to avail themselves of the island's natural environment. And everyone connects differently with nature. I've got a shack down the west coast of Tasmania and I like to escape in the four-wheel drive or the UTV. Whether it's walking, riding a mountain bike, a horse, or whether it's riding a four-wheel drive or motorbike riding, whether it's fishing, camping, diving or surfing, we all interact in a way that's almost as diverse as the people who live here. No interaction is more noble than the next. From our rugged coastlines, our sandy beaches, our lakes, our mountain ranges, our farmland and our forestry regions, the broad range of activities that have historically taken place in these areas are all important. An understanding of the environment is forged, long-lasting social connections are made and mental health outcomes are improved, Mr Speaker. This has been particularly important during the last couple of years as COVID has shone a light on the importance of seeking ways to reduce stress, including getting back to nature. Mr Speaker, I believe that we're at a crucial point when it comes to accessing our natural environment. We've seen in our state over recent years an ever-increasing move to lock up large areas and tracts of Tasmania. The consequence of this has been to limit or to deny access to those who have historically used certain areas. Alarmingly, this movement is resulting in a move towards exclusion rather than inclusion, which leads me to ask the question, is this the right path, Mr Speaker? I recognise that I'm in a position of privilege as a federal representative for this region in the Parliament of Australia. As a key responsibility of my role is to vigorously represent the views of my constituents to this place. And what I'm being told on the ground is that our communities are tired of these divisive agendas that do not represent the majority view or position of key stakeholders, i.e. the locals. Central to their concerns is being excluded from the decision-making process, and I believe that government and bureaucrats continue to underestimate what can be achieved through public stakeholder consultation and inclusion. By bringing a community together along with you, socially acceptable outcomes are achieved and compliance is all but guaranteed. Mr Speaker, I've committed to continue to be a loud voice for those who wish to get off the beaten track, to get out into our beautiful wilderness regions and just have some time out. It's important to note that no one is advocating for a free-for-all approach. There needs to be a strong framework. However, the foundation of that framework needs to be environmental protection and access, not just one or the other, Mr Speaker. We must focus on how we can make this happen rather than why we can't. Like most things in life, balance is the key. But most important is that we move together as a community in the spirit of cooperation, good faith and understanding. The protection of our region's Aboriginal, Indigenous cultural areas and our unique flora and fauna is vital. We all agree on this. The discussion that we must have next is how does that responsible recreation use coexist with that framework? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
See you later.